All right, kids, I want you to gather around close now. I want to tell you something very
Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Life good, yeah, life great. That's my food, that's my plate. Watch your shoes, that's my cake. You old news, like my space. Say y'all snooze, and I'm wait. Got no clue why y'all hate. In that case, I'ma let you see the stunt show. And you go out to be sitting in the front row. No time for it when you're in the time for it. 4 forms in the form, head to the form. Showtime, late show, y'all niggas born. Y'all tell them good night, I tell them good morning. Mad as hell, but she make me feel heavenly. Jezebel, but the text said Melanie. She get what it said, what she see to let it be. I plant the seed, but I swear that bitch never leave. Y'all know the devil at work. Don't let the devil at work. The devil disguises your niggas who will pop up and smoke you and pay for the hearse. So I don't play with these verses. I want 2 10s, say bitch, I'm a murder. Gotta keep the devil under my shoes so he can get a good view of these loot. Keep devil up under my feet. 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 Some devils out looking like you. Some devils out looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet.
All right, kids, I want you to gather around close now. I want to tell you something very
Look, see demons in the room, yeah. Probably some nigga in your crew, yeah, yeah. Looking at Jules, yeah. Waiting on the day a nigga lose, yeah, yeah. Drinking out booze, nigga, yeah, chill, but I can hit the booze, yeah, yeah. Gotta pick choose, damn, with the devil, you gon' need some big shoes, yeah, yeah. 2 step, be ahead of these niggas, don't be scared of these niggas. He ain't eat crumb like the rest of these niggas, I ain't finna be done, break bread with these niggas. I don't know you, you don't know me, and why you call me bro, nigga, we don't never speak. I can smell the bullshit, nigga, where you going? Before you kid rock, nigga, let me see your horn. Also, pocket full of guapo, nacho, doper than Pablo Chapo, drip need a poncho. Hair nigga would if they could, you think it's all good, but you gotta watch sugar if you pop though. Sending them shots to your BM, taking shots at your BM, no love, man, they really wanna be him. You gotta pick a team like a GM, the devil when you see him, and keep the nigga under your feet. Keep the devil up under my feet.
Yo. Yes, sir. What is popping, family? Yeah, man. Thank y'all for tuning in, tapping in. Another episode of Rich Rhetoric, man. Thank y'all, man. First and foremost, man, for this show, man, y'all gotta send one up for my baby boy, man. All right, fuck it. Let's get right into it. I always tell people that like eventually this YouTube channel is going to be, especially these live streams, it's going to be something I can come back to 20 years from now and see where I was at in my life, what was going on in the world and shit like that. So I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up tonight, y'all. Well, this morning for y'all. It's this morning for me too. I'm fucked up though, man. So I came home last night, man. I was tired. Didn't really have a lot of energy. So then I came home, laid down, you know what I'm saying? Went to sleep, chilled out, relaxed, went to sleep. So then about 10 o'clock, I got a knock at my door. Get up, go to the door. And it's like, Born, have you heard the news? I'm like, what the fuck? What's the news? They say your son is at the hospital. He just got shot. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, all right, cool. What hospital he at? They give me the news. All right, I'm getting dressed. Then my phone starts ringing crazy. Everybody's calling me like, yeah, man, I heard about your son. What's going on with your son? So yeah, man. So I ended up going to the hospital. You know what I mean? Long story short, went to the hospital. My son was shot in his leg. So mainly in his right leg. It like the bullet like grazed the back of his thigh on his left leg and went through kind of like the ankle of his right leg on one side, came out the other side. You know what I mean? So the main thing is no major arteries was hit. Shattered some bones and shit in his in his foot. You know what I mean? So it was just rough, man. You know, just a rough situation. You know what I mean? But I guess the main message is because like me and my son wasn't on the best of terms lately. You know what I mean? This is a young man. You know, he's legally he's 18, so legally you know what I mean, he can legally he's supposed to be able to do what the fuck he want to, but Me and him was bumping heads because the rules of this house is the rules of this house. You know what I mean? So that's why we wasn't getting along, man. But at the end of the day, man, you look back on some of that shit, especially after the news I received last night. You look back on that shit and realize, man, a lot of that shit is superficial. You know what I mean? It ain't even worth the fucking time or to be upset with somebody. You know what I mean? Because I realized tonight, you know what I mean? Like, of course, your kids are gonna. Some of them are gonna be rebellious. Some of them are just gonna do silly ass, stupid ass shit. But at the end of the day, you love them and don't want to lose them. So I'm looking at tonight more like a wake up call for everybody, not even him. Of course the lesson for him should be, slow down. Whatever you're doing, it ain't worth it. So chill out. And even the lesson for me is just like, you're gonna have your ups and downs in any relationship, whether it's your son and or you know what I'm saying, or somebody that you're intimate with in a relationship or friendships, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have your ups and downs. But but you gotta think how short life can be. See what I'm saying? A couple inches this way, a couple inches that way, and then it could have been over for him. So, you know what I mean, family? So yeah, first and foremost, man, y'all send one up for my son. He gotta have surgery in the morning, mainly to try to repair some of those bones in his leg. So he'll have surgery in the morning. They put him in a intensive care unit. So they pretty much was just like, yeah, we got him for the night. Go home, get some rest, come back in the morning. So yeah, man, that was it. I just felt like I had to, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted this part of my life to be documented somewhere that I can come back to eventually and see what's popping. What's up though, Lady D? What's up? What up? What's up with you?
And rising dawn.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Been a long night, man. It's
I'm
been a
so
long.
sorry. Listen, I'm so sorry to hear that. And this is the problem. Like I hear this basically every single week. Every week where I'm from, there's something along these lines happening, and it's got to the point now I'm just sick of it. Like we don't understand that life is something. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
And whether they're youths or big people on the streets, the fact of the matter is you can get hit by a bus, you can get hit by a knife, you can get hit by a gun. It doesn't matter. You just got to understand that today could possibly be your last day here on this earth. And
Hmm.
I think we just need to value life. And hence why I was kind of very felt strongly when it come to what's her name in the park the other day. Because I'm like, it
Yeah.
could have been, as you said, an inch one way, an inch another. It could have been a
Yeah.
whole different story. Like I
Yeah.
don't think people value life anymore. And I'm just happy that he's okay and he's gonna make it through. But let this be a message, innit? Value life. Life is something sacred. We don't know
Hmm.
how we get it, and we don't know when we're gonna lose it.
That's a fact, sis, and that's what I
Mhm.
was thinking. Like the main thing is my son. He gotta know, man. This is a sign that's telling you whatever you're doing, it's time to slow down. You know what I'm saying? I know you're at the age now where you're not probably not gonna tell me everything you doing out here in these streets, but it's a sign. You know what I'm saying? This is a sign to let you know, man, you gotta slow the fuck down. Whatever's going on, you gotta slow down. You know what I'm saying? You got fucking university next month. So now it's just time to really focus on that. You had your summertime, you did your bullshit, and now it's time to get back focused, man. Once you get your health together, you know what I'm saying? Probably gonna have to relearn how to walk and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. It was just crazy though. It's something you never expect as a parent. You know what I mean?
But this is what I tell everybody when everyone says, "Not my child," or "It's the parents." Yeah, wait till that door come. Your door gets that knock. You'll see. You have all that talk on the line, but real life, it can be anybody. It's eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Point blank. Period. There's no how good you brought them up or whatever. If this is what society is, and you can step out your front door and just be an innocent passerby in a shootout, it could be anybody, like, for any reason.
Hmm.
It's crazy.
Hmm. So yeah, man, it's rough out there, man. But yeah, man, I'll go check. What's that? 6 o'clock. What I got about 4 hours. So yeah, in about 4 hours, I'm gonna pull back up and I can see him at 6. He's supposed to have surgery in the morning, so I'll go up at 6 in the morning and see what time his surgery is. But hey, all right, I talked to him though. I think this scared the shit out of him, which it should. You know what I mean? It should scare the shit out of you. But yeah, man. I guess my main message was you know how it is, Lady D. I feel bad because, like I said, our last conversation before tonight didn't go good at all.
Oh man.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's what I'm saying. And I think this is when I hear the brothers and they talk about us, you know, like they kind of blame us with the gun crime and, you know, the single parent household. It's all good doing that. But when you're a woman trying to, like, it's bad enough when men are trying to raise men. Because them boys, when they're in that rebellious stage or in that stage where they think they're men now, no one can't talk to them in this kind of society. Can you imagine what it's like for us women trying to get control of these men? All these boys growing into men.
Yeah, yeah.
This is what I'm saying. So therefore, this is why I always maintain it takes two. It takes two because even when the men are involved, the boys still don't want to hear, or the girls still don't want to hear. So can you imagine what it's like when the men are not involved? Flipping hell. That's a mum's worst nightmare. So I can only imagine what it is for the father. And I don't think fathers speak up enough about. I'm glad you are, because I don't see a lot of men speaking up about crime or shootouts or life or children. They normally, when they do it, they tend to circle it around or negate the conversation around street crime or gun crime. But what about if it's your child? Like, how do you as fathers get the message to these boys where, because I hear men say like, oh, I just raise my voice and they listen, but it's not that easy, Peter. Some men cannot get their children together. Some men, as much as they're influencing their child's life, if these children are working with society and want to do their own thing, no matter how much licks or kick down or talking or whatever happens, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and people don't want to accept that. Society has more of a grip on our kids than us as parents. Period.
In a lot of ways, you're right.
I'm telling you, I've been telling them this for years.
And I keep saying the age, that legal age is something serious, man. Because I went through it. I hit 18. I was like, yeah, y'all can't tell me what to do. Y'all can't force me. Because I had the parents when I used to run away. They used to call the cops to come and get me when I ran away. You know what I'm saying? So at 18, I was just like, yeah, I'm out of here. Y'all can't fucking call the cops to make them come and pick me up and bring me back home anymore.
And that's it. That's the reality. But people don't want to do. They want to do this superficial. My life's so perfect. On that, nah. In the real world, when I see real parents, a lot of them are struggling. Men and women, they are struggling to get these kids together. And that's when I know it ain't about the parenting. It's more about society, and these kids are gonna do what they want to do. We're raising vampires out. I don't know. Wow. Yeah, I've seen this so many times, so flipping many times.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
That's rough. So yeah, man. Got to be careful. Got to get these boys, man. I mean, got a lot of talking to him, and then a lot of talking to more. You know what I mean? This should kick the well, me personally, gotta kick the fucking mentorship.
Well, this is why I give big ups all the time to
another level, man. Go ahead, lady.
No, so I was just gonna say this is why I give big ups more time to brother Terry and brother Richie, because I see with that growing boys into men thing, manhood academy thing that they're going. That's more of that is what's needed. More of that is definitely to support the parents, especially within the Black community, in our community. Yeah, if we can have that globally, a lot of these kind of, especially in deprived areas where it's needed, so it also supports the education as well, and it gives them something to do and stops the recklessness. But at the same time, it's getting the boys into these facilities, into these kind of things, because when they have their own mind they want to be on street, how do you now get a youth from wanting to hang around with their friends on street to now going into one of these, you know, gatherings, especially if it's like an 18-year-old or a, I don't know, 16-year-old that's quite boisterous.
Yeah.
You know, those are the things that I think we need to be tackling. Yeah.
And I was talking to him, and that's why we was really on bad terms, because not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before, you know, I got a phone call And this is weird. I want to say this. This is a sidebar. The streets talk, and I used to always wonder how the fuck do my parents know all the shit that I'm doing out here on the streets? So the streets talk. So I get a
Of
call.
course.
I got a call the other Saturday that was like, yeah, your son's been hanging around some unsavory characters. Um, Two of the three people that he's been hanging around, they were arrested last night, well, that Friday for robberies. So, I hit my son. I'm like, hey son, you need to come home. This was Saturday. I said, you need to find your way home either Saturday or Sunday and talk to me. And that man blew me off. So then I call his phone Monday. I'm like, all right, listen, brother, you need to come and talk to me today, or you gonna have to roll. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a man, you're a young man. You're gonna have to pay me the respect. You owe me a conversation. So he never gave me the conversation. So we just wasn't talking after that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And we wasn't talking, and we didn't talk until tonight, man. So I mean, I'm just happy he's all right, because I wouldn't be able to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Our last conversation was like that. So yeah, man. I hear y'all in the UK say conflict resolution is
Facts,
key.
facts.
Key,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
It's
man.
key, man.
It is definitely key.
It's key. That shit
Because
for
we
real.
tend to, what I think we do is, especially in our community, we tend to want to address the problem after the fact. We don't want to
Mhm.
deal with the problem before it happens.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we go wrong. We're always trying to rectify something after rather than prevent something before. It's a
Nah,
bit crazy.
you're right. You're right. The communication is poor. And I maybe I'm not the best person when it comes to communication, because I'll just be like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Fuck you, don't call my phone. I won't call your phone, and just be done with it like that. But maybe this situation will help. It'll help both of us out, bring us closer. You
But it's
know.
a message for all of us as parents. Like, make sure, like, every morning you make sure your kids are okay. You try and talk, even if they don't, if you've got older kids that don't live with you, contact them to make sure everything's okay. Like, because you just never know. And that's the only thing I'm trying to say. Like, you just always stay in steady, even if you're, don't get me wrong, we're humans at the end of the day. You have family beef. Trust me, my family's got the most beef.
Yeah, yeah,
The most beef, yeah. But at the same time, you got to know when to, like, when it's not beef, like proper hardcore beef, where you can at least drop it, even if you don't want to contact the person itself, at least contact their kids to make sure his mum all right, or his dad's all right, or his auntie all right. Like, keep some form of steady communication where at least if anything, God forbid, does happen, at least you can say to yourself, well, at least I did try, or at least the last contact I heard that person or this person was okay. So it's not going to be so much as a damaging effect that, oh, we left on bad terms and I didn't try to fix anything or correct anything. You know what I mean?
nah, hell yeah, hell yeah. It was crazy because I was having a conversation with Leo. Actually, me and Leo was talking about my son yesterday, because I had got kind of, I guess I got in my feelings, and I was just like, all right, listen, Leo, this is what happened between me and my son. You know what I'm saying? Am I wrong? You know what I'm saying? Am I pretty much giving him away to the streets, throwing him to the wolves? And even Leo was like, nah, bro, like, respect. We're men. You know what I'm saying? As men, we demand our respect. And if he doesn't, you know what I'm saying? If he doesn't feel like he owe you a conversation, then, you know what I'm saying? The respect. I felt disrespected by that. So, and that's what I was just wanting. I guess I wanted some confirmation bias from Leo, right? It just like, bro, I'm not doing the wrong thing, am I? You know what I'm saying? And he was just like, nah, man, if you know.
You're definitely not. It's just what it is, born, and you're not the only person. Trust me, there's billions and billions and billions of people across the world that have got the
Yeah,
same
exactly.
issue. So
Exactly.
it's just that no one speaks about it. So you'll feel like it's the only one. But trust me,
No
there's so
manual.
many groups that I'm involved in. Like the other day, I think Pastor Lorraine was in her WhatsApp, and she was, and like I don't know, like, oh man, I think there's a lot of denial that we go through because we just don't want to address problems, and that's what I see happening a lot
Yeah.
within. Yeah, we don't like addressing issues.
And I know I'm the worst at that, Lady D. You feel me? Like I said, I've always said I got a strong cancel button. I can push that cancel button and poof, you don't exist to me anymore. See what I'm saying? And I'm learning. I'm learning because, and that's why I like talking to the sisters that know me. They like, well, you can call it a cancel button, but we call it a lack of empathy.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know that's something that I got to work on because I was just like, yeah, man, fuck him. I'm saying, not trying to be harsh, but in
No,
my
but that happens. That's human. That happens. Sometimes you
yeah,
could beef with your own cousins. You'd be like, you know, fuck you.
yeah,
I
like,
ain't got
fuck it.
time for
Like
you,
I love
cousin or
my
no
son.
cousin. Fuck
I
you.
mean, that's how I was, lady. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I love my son, and I love my son, and you know what I'm saying. I don't want nothing to happen to him, but nah, man, if you can't respect me as a man, then fuck you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, it takes shit like this to make you realize, like, okay, boy, you can't say fucking. You know what I mean? Because you jumped your ass straight out the bed and ran to that damn hospital. So it's, you know what I'm saying, I got some type of feelings for him. So I don't know, man. It's just weird. The learning experience for everybody, man. Bring him home. I bring him home. I just gotta, I don't know, Lady D. I gotta keep him out of that fucking neighborhood, man.
But that can't. That's the problem, and this is what another
He
thing that
gotta
people
stay out
keep
that
addressing
neighborhood.
is the neighborhood. But then you move, and then eventually another whole kind of different kind of dynamics happens again. Then what you're gonna do? Keep moving for the rest of your life? The fact of the matter is, it's getting to the use. Moving ain't gonna change
It's not
it.
even moving. It's I gotta keep. He leaves. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we live in the hood, but he don't know no. He don't know anybody in this hood. So he'll leave this fucking hood and go across town to the hood where he knows people. And I've been
You
trying
see
to
what I'm saying? So
I've been
moving's not the
telling him, yeah,
solution.
it's not,
Like,
it's not. But I've been telling him, like, bro, you just gotta stay out of that. It's nothing good. I hate to say it, but it's nothing. It's not. I ain't gonna say nothing. It's not that much good coming out of that neighborhood. Just period. Just period, man. So I don't know, fam. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I mean, like my daughter call y'all the computer people. I'll come and get suggestions and advice from the computer people. And
the computer people have got you, Dawn. We got you. Trust me, we got you. We are all in the same boat. We got you.
yeah, I'm saying. But yeah, man. I don't know. Yeah, I got to get back on it. I know a lot of times this gun violence talk and got to put the guns down and pick up the pens and stuff like that. So a lot of that is just talk, man. But I don't know. I just feel like I got to get back into that. Back into once I get my son straight, get him rolling. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we owe it. I feel like I owe it to the community. Even my son, I'll teach my son, once he gets done with university, I'll teach him, hey, son, now you probably should go tell your story to other young brothers in the community. Mentor them, talk to them, help them. But that's what it's time for, man. I came on this show earlier this week and said, rest in peace to my brother Phil. He was shot, murdered. And then my son gets shot today, man. So it's crazy out here, man. It's crazy, but everything will be all right, man.
I gone. Well, you got all of us are backing and supporting you. We already,
Yeah, I
it's just too
appreciate
much. We got you. We got you. But can we
it.
just do me a favor, Born, for our appreciation? Can we just block Cotton in the chats because that singing was that? Can we
Yeah.
just? How do we block her? Like, please
Yeah. And I'm
block
happy
her.
you said that, Lady D. I'm sorry about the karaoke. Like I said, I said it on G Block. Fucking Joe, I wanna know. Joe, y'all, out of all the popular songs we sung, fucking Joe blocked my video.
Imagine, I just saw it go up. You know what? Literally, I just saw it went up. I was just about to click on clicking on it, listening, and you and Cotton were about to sing, and I thought, "Oh, pray for me, Lord. Let me go." And I had to say, Our Father and a Hail Mary" before I listened to that monstrosity, and then you went live, and I was like, "Oh my God, I can't watch the playback now because I got to go live with."
You know what was crazy? That wasn't even the plan. The plan was when I got home, I was like, okay, let me see how much time, because I had edited. I edited this morning when I was still up, stupid early this morning. I had cut the Joe song out and put the video back together, and so I had it like pretty much downloading on my laptop, and that shit was gonna take like 2 hours. And I fucking left the house and shut down the laptop. So pretty much it was gonna take 4 hours from when I got home last night for the video to be ready for YouTube. And I was gonna set it like as a premiere and just let that shit rock while I slept. But that didn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
I
But yeah,
know,
man, karaoke is
life
back.
kicking.
Yeah, karaoke is up. It's on and popping, man.
You need to quit the karaoke business. You had the nerve to come and tell Cotton that you've got a vocal coach now, a white lady, yeah, and you've made zero progress, sir. Can you just cancel that membership with that woman, yeah? Because she's made zero progress.
So yeah, man, karaoke's there. It's long. Got a little conversation in the middle. Shout out Perry. Let me shout out the people, man. Shout out the Carter. Damn Carter, if you still listening, because I was finna do that. Oh fuck, I got the wrong thing. Tag. Hold on, let me do this, Vic. That's let me go here. Did I have it? Oh, I just didn't copy it. Yeah, I'm finna go ahead and shoot you an email now, Vic. Then that way, brother, you'll have, you know what I mean? You'll have my email if you need to reach out. But the email ain't nothing, y'all. Email is fucking Born Rich Club Films at Gmail. But yeah. Why am I writing in capitals? Yeah, so that's the email, Vic, man. But yeah, man, I gotta get it, man. Said the best vocalist. I know, Jimmy. That's what I said too. My vocal coach is a white woman named Karen. She does a great job. You know what I'm saying?
He's saying in court. He's saying in court, meaning they're the best defenders.
Even in karaoke. Even in karaoke. Yeah, for real, Jay. My son.
Only James will come up
My
with some
son is
bullshit like that, Only James.
this make me laugh too. I know, so I know people ain't gonna like this. So I was like, I said, so son, did the police come and talk to you? He said, yeah. I said, what you tell him? You tell him who shot you? He said, hell no. I said, God damn. I know y'all gonna say that's toxic, but you're not a civilian. When you're not a civilian, you gotta play it. Yeah, I know this is a controversial topic that we might going to get into. But yeah, man, when you out there in the streets, if you're not a civilian, yeah, it's what come with it. Everybody was asking me that. Damn, boy, why you so calm? I'm like, cuz, bro, I know what comes with the streets. You out there doing bullshit out in the street,
Street life,
you
boy.
may get shot. You may get shot. Did you die? Okay, well, cool. Shit, you're gonna have to learn how to walk again and do all of that bullshit. And I hope this will show you that this is what the streets do. This is what the streets do. You got the university over here, and you got the streets over here. And you see what's happening with the streets. So,
Sorry
no,
again, Born. Can we just block her? She's got the nerve to write that. She thinks She thinks she can sing. Just block the girl, please. Block her. I love you, sis, but you gotta go. You've got to go.
Cotton, you must have went back and watched it. You killed. All right, Cotton. We killed it. But yeah, man, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. The Carter, Kushti, Sosa, John Bubba, Perry, Zoe, or Zoe.
Hold on, Bo. We've got to pick up brother. Was it
I'm not
Pelu?
both. I'm not no
I
motherfucking
mean,
both.
Born. Sorry, we've got to pick up brother. Is it Pelu? And
Mm-hmm.
his rendition of Sanchez. Big up Pelu for destroying a classic. Big up, big up.
This is what Pelu said it. That's gonna be Pelu's little bit. I like it. Pelu said, I'm on a mission to destroy all the classics. I said, I love it, Pelu. That can be your role on karaoke night. Cause I know I'm killing it. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm doing a great job. Cotton is all right.
You are
Chevelle,
the worst, sir. You are
no,
actually
I'm
the
the best.
worst.
No, I'm the best. And shout out to Chevelle. She did her thing, but she got a lot of work to do in order to be on my level.
Hold on a minute. Chevelle was on. Listen, I need to play that. And this is why you should have gone live. I wanted to hear it before I came onto you. So I could cuss
Yeah,
everybody and roast
Chevelle is after
everybody.
the Chevelle. Let me tell y'all about karaoke. Karaoke night catches a weird second wind last night because then you're gonna have Perry come on and you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Perry. He got the free range, whatever he want to talk about on the platform. So he took the conversation somewhere else. I think me and Perry and Pelu and Leo may have chopped it up for like an hour. And then I was like, all right, y'all, let's get back to the karaoke. So you got to catch that second wind of karaoke. And not only did the stream get a second wind, you know your boy Born did. That's when Jack
I'm
Daniels.
definitely playing that back because as soon as I hear Shebs, I'm going over to Chilluminati and I'm gonna done her a dance and roast her.
Yeah, Paylo and Kush. Yeah, Kush be gassing up Paylo. He gasses up Paylo. Paylo just the one don't even try. Like at least they start trying yesterday to play their songs on their end so they can have better audio. Paylo's just like, nah, fuck it. I want to be offbeat, out of tune. I like it like this. And I'm like, you know what, Paylo? Yeah, yeah. That's it. Just kill it. Just murder all the classics. Paylo went on his white boy on his white music yesterday, though. Ah, that's funny, man. Fucking Paylo, man. But yeah, man. Shout out to everybody that shows up to karaoke night, man. We need it.
Bless your hearts. Bless your hearts. The force of the ancestors are with you, lot, listening to that ridiculous mess of cats screeching up on the panel, and they think this is actually talent. Like they actually think they got vocalists out here, people.
So, Lady D, let me ask you this. Do you think people are born haters or do you learn it?
Oh
You may
shit!
learn it somewhere. Do you think they learn it? Is it genetic? Or how do you
But bored, what's wrong with me telling you guys the truth? You lot are all horrendous.
Yeah, you hating. You a hater.
No, I give credit where credit's due. I do give credit. Look, I tell you who can sing so far that I've heard. Taffy, big up himself.
Yeah,
Taffy's the best karaoke is like on this panel so far. Big up Motion, he can sing. Big up Red, he can sing.
Red is
Yeah,
good.
Red can sing. You see the rest of you, especially melanated, cut it out. Like cut it. Cut it. Don't do it again.
Yeah, I think so, Cotton. I think she was born a hater, Cotton. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to the ancestors, but Cotton, we gotta start seeing this passed down from the ancestors. Like, how do you become a hater? You know what I mean? Or is it a learned behavior? You know what I'm saying?
No, the
Maybe
ancestors need the ancestors for that one. That's when you lot need to be on your what's it called? Your prayers and everything because that listen to that you think some voodoo was taking place.
That's funny. I like you said that yesterday. That's funny. Yeah, I was thinking, what in the voodoo? What is this voodoo they doing? They said, Chemo said I sound like a cat in the alley screeching.
This guy said I got an evil eye.
That's what I say. You're right, Jimmy. Look, she's never nowhere to be found. And I think she ignored my comments. I purposely came on the G block. I know my comment to the T. I came on the G block late y'all's time. It had to be like midnight, fucking 12:15 y'all's time. And I tapped Lady D. You've been on this panel all day. I don't want to hear that sleepy shit when karaoke night
But
started.
that's the they tied me out on the block. Listen, that was hard work trying to get them to keep what's his name Maverick on the back. Listen, that was hard work. I was knackered. But James, I'm not gonna lie. I would not subject you to listening to no cat screaming. That's why I have not joined the panel for no karaoke yet, because I ain't trying to join in with this buffoonery.
Yeah, but I know, man. It's just classic, man. Like y'all, Ask Getty did an Akon song. Like, y'all don't understand the characters, right? I just like these. I don't know, man. That's what I think is funny. Like we got to get Jimmy on here, man. I don't know. We might need to see if we
No,
can get.
if Jimmy does come on here, he's gonna come on here. He's gonna see. I thought you were good with the rap, but Jimmy's gonna show you Americans how the rap's really done. He's gonna show you Americans how the rap's really done. You lot are done out here, innit?
That classic. That's fucking classic. I know, Kushti, because the fucking time difference. You know what I mean? Like where I'm at in Tennessee, it's a 6-hour time difference. You know what I'm saying? So when it's midnight y'all time, it's only 6 p.m. So if I go on at 7:30, which is still early for me to start a live stream, it's fucking 1:30 y'all's time. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I think y'all on a weird schedule because I be seeing y'all start to wake up like 3:34 in the morning. Like big up, born. I'm like, oh shit, what y'all doing up?
You
You know
know
what I'm
what sounds
saying?
like, I think for us lately as well, you got to remember we had a long heat wave, a little bit of a heat wave, it was last week, the week before. So what happened is a lot of people were falling asleep really early because it was so hot. They were, well, I was anyway. I was falling asleep something stupid like 6 o'clock, and then like in the evening, and then I wake up something like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you would happen to be alive because live. So we would just jump on because we've woken
Yeah,
up, we fell asleep to it, the heat in it, just mashing us up.
yeah, I got you.
So
I got you.
yeah.
And y'all still not really working like that, right?
No, we are. It just depends on everyone's workplace, innit? Some people are still not like, for instance, my name, because I work with the public, thousands of people. Mine's is like doing madness. So yeah.
Okay. I thought some of y'all was still not working. Dang, I ain't even really just real quick, but they saying it's like another strand coming through, right? Like
I heard that. Is that true?
a
Do we know?
Delta. I don't know. I did a crazy thing when I was in the waiting room because I don't watch the news, but I was in the fucking waiting room, and this is why I don't watch the news. I was in the waiting room at the hospital, and they had CNN on, and yeah, I think I heard something. It was only the captions. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I read the captions, and it was the Delta. He said this next strand is It was one of the governors of one of these states was like, yeah, this next strand Delta or something is coming in and it's gonna be really powerful. And I'm just like, this is why I hate the fucking news. But I did see that man, Biden is making it hard for us over here. Well the nurses and the healthcare field. He's damn near making it either mandatory or you got to go through strenuous testing and mask mandates. Those were the exact words. If you don't get the jab, then pretty much we're gonna make it so uncomfortable for you at work that you're gonna want to get the jab. And even on that, they're doing that shit in the American, the National Football League, in our American Football League. It was a coach that quit. It was a coach that quit his job today, y'all, because the NFL pretty much told him, yeah, if you don't get the jab, it's just going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be certain things you're not going to be able to go to. You're going to have to always have a mask on. We're going to be testing you way more than we're going to test everybody. So, man, I don't know, man. We called it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the people. This is what I was on Trilluminati, man. Shout out to Trilluminati Block, man. Like, we called this shit. And it's happening, man, right before our eyes, man. But yeah, what's this, Lady D? What you dropping the bet? She's blinding me with science. It's JJ sang a science song.
Oh, sorry, Vaughan. Yeah, when you get a chance, when you're not on, like if you're just listening in the car or whatever, play those in the background so you can review them at a later date, and we can analyze and have a conversation about the madness stuff. Yeah, when you're ready.
I got you, Lady D. Hold on, maybe I should.
But like I say, it's big news, so it's a few channels that are covering the madness and capturing the footage. But it's crazy out here, man.
Hold on, my bad. I'm gonna mute them, but let me play a little bit so they'll be in my history. And I'm gonna leave these tabs up too.
You're laughing, yeah. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it.
Everybody's talking about this shit, man. Did you send us? Is these the same ones or these different ones?
Yeah, different channels from different content, but it's the same kind of thing. But it's letting you know how big the story's like gathering.
Oh
no,
no,
memento and stuff. So I think we should cover it too, seeing as though we're kind of connected to it.
Yeah, that's all of it. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's talking. It's funny though, Lady.
With Nyneetha for this one though, because there's no way we're gonna have this. Nyneetha, if you're listening, jump on the panel. Yeah, we need Nyneetha for this.
Hell no.
And we need Judge Kushti. We need Judge Kushti because she's the officer in command. We need Kushti to weigh the arguments and come to a verdict. Yeah.
I'm doing my judge. I'm doing my Jimmy on this topic. I gotta figure out
what you got. You're gonna have Jimmy on your defense team.
Yeah,
is he gonna represent?
Because I'm probably gonna defend the brother.
Yeah,
But I
but
got
Jimmy can't defend you because he's a cheater. I don't know where he picks up his pro bono cases, but you cannot have him as your representative.
no. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna deal with Jimmy behind the scenes, man. We got to see
Oh
what's
man.
our defense tactics. What's our defense strategy gonna be, man? Because this ain't looking good. This ain't looking good for our brother. So we got to figure out how we
Yeah, the
get.
sisters are we're gonna done him. We're gonna done him. But we need Judge Kushti because she's always biased, yeah. I mean unbiased, sorry.
Yeah,
Unbiased. We need her to be the judge
yeah.
and weigh the arguments, right, sis Kushti?
All right, well then we're gonna have Cotton because we know Cotton is, she's biased. She's unbiased.
Cotton is unbiased. Cotton's or anything Jimmy goes with, she rolls with. She ain't got
So
no
that's what I'm
brain
saying.
cells. She
All right,
what are you talking
so
about?
what I'm saying is, how the fuck you gonna have Kushti and we know Kushti ride with you and
No,
Nine?
Kushti's gonna be mutual because she's always mutual.
No,
So
she's
because she's
not.
a yes,
No,
she
she's
is.
not.
I swear
Look at
down. Kushti does not
that.
take our side because we're sisters. She pulls
Yeah,
us
the
up as
Carter.
well.
Yeah, the Carter. We'll play
Oh
around.
mate.
We'll play around with it a little bit today, Carter. But yeah, that's a topic coming up real soon, man. Coming up real soon, man. Probably tomorrow. I mean, after I make sure
Cotton,
my
you are not unbiased. You will roll with whatever James says. We need somebody who's mutual like Kushti that's going to weigh up the two arguments from the brothers and from the sisters and then see which one makes better sense.
I don't
Because
believe that, man. I haven't seen
Kushti,
it. I respect Kushti, but no, I seen Kushti when the shit hit the fan. She's gonna ride with you and Nanika. Just period. We know that. So
no, sis,
if
I
y'all
don't mean
get
you ain't got.
if y'all get
Hold
Kushti,
on.
so you
Hold on.
get Kushti, we
Kushti,
get Cotton, and then we'll get somebody that's really unbiased. All right?
Kushti is the unbiased one. I'm telling you, I
Oh,
swear down. She will tell us if we. You can't have Sosa. Sosa's not biased. I mean, unbiased. Definitely not. Sosa's gonna
no,
have to be with the
she's gonna ride
sisters.
with it. She's gonna ride with the sisters.
She's probably gonna roll with the brothers, knowing Sosa will sell us out. Yeah, trust me.
Oh, she's gonna ride with the sisters.
On this subject, Sosa might sell us out because she already sold us out the first time we went round. Um, Cotton, I don't mean that you ain't got no brain cells. I mean, when it comes to James, you lose your brain cells. That's right. You forget whose side you're on, sis. We can't have you letting down the sisters' team. We can't have you can't have you fraternizing with the enemy in this argument, sis. You're going to be fraternizing with the enemy. Good Lord.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, we gotta get to it because I've been tapping in a little bit on and off just because it comes down my fucking social media timeline. So I've been tapping in with it a little bit. Not really. Just I don't know, man. Like I say, man, breakups and divorces and shit, man. They're messy. You know what I mean? That shit is messy, man, and people start making up shit, and I don't know. There you go, God. Yeah, man.
Oh shit, she said sleeping with the enemy has perks. That's true, you know, it actually does have perks. You might be able to get some what's it called? Undercover information for us. That's true, sis. We got we got cotton. We got cotton. We'd
All
have to
right,
have
so this
cotton
is
and
the first
Nynefa.
time. This is the first.
And melanated. We need melanated.
Yeah, she gonna ride with the sisters. Um, I'll say this: first time ever on this show. Thank you, Rich LK. Salute to you, man. I don't think I've ever said that in my life, but thanks, man. Thanks, man. But yeah, man, son gonna be all right, man. I'll bring him home, man, and show him a little love. Bring him home and love on him a little bit. Try to talk to him, tell him, man, ain't shit out there in them streets, man. You see what it is. Okay. Well, yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. I ain't dropped the link. If anybody want to pull up, shit, I'm here now. So I'm just kind of opening the store. Yeah, I know what I say. I'm gonna open my store until the other stores open up, and then y'all can go shop. But yeah, if y'all want to pull up, yeah. But it is it's the young pharaoh. The young pharaoh topic. I'm gonna listen to this propaganda lady D sent me in. We'll come back.
Proper. You haven't even watched it and already you've labeled it as proper. It's not even my words, it's the lady's words. How is it propaganda?
But if you sending it to me with that title, like these titles are crazy.
But you know what, Born? You see the first link? I think it's the first link I sent. The one that's called hold on, let me find it. The one that's called Heavily Flawed Individual. Subscribe
Yeah,
to that channel because they cover every. There's about 20 videos there of the whole thing unfolding, how it all started, how it all unfolded. But they're all short videos, they're not long videos. You can get through them.
no, but
And
man,
Heavily Flawed Individual, the channel's called. I've been subscribed to them for years.
yeah. I don't know. It's just weird, man. Like I said, breakups. What I was gonna say. Like I said, breakups just be messy, man. And then you got this fucking internet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't
But
know.
that's the problem when you put yourself out there as a public speaker, everything's up for scrutiny. If you're not going to live up to what you're preaching, this is why we be telling you brothers need to like shut up, because I know a lot of you lot ain't living up to what you lot are out here talking about. Like, it's mad. We know Pharaoh now. Come on. And it's not just Pharaoh, it's a loads of brothers this has happened to. Even his own fellow brothers are Lucy, O'Shea, Duke Jackson, all of them, they're all talking about it. Like, it's that widely spread now. I think what's his name? David Carroll, he had something to say on it as well. Like, there's loads of people that are speaking on it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy. People speak on all of that and then they get back together. You know what I mean?
True, that is that, and that's a and I'll be happy for them. But the fact that it's got this messy, I don't think it's wise. It wouldn't be a wise move to get back together because it's too public, too out there at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, it shit just gets messy, man. But yeah, he's a public figure, man. So I guess we'll get to it, man. We'll get to young Pharaoh. See what that boy doing out here in these streets. Oh yeah, man. Where I was going. Yeah, well, first and foremost, man. Yeah, man. Y'all send one up for my son. Gotta get him home tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow and get him back. Get him back right. What am I trying to do? Oh shit. Oh, yeah, this shit looks crazy. Yeah. So yeah, man. It's a lot going on out here, man. Got to be careful. Got to be more careful, man. So yeah, man. Uh, yeah, Jez, I know you've been tapped in. We spoke about my son before. So yeah, pretty much, man. My son said him and his partner, they went to get some fast food. They went inside the fast food spot, and as they was coming out with the food, I mean, said a car rolled up, arm came out the window and started shooting at him, and then took off. So y'all know how it is, man. Yeah, it is web funk, man. And so I called some of my homeboys, early when I found out, and they was just like, "Yeah, man, the young boys ain't playing, man. Them boys ain't fucking playing out here. The young boys ain't playing." My homeboy told me, man, he was fucking doing the laundry and his son's gun fell on the floor. And my homeboy said, "Man, my son's gun is bigger than any gun I have." So that let you know, man, these youngsters, man, you got to grab them. Gonna have to figure out a way to grab them close, man, and really talk to these boys, man, because they're not playing fair. That's the main conversation I'm gonna have with my son. It's like, bro, you ain't they're not playing fair. That's wrong. You know what I mean? That's Rome, right? So when in Rome, you gotta do as the Romans, but don't go to Rome. You know what I'm saying? Don't go to Rome. So that's what I'm trying to tell my son. Like, you ain't even built like that. I love my son to death, but come on, man. I was telling my sister, like, come on, let's be honest, man. My son ain't built like that. He ain't. I know, Jizz, man. I know, man. But you know what I'm saying, I tried the tough love. So now I'm gonna go with the loving on them effect. You know what I mean? I'll try that. And that's me coming out of my comfort zone. Cause I'm a firm believer in tough love. Firm believer in, okay, you want to learn the hard way? Go ahead, go learn the hard way. But I'll try another. I'm gonna try another approach with this one, man. It's really gonna be about loving on them. I don't know, man. It's hard to get kids at that age to see the fucking future. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's hard to get them. It's hard to fucking see them. It's hard for them to fucking see life 5 years from now. And I know, cause when I was at his age, I didn't even fucking think about 2 or 3 years from now. You're just living in the fucking moment, man. So it's easy for me to sit back in my 30s and say, okay, look, in 5 years, I want to have this, 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 and this. But it's not as easy as an 18-year-old, man. So like I said, man, we're gonna try to. I just gotta let them know. It's in the leg, Jess. It went through like grazed his thigh and then went through like the ankle, straight through. There's no bullet stuck inside of him or anything. Straight through. I mean, straight shot on that on his like his right ankle. Went in one side, came straight out the other one. That's what I'm saying. Well, funk. That's what I'm saying. Well, funk. They don't even shoot. I mean, I said shoot. They don't even fucking fight no more, man. I ain't gonna lie. My son's probably on. He's 18. My son's only probably been in 3 fights. I've only saw my son fight one time. One time I had to break up a fight that my son was in. The other 2 times was at school, and they called me like, "Yeah, he's fighting." But that's it. 3 fights in 18 years. Come on, man. That ain't no fucking childhood, man. I can fight every day. But yeah, man. They not fighting no more, man. It's a different game out there now. No rules. I know, Carter. You said there's no rules. I don't know. We can have a conversation about that, the Carter, because I can say shit. My generation, I start seeing rules get
Jump on Becca. Sorry to cut you, Born. Jump on Becca, because
yeah,
I know you got a son in it, and this is like a good convo. Big up Jed, you little
yeah,
hairy. No,
yeah.
he called me hairy knuckles. You hairy foot shit.
And I
But
know
big
you
up
got
Jed.
your, you know what I'm saying, Jace, I know you got your shit going on, brother, but I know you don't raise kids too, man. So if you don't mind clicking that link, bro, jump on and you know what I'm saying, any advice, people in the chat, any advice, any suggestions, you know what I mean? I'm with it. Like I said, it's no fucking manual to parenting. And this is my oldest child. You know what I'm saying? So I never really fucking raised a man, and I'm raising the man like my father was raising me. That's another question. Shit, are we in a new time where you can't really just do the old school tough love thing no more? I don't know. I'm all about rules, regulations, and tough love, and getting physical if it has to get physical. I don't know about the love on them, and because I feel like it's kissing ass in a way. But maybe one of the sisters, go ahead, talk to me, Becca. Maybe one of the sisters can help
Yo,
me.
hold on.
Yeah, Becca, talk to us about raising like a boy in today's, because like
But it's
you're
not
going
easy.
through
But the thing is,
facts.
Makaya's only what? He's coming up to 7. So at the moment, he's still really young. So, and obviously he's at that stage where like he's just lovely, isn't he? Like he loves everything. He's just a lovely little boy. So he's teenagers. When he gets to teenage, I worry.
That's the
That's what.
problem.
That's what I
That's
worry.
when the testosterone and all of that starts
hmm
flowing. that's when you're messed. Yeah, when they got too much energy and not nothing to do with it, that's when that's when we have the problem.
That's what I'm concerned over, is when he reached teen. That's why I left Hackney, Lady D, purely because my baby father, he's got not a very good background, in and out of prison, part of Pembury gang. Do you know what I'm saying?
Same story everywhere. Yeah.
So I was like, do you know what? I can't let my son walk the same path. So for the sake of me, or for him, that's why I ended up moving. That's one of the reasons why I moved out of Hackney. I wanted that because I didn't want to have, because you, as we already know, the environment and the adults and the friend groups you have has an influence on you as a child.
I put it down to society, Becca. I wholeheartedly, when I hear people blaming parents, I'm like, so what about the people, like, for instance, what about the parents like
environment
you
has a
that are
big
doing
thing.
the best, and you're doing the best you can, you're giving your child the best teachings from home that you can, you're trying to lead them in the right way, but society gets a grip. All of that shit you've taught them's gone out the window, you know. Let's be clear about it. They forget, remember, your child's a different person outside of the home than they are in. And I don't think people accept that. They think, oh, but I know my child and my child never. But you don't know what your child's doing once they've got left that front door.
The thing is, you know what is, Lady D? I think a lot of parents tend to forget what you were like when you was a
Facts.
Yes.
What the fuck? What was you doing when? Because I know what I was doing when I was a kid, and the shit that I was doing, half the shit my mum didn't fucking know. So.
Nah, you're right, Becca. You're right, Becca, because like I said, all the women in my life was asking me tonight, like, Born, how are you so calm? Like, you're just so calm. And I'm like, because I know what the streets do. I know what the streets do, man. Yes, they shot you. Okay, are you dead? Okay, no, bro, this is a lesson. It's just like me. I didn't have to call my parents with the get shot phone call, but shit, I had to call and say, look, Mom, I'm locked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, anybody, anything that y'all can do to help me will help. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I know what the streets do, and that's why I'm thankful that you got your life, son, because I know people who got shot that they didn't come back.
They didn't come back. Yeah, exactly.
And this should make you this should make you straighten up.
Yeah.
Morning,
Ultra.
What up, Ultra?
Yo, big up everyone in the building.
Big up.
See, this is what we need, the men that have the children to be talking to us. Yeah, man.
My son is 18 years old. He got shot tonight. Thankfully, it's in the leg. Nothing too serious. Couple bones shattered in his ankle.
Wait, whoa. Pause. I don't know what's going on. Are we playing or what?
No, it's
big and serious, Ultra. This is why we're having a conversation, like, about parenting and children and raising them and trying to keep them out of society's just ways of swaying them. Like, this is real. Like, it could be any one of us. It's already been me. It's already been me. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. So wait. Born, your son is alive, he's stable.
Yeah, he's in he's stable. They got him in the hospital for the night. You know how they do. They told me to go home, get some rest, and in about 3.5 hours, I'm gonna go back up there.
Okay, all right, that's the first thing. Okay, like, do we know the circumstances surrounding the shooting? Like, was it police? Was it accidental drive-by?
More than sort of like that. More of the drive-by situation.
Do you know what? Right, I obviously I can't think of, like, I can only imagine the trauma that you're going through. I can only imagine how afraid your boy is. I don't know what we can do about all of that. The only thing, like, my immediate comment that springs to mind is, this is why y'all need gun control down there. Like, I
just think it's in it.
But Ultra, that's kind of a cop out, because we're here in the UK and we don't have any form of gun policies, and yet we've got a whole pandemic of gun crime.
No, but this is the thing, Lady Divine. This is the thing. You say we have a pandemic of gun crime. We don't.
I believe we do where I'm from. Every other week, every other day, about every other week, sometimes 3-4 days in a row.
No. All right, look. Do you know what? Actually, I say, when you say pandemic or epidemic of gun crime in the UK, Lady Divine,
in the hoods, yes, it's an epidemic at this point. Because before it was an epidemic of of stabbings, but now I'm seeing more and more gun crime happening more than stabbings, to be fair. It's starting to be something that we're normalizing, and I don't understand. And we don't even have gun laws here. How are the youths getting a hold of these
we do have gun laws, and that's exactly
they're
the
not
point.
allowed. That's the only law we
it's
have.
illegal.
Yeah, that's the only law we have.
The law in England is guns are illegal. You get caught with one, you're going to prison for a long time.
But not even that. There are exceptions to that. Like, for instance, farmers and
No, they can have shotguns, but they have actual licenses.
And hunters, licensing and hunters and blah blah blah.
And I think the airport people they can have the gun.
I'm saying, even though Lady D, look, I'm not. Obviously, I'm a little bit naive from time to time because I don't live in the hood anymore. But I do understand what's going on, because remember, my dad's from Kilburn, right? And but this is the thing, Lady D, this is the thing. Even where my dad lived in Kilburn, it wasn't in the hood.
So he wasn't from South Kilburn then. He wasn't from the estates, right?
No, do you know
you know what it's called now? It's called South Killy.
Oh
it's
shit.
in the name. So when I say epidemic, I'm not even joking. Like it's mad out here in these streets.
And this is the thing though. If you but again, Lady D, if what I'm saying is kind of ringing true then, because when you come out of Kilburn Jubilee line station, you turn left and go up, shoot uphill, and then you turn left, right? That's only houses. There's no estates up there, right? But if you come out of
Kilburn, that's the posh part of Kilburn.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So that means all of this gun crime and all these fights and shit, that means it's contained to within estates between rival gangs, right? Now, whilst I still don't agree with that, it's contained. Whereas I'm saying, if you grew up in the hood, then you know that staying in the hood is not an option for your children. I'm telling you, people, listen, as parents, it's imperative that if you grew up seeing certain things, you now have the benchmark of what not to do, right? And for me, it's easy.
But is that an option for everybody to alter? Let's be realistic now. Not everyone has the option to leave the hood. Not everybody has the finances to do that, you know.
Lady D, not only that, we mentioned it yesterday on Jed's, like the housing with the council. That the council was sending people out of London to the countryside. So you're not avoiding the situation, you're just moving the situation.
Let me give you even better than that. Some of them are not even moving out of the hood or moving out of London. What's happening is the council, where I believe were from my ends, I'm going to speak for Northwest anyway. What actually happened for North, when they knocked down the estate, like Stonebridge Estate, when they knocked it clean down, what they did then is they rehoused some residents that wanted to stay, and others took the option, whoever had bought their properties from before, the option to take the money and leave, and a lot of them left, in it. So it was mainly council tenants still around in social housing. So what they then did was took rival gang people from different family and put them into a rival area. So now you've got one end of, you've got north side, you've got south side. You can't go from one side to the other. So when I'm saying, like, for me, I say can say them because it's crazy. I'm as a woman, I can go anywhere fucking where I want. But when I'm putting myself in a boy's predicament, if I've got a youth that I'm beefing from I don't know, South or Kilburn or Petrol or whatever, and then they've now placed that family that I'm beefing into my end, you're living on
eggshells.
Basically, what I'm saying, yeah.
See, the thing is with that, if I'm honest with you, it's easy for anyone on the outside to say, just get out of there. But I do realize that there are barriers. There are barriers there, like financial barriers, work and relationship commitments. I get it, right? But if this is the thing, if leaving the house is a problem with for your children, then it means you have to accompany them whenever they leave the home. And again, it sounds lovely and easy, but if you've got work commitments, 2 and 3 jobs, like, is it possible? Nah. However, I feel like is it not possible you can send baby to go live with grandma and grandpa who live elsewhere? Because this is the problem. What I realize is, I think it's something the Catholic Church said. If you give me a child until they're 7, and I'll have them for the rest of their lives. Because those informative years that fucking shape and mold a child's mind. So if they're growing up in a war zone, chances are they'll turn out to be NSTACs.
Like the environment, right? They represent the
And
environment.
This is the problem. So if we know that the environment is stale, or the environment isn't conducive to a healthy, well-balanced mind, we have to do something. Like, sometimes it means that you ain't going to be happy. But I would always recommend sacrificing your happiness for the progress of your children. So if it was like, I don't know where this South Kilburn is. Is it like St. Raph's and them sides there?
No, like South Kilburn's actually in Kilburn. All right, see, like how can I describe South Kilburn?
What
You know where Queen's
Kilburn,
Park train
Park?
station is? Queen's Park train
Park.
station.
Yeah.
If you walk straight down, I think it's called Cartonville. If you walk straight down, you'll see, like, you can't see it no more. I think there's a couple of high rises still left, but the majority of the high rises have been taken down. And again, they've done the exact same thing in all the estates. They've knocked down, or whether it's Church Road, Stonebridge, whichever one you want to go to, they've knocked down the buildings, put up new nice buildings, but they've mixed up families so badly that we've got one side that they've got families that are beefing in the same area, in other words. So it then becomes a warfare. Even in the new nice looking buildings, it still becomes a warfare. When I'm telling you people are coming now, it's got to the point now where you can't even have 9 nights and no shootings don't happen at a 9 night. That's when you know I can call it a pandemic. I really can.
And this is the thing. How do you get over that 9 story, Lady D? Because like I said to you, at that point, then it means we're not just battling rival families and postcodes and blah blah and drug tech. No, what we're battling is a fucking mindset that is toxic and fucked up. And the problem is, if it's a child that has grown in an environment that feeds this and it's become normal, then it will be normal.
Learn behavior.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. How many times have we heard the parents like be in a burning building and say, "Please, just catch my baby"? And it's that mentality that I fully understand and fully agree with. Get the child out of there. Send child, even though you have to separate, send child to go live with grandma or granddad, or like Monday to Friday, even school days. Register the child with grandma and grandpa and send them to a school up there, and then weekends you go grandma's and go see the child. You understand what I'm saying? And in that way, you can bang out a little work Monday to Friday. You can even work from home now because of the pandemic. It's a lot easier to work from home. And then weekends, y'all go up to grandma's to go see him and blah, 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 blah. Like, listen, I'm sorry, the welfare of your children has to come first. It's difficult for born rich as well, because like you can buy guns in the equivalent of Asda.
True.
In this, like, it's nothing. Like, we will pick up cereal and fucking Fruit Loops, and Americans are picking up fucking bullets, for fuck's sake. It's insane. I don't know how America's going to get over that or sort that out, because the gun thing is already out of control. Whereas at least with the gun thing in the UK, it's contained. Lady D, I would ask you, how many times has a school been shot up since Dunblane in the UK?
Yeah, true. It hasn't, has it? It hasn't.
How many mass shootings have we had? Americans are having mass shootings every other month. How many people have run up into their school with guns and tried to murder everyone and all this shit? We don't have that problem here. So it's easier by orders of magnitude. If you don't live in the hood, it's a lot easier to avoid it. Now, I'll be absolutely honest with you. I grew up in the most socially deprived area in England. It's called Hackney. It ain't like that anymore. But I knew what it's like. I knew what it's like to be poor.
You
I
see
knew
that?
what it's like
Can
to
you
be
see the
rough.
screen?
Rough.
Yo,
Yeah. Oh,
that looks bad, man.
yeah. And did it?
It went right through his leg.
Yeah, it looks like it went right through.
Yeah, it did.
And if his bone shattered, he's going to be on crutches. He's going to need all
For a
kinds of
while.
fucking physiotherapy. Like, he can't be an athlete anymore. Like, he's going to be confined to an office now. Or, like, not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but if he had aspirations of being basketball or baseball or whatever, you know, American sports, football, American football, sorry, it's difficult. But I'm sorry, Born Rich. I know this is horrible to have happen to you, but your boy's alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Your boy's alive, brother.
Facts.
Like I said, I know it's horrible. And I'm not even gonna lie, my heart is hurting me right now because I'm thinking, like, your boy's been shot. I can't imagine that pain. But if you have the opportunity to go to the hospital to speak to him and tell him how you love him and bust joke with him and bring him some food because hospital food sucks,
Yeah,
like, you have that opportunity. So I think at this point, that's something we have to lean on. I would just say, try if it's like one of those random things. There is literally nothing we can do about it. However, if it is a thing where maybe he's hanging around with the wrong crowd, or maybe the he might not be, but maybe the bars or the restaurants that he go to are in a sketchy area.
Ultra, I'm leaning towards hanging around the wrong crowd doing some bullshit
and got dragged into something. Yeah,
I'm not saying dragged in. You could have put yourself on front line for some bullshit, but whatever you've been doing is some bullshit, bro.
But do you know what, Bull Rich? Men are hard of hearing. Sometimes we need a good raw blood clot licking in your pussy to
Sometimes that doesn't work either, though, Ultra.
No,
Like
sometimes
but like what we were
you need
saying
a bumper
earlier,
clot licking
sometimes
your
that
head
doesn't
to
work.
wake up. No, but sometimes something has to happen to men that is serious for us to learn. Yeah, and hopefully this is it. Hopefully this is it.
Yeah, he might have an epiphany.
Yeah,
that's me, Ultra. That's what I'm thinking. What is the lesson he's gonna take away from it? Hopefully, this was so fucking life altering that it changes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
But no, I'm in agreement with Lady D. I mean, certain kids respond to like things differently. My children, I don't beat my children. I mean, I have smacked my children if they've taken it too far.
Okay. Hey, let's don't get indicted on this YouTube.
Oh no, it's not illegal.
Beat
It's not
them,
illegal.
brass. Was it beat the, what's it about the raw dance being the what? What was it again?
Spare this child.
But listen, but I'm not gonna lie, not all children are responsive to that, and this is what I'm saying. No. Like, you can beat them, but what's the lesson they're learning? That I'm gonna get some licks and I'll go back and do it again.
Exactly.
Or do we find an alternative where we're really reaching the cause of the issue, and the cause of the issue is mindset? Like, they're on a different mindset. Like
you know what it is, Lady D. It's like I said, I was having this conversation with someone the other day, and I was like, I don't put my hands on my children. Very, very, very rarely they'll get a slap. Very rarely. I don't less than once a year. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I don't need to put my hands on my child. I'll take your phone. I will cut off the internet. You're grounded. You're not going nowhere. Where are you going?
And you know the internet's the lifeline right now in these children.
Exactly.
All right, Becca.
The minute I turn off the internet and take my daughter's phone, because my daughter's 11 now, she's going to secondary school. She has a meltdown.
I threatened my kids I was gonna cut off the internet supply, but then I realized I wouldn't be able to get on StreamYard, so I thought nah.
But the thing is, you know what, Lady D, with my daughter's phone, because she has a Samsung, I've got a Samsung. I've actually got this it's called Family Link. Yeah. And you can actually lock down the phone at certain times. You can assign how many hours a day they can have on the phone or even on the laptop. So that's what I do now. That's all set up. So the kids can only have their phones or the laptop for a certain amount of period of time, and it's locked off. They have to come to me now and go, "Oh, mummy, can I have extra time?" And then it's down to me whether I want to give you extra time or not. Depends on if you've been good or not.
Have you read your books? Have you read Marcus
Hold on,
Garvey?
family.
Have
Can
you
we just
read
get rid of that
Pan-African
person in the chats,
101?
please? Hold on,
Listen,
Ultra. Family,
come off the
you know what to
internet.
do with that person in the chats, because obviously if they can't see why we're talking about this or
Yeah,
why
you
it's a
take
really,
those,
yeah, you
partner.
gotta go. You gotta go. Get rid
Hit
of
him
You
with
him.
the
gotta
hose,
go.
partner.
You gotta go.
Yeah, hit him with the hose,
And do you know what the funniest thing is, Lady Divine? I feel like the conversation that's being had is in the aftermath of one of our YouTube hosts' son being affected. Now, we're not
By
just like,
coronavirus.
oh, we hate black people and we hate cops. No, we're literally speaking about solutions to the fucking problem.
And then later on they'll be the same people turn around and tell us, what about black on black crime? When we're addressing it, you'll be the same ones talking about stop being victims and why we're addressing it. Like, we can't win. And I've
But you
noticed
can't,
that.
Lady D, this is the thing. I've been trying to show you slowly. I've been trying to let you see, right, that it doesn't matter what you say. You can address a problem, not just address it, but try to come up with solutions. And you're always going to get some pussy-o, right, who's going to have a piss and a moan at you. Fuck him, man. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, have a fucking heart, bro. The man could have lost his son.
Have some
But
humanity.
is that too much to ask?
That's what I said. Remember,
much to
Ultra,
ask?
me and you were saying it the other day on Vels. Have some fucking humanity, man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I don't think that's really inhuman, though. Isn't it? It's just,
What would you call it then, James? Or is it insensitive then?
yeah, I guess it depends how sensitive born is, isn't it?
Which, I mean, hold on, my bad. I stepped out. What my name getting mentioned? What happened?
Is that the Jimbo? Oh my goodness! How you just run up and don't even like do the salute?
So, salute everyone. Yeah, obviously,
he's gonna come and troll us now. That's why.
Obviously, speedy recovery to the little brother and that 100%. He should be good though. Anyway, like you said in it, so after the surgery, should be good. But yeah, no, I was gonna say though. Yeah,
Jimbo,
sometimes
hold on, one sec, Jimbo, one sec. Lady D, should I wear purple and yellow?
Put the socks down. We don't want to know. Put the socks away,
blue?
sir. No,
Wait,
sir.
pink
Put that
and
socks.
blue, or
None
purple
of
and
them.
yellow?
Why are you
They're not-
wearing pink or purple? Wear the
Because he
yellow
won't
and
just
blue.
get
At least
plain
then it's a
black
fucking
socks.
man socks.
He won't get plain black or
Fucking
plain
hell,
white. I
bro.
don't understand it.
Ultra
Wait.
pinky and his fucking pink
Yeah.
suitcase. Walk on, bro.
Man.
Yeah, that was a mistake, man.
Hey,
Broke,
hey,
man. You know this, Becca. Let go. Let
Hey,
go.
don't let anyone know that that's your duvet. That's your duvet, brother.
Huh?
So don't let anyone know that that's your duvet, brother.
It's not. That's my son.
James is
I was
little
leaning
shit, you
over
know.
it. Oh, wait. Hold on. Should I wear
He's a Lakers fan.
orange and purple?
Disgusting, Ultra.
Oh my God, Born.
Yeah.
Born. I'm sorry to say this, I'm sorry to say this, but what happened to your son is not the biggest tragedy that I've heard today.
What is it? Cotton singing a lie?
Russell
Cotton
Westbrook to the Lakers. Why are they doing this to me? Why are they doing this to me, though? What did I do?
We going
I don't
up.
deserve this.
Yeah, we going up, man. We finna play.
I do not deserve this.
Yeah, we gotta beat Brooklyn, man.
Bro, I'm all in with Brooklyn now. Fuck the King. Fuck it. Fuck him.
You said fuck the King. All right, well, we'll see, John. You gotta, you know what
Hey,
I'm saying?
yeah,
We gotta
hey.
put some money. We gotta put some money where our mouth is, though, John.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? Anybody can talk.
bro. Hey, listen, top comment, yeah. Kyrie goes to the Nets. Westbrook goes to the thing. It's the battle of the X's.
I like that. That's all. Yeah. We need Westbrook, man. But yeah, appreciate it, Girl Deep, man. Yeah, appreciate it. I appreciate it, Jimbo. Yeah, he'll be all right, man. He'll be all right. Like I said, man, I'm really nonchalant about it because, like, that's what you get when you in the streets. It happens.
But is that a kind of a good attitude for us to have, though? Because we're getting. As I said, are we kind of normalizing that without realizing that we're doing that?
I'm not Lady D, but like I said earlier, like our last conversation wasn't the best conversation before tonight. See what I'm saying? I saw little signs, and I see you don't want to listen to me, and it's a form of respect as a father that I feel I deserve. So when I'm not getting that respect as a father, and I'm respecting you as a young man, then I'll cut you off.
Can I? If so,
Oh,
I'm
Lord,
not really
have
a
mercy.
young man anymore, yeah. But I'm closer maybe than you guys are. So
You taking that fucking calling us old, you
No,
little
I'm just
spacey
saying that.
shit.
My
You
little bit.
calling us old?
I'm
Innit?
a
Like,
bit-
yo,
I'm
I'll
a
have
bit
you know, I'm only 34, you know, thank you.
I'm
Oh yeah,
23.
you're
I'm
22.
22.
Shit, I'm
Good.
22. Fuck out
Yeah, I'm
here.
But what I'm
23.
saying is, the only two, like, if I could look back and think, what would have made me change my behavior? Well, I know for a fact what would, and it's either me hitting some kind of rock bottom, so whatever I'm doing goes so bad that I'm like, fuck, or I see a clear path to success that takes me away from everyone else, that separates me. So some rich person giving me an opportunity to become, you know what I mean, a millionaire, and I see the path, you know, whatever it is, or find some talent, unearth some talent I didn't know that I had, that kind of shit. Or I hit rock bottom and I'm like, anywhere but here. Those are the only two ways I
But
would
James, in reality, like most youths are not thinking with that kind of mindset. They're just thinking of the here and the now, paper chasing.
all you are thinking that, because all you, bruv, thing was saying, all good kids are good kids. All kids say, I don't want to smoke, I don't like the taste of beer, I don't like the taste of wine. But something changes, isn't it? There's always there's a moment, a seminal moment where your mind changes about something. And that is that $1 million plan, isn't it? If you find a quick way to make money, if you rob a phone and you're like, oh well, today I had money, I started the day fucking broke as hell. Now I'm fucking think I'm gonna do this every day.
Oh, James Jones, I fucked up. Yeah, I need you to represent me in court. Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
So
man.
stop taking out these pro bono cases, man, because you got born rich, now you got ultra. What the hell?
I got a case for you too, Jimmy. They trying to throw the brother Young Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? They putting some erroneous charges on him. So, you know what I mean?
We're gonna come down with the hammer on that one. Trust me,
And the
James
ladies
cannot
are
save
trying
that
to.
one.
The ladies are taking these completely false allegations, and
Becca, you're gonna be on our team, Becca. We're
really
gathering up our team. Becca's on our team.
Can I just say though about the whole child thing though? You do know, like,
take the vaccine,
psychologically.
Becca. Take the vaccine.
I'm not taking no fucking vaccine. They can shove that up their ass. But anyway, with the whole child thing, did you guys know that your frontal cortex, which is the bit of your brain that actually develops like what is it called? Long term effects, like you know, like long term consequences. That's what tells you that, oh, if I do this, this is what it's going to affect. Unfortunately, that frontal cortex of your brain is not fully developed until you're like 25, 26. So that's why so that's why when we're kids, that's why when we're in our 20s, we do all this stupid shit and not even think about the long-term consequences.
But you say that, but I bet every single person had a friend, or every single person had like a family, like you go to their house and you're like, oh, I wish they were my parents, you know, I wish they was my
Yeah, every person's gone through that.
And that kid, whenever you'd have some crazy ass fucking plan, he'd be like, nah, I gotta go home, I can't do that shit. That's insane. Like, he always seemed to know what was right or wrong. And guess where he is right now? He's fucking somewhere better than. But the main point is there's two things that, this is my assessment, innit? Like, he had an opportunity that either someone helped him to see that was the best way to do it, or he was forced into seeing that was the best way to do it, or something really, really bad happened and he was like, anything but this. And in that moment, that opportunity got offered to him. Like, when you see some people that are apprentices, like, I know some people that, like, their life is decent now, like, just really good, you know, like they've got some kind of trade, they're chippy fucking spot, something, right? And you kind of like, Ray, you were not the kind of person I would have imagined would have ended up doing this. But obviously something happened, didn't it? Where they just like, you know what?
I ain't gonna lie, Jimmy. Even growing up in my life, bro, I know I did some bullshit, but when I seen like fucking basketball players that was best, you know what I'm saying? The best high school player in the closest 5 states around me fucking go to jail for 8-9 years. I'm like, what the fuck what happened to him? What made him throw that shit away? Because before he went to jail, he was the fucking best bat. He was on top of the world.
Trust me.
But something shifted. I ain't gonna lie, something shifted in my son, man. Mainly this summer, but a little bit at the end of last year, man. Something started shifting. And I kept trying to talk to him. And then he just got to the age where he's like, yeah, I'm kind of done listening. And that's where we
Mm.
really start bumping heads. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he turned 18. So at 18, the law tells him it's like, yeah, you can leave if you're not happy here.
But do this fucking channel, man, and bring him in. He's young as well. Like he's more tech savvy. Like he'll be more better probably than you. He'll probably take it over. Do this shit, man. Give you a chance to bond and shit. Take him. You know what I mean? You can take him all around the state, the city, wherever you find in these spots that it'll help you, give you new ideas for your business. If you make some money like that, then you could throw him a bone with the new store that you open up. You know what I mean? Just think about it like that. Because when if a kid sees an opportunity, he's not like, unless you're saying he's fucking retarded, he's not stupid enough to think, what am I in the streets for? I'm in the streets for, fucking
The
girls,
fast
fast cars.
money, yeah,
I can
quick
have that.
money, attention from girls, yeah, all of that.
Yeah,
shit. All the shit you can
YouTube stars
attain.
killing it right now.
That's a fact. All the shit you can attain from other shit. I was telling
Fact.
him that about basketball. I liked it more, and that's another thing I told my son. I said, son, I'm watching the crowd. Man. You're not hanging around the hoopers no more. You're not hanging around the athletes anymore. You're starting to hang around this weird little crowd, and I don't know, and this weird ultra, because ultra's like send him to his grandmother's house, but my son's mother died, so I got full custody. But it's like I made an agreement with the grandmother that like every other weekend he can go over there. That's where he's getting into fucking trouble at. When he goes to Granny's. You know what I mean? Y'all
Yeah, it's
chop
tough,
it.
man.
This is my son right
Yeah,
here.
he-
Y'all talk.
Okay, boy, we got you.
Yeah, sure ain't
Yes,
easy.
but I think it's better than when you mentor it, because remember, we're not boys. We don't know how it feels to be boys and what men are thinking. We're more thinking from a woman's point of view, and that doesn't relate. So it's good to
Yeah,
hear
you
when
just
you
want
talk about it.
adventure. Innit? When you're young, you just want adventure. You just want to do adventurous shit. But you can do that without it being illegal. Like, it doesn't have to be illegal. But you don't have to be around people that, you know what I mean, are comfortable with breaking the law. It doesn't have to be that. It feels like that
but
because
Jake,
that's like
when you
easier.
was them sort of ages, you didn't think of long-term consequences, did you? You didn't think, oh, if I did this could happen. That didn't enter your brain at them sort of ages, innit?
I mean, you feel like you do, but then once you do the bad thing and you're looking back, you're like, God damn, why did I think of that?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You
I hear
don't know until afterwards. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. When with them ages, we're not thinking of like Look, I'm no angel. I've done a fair bit of fuckery. Do you know what I'm saying? But now at this age, when I look back, I think, what the fuck was I doing? Because
Yeah, but
obviously,
that's I say that about shit I did last week. What the fuck is this? Why would I do that? You know what I mean? But no. I mean, I get your point. Though. I agree with that shit about brain development. But for young, I feel like sometimes, like I feel like a lot. I feel like a lot of emphasis. Like this is a weird example, but when I used to have these debates about the grooming gangs and that, like every child in Rotherham isn't at risk of being groomed because some youths are not out on the roads at 11 p.m. Some youths aren't smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol. Some youths aren't in chicken shops chatting to 50-year-old Asian men by themselves. You know what I mean? And some youths are. At some point, people have to start taking responsibility, and it's like your child's values are instilled by you, innit, from when they're young. So if your child at some point values money, and the best way to get money is by doing X and Y, you have some, like, even though you may be like, oh, I'm at work and boom, 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 and you have some, like, you know what I mean? You have something, because there's some kids in my school that didn't give a shit about Jordans. That's not what they cared about, bro. They don't want Jordan. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so how good is their parenting? What's his name? Nishal. So some kid in my school, bro. This kid was an animal. 90% in every, like when you thought your grade was good and you heard what he got, you're like, this fucking guy. It's fucking. But
you just crushed your whole dream thinking you got a good grade.
He lived for that, right? So we're playing sports. So our thing is like sports, or when Man United wins the league, I get to come into school with my Man United kit on. He don't give a shit about that, bro. That's all he cares about. His values are different. So it's like parents, And like the majority of good, let's be real, though. The majority of kids are good.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of kids ain't stabbing each other in the street. It's a minority. The majority of black kids, white kids, whomever, like they're not killing each other. That's not the case. It's not the majority of black kids are out here fighting or
No, it's just a
stabbing.
group.
No,
Yeah,
it's just
to
a group,
certain
and it
group.
depends. Like I said, it depends on the area you're in. So I might see
Mhm.
things completely different from somebody who's living, I don't know, in the suburbs somewhere in fucking, I don't know, because they're not living the same lifestyle. It's not the same environment, and that's what I mean about society. Like, I think society's got a lot to hold. So that I mean the whole community in that sense.
And this is such a random
Environment
question.
has a big influence. Environment's a big influencer.
Right, alright, Becca, you're near my age anyway, yeah. Did you used to watch Channel U and that back in the day?
Watch which one?
Channel U.
Oh yeah, come on, everyone did.
Hey, do you remember there was a song? Do you remember there was a clique called the Hectic Boys? Do you remember them?
Vaguely, yeah.
They were from Ipswich. Until Lady D, I don't know if you remember. Bro, they had hey, nah. Do you know what? I need to send the video to Board and get Board to play it. Them man dying, bro. They had like yeah, nah. Them man had me dying though still. They're like bare black youths and criminals and gangsters and road youths in Ipswich, like that's like said down in Ipswich, yeah.
I know, it's crazy. I mean, but now for me, what clinched it for me, what made it like 100% certified I need to leave Hackney was one day, because I lived in Shoreditch, like just off of City Road, and Shoreditch police station is like 2-3 roads down from where I live. And I was in my kitchen doing the washing up. 4 boys have pulled up on 2 mopeds, so two boys on each moped in broad fucking daylight in the middle of the street. They're swapping shanks, like big ass knives in the middle of the street. I was like, do you know what? Yeah, I need a kick, boy.
Well, like,
I need a kick.
Passing it to each other,
Literally
like one
pass,
game.
like swapping it in the middle of the street, like one boy, like the 2 boys that on sitting on the back, they both lifted up their shirt, pulled out these big ass knives and just swapped them, and then kicked. But you could see them swapping knives in the middle of the street. I was like, what is going on? Like, and this was around the same sort of time when when all these little dickhead gang members were going around on mopeds stealing people's phones.
What was this, like 2010 kind of time around?
No, it was only about how long have I lived here now? About 3 years now. So I'm talking about probably about 5-6 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I guess
And
it's weird time, innit? But I ain't gonna lie though. It's like what Lady D says. It's like if you know, and it feels like it never changes. It doesn't get better or worse.
No,
Right? Like, if you
stays the same. The same.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
The same stories, fucking same outcomes, man. Oh man.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
It
just
never.
a hard
What's he saying though?
hard one.
What's he
It's
saying,
like-
bud?
Huh?
Is he
Lady,
okay?
your mic's a bit crazy.
Oh yeah, he's okay. He's okay. They done put some shit in his IV, so he's talking. You know, he's medicated right now, but
he's high on legal meds.
He's scared though. I know.
Yo, those legal meds are the best ones, you know.
I know my son though, man. My son's scared, man. He's scared. Man.
Yo, that's what. Hey, bun.
I hope this shake his ass up, man. Cause
Yo,
I just hope this shake this ass.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is what me and Ultra was saying to you earlier, Rich. He might have an epiphany. This might be his epiphany. If he's scared, he's proper thinking about Wagwan.
Yeah.
Yo, listen. Clear strategy. Yeah. Get to fucking make a channel, either this one or a new one. Get to 100,000 subs. Put this little. I was about to say little nigga, but I'm not allowed to.
Please, not while he's laying in the hospital.
Yeah, put this little brother's picture all on that YouTube channel and say, look, now you can't be a gangster. They know where to find you, bro. So Joe, you're gonna get me killed. You're gonna get me killed fucking around the street.
That actually might work, you know. That's actually a
It
good
could.
genius
I'm
idea.
getting
It
money.
could.
No, but,
For real.
yo, more than that,
Bait
though.
him out. Bait you out his
But more
face,
than
put it
that,
all
yeah,
over the place. Yeah.
this like Joe, these little YouTube stars are the new real celebrities in them age for them age groups. Like
Mm.
they're the new guys, these
Influencers.
cool brothers. Yeah. So get him into that thing where and now you can give him a boost where when he looks back, he'll be like, oh yeah, no, my old man started all this stuff. Like, you know, we had like once we got to little 10K, 50K, 100K, I took it, I did my own little thing with it. Boom, boom. My old man was the reason for me getting there. Yada yada. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I think so many youths don't really have. Because when people say, "Oh, their parents are out of touch," it's like a parent. Like imagine imagine in your mind, you're like, my friend's bought a Mercedes. I believe I should be able to buy a Mercedes in 3 years, and then you got your parent talking about, you know, being an apprentice electrician. Don't get paid for the first year. Then the next year you might start getting paid. Then in 10 years you have a wife, kids, and then you may be able to get a Mercedes estate.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, I wanted the coupe now.
You're right.
I
And I
wanted
think
the
that's
coupe next
another
year.
thing I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him, look, man, you start fucking university next month. You should probably try to find your wife.
Facts.
You know what I mean? A
Facts.
woman will really help you get out of that street shit, man. I'm telling you.
Is
Well,
he
Right.
where's it the uni? Is it out of the area?
It's
Rich?
not. That's the problem. He
Oh.
chose to stay here, Becca.
Oh, see that. I think it would have benefited him more if he went
think
out of
so,
the
too.
area. Yeah.
but I ain't gonna lie though, one bag of people have been murdered over finding their wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of murders. They'll tell you it's about some other stuff, but you know what it's really about.
You know what it could have been like if he chose another area as well, Rich.
There's
Like
a lot of murder.
he could have like traveling. Traveling might be good for him. Experiencing other places. Do you get what I'm saying? Going into different communities and seeing
Yeah.
one with their communities. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
what I'm
The
telling
university
him.
thing.
That's what I'm telling him Born to do with his new channel, man. I'm saying, yo, make
Yeah,
a,
you two
you
can
know
do
what?
like a vlog or something.
You know
You know,
why I
like
say that though, yeah? Say but you know why I say that to
Yeah.
you, brother? Number one, you're an entertaining character, but you actually like being on camera. Like you do this shit for real. Like you do interview people from your community and yada yada. So it's if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it with an angle that makes you actual bread and helps your business. Why not? Why waste time? Why waste time on a live stream chatting to fucking, you know what I mean, people in the middle of the night when you could quit your day job and fucking help your actual business, your real business, and then also fucking eat nice food for free. Or not for free, but well, you get to free at some point. You'll get it for free. Why not, man? Do me a favor. Do one. Because of what happened today, do one episode.
Do one. Set up one. I got you. I can do that.
Do me one.
We'll set up one. See how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
But yeah, Rich, that vlog thing could be a good thing for you and your boy. You know, like on a weekend or something. Like you lot go to, I don't know, go for a day out somewhere together and film it, do a vlog.
You already
do something
do it with
together.
Maggie. He really does it with Maggie, so he's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna refresh. My mic is. I don't know what's going on. Let me refresh.
No, you're good now. You know, you're all right now.
Oh, she's all right. She'll come back. But yeah, get your son involved. That's another thing. I think like kids, even if when they're 18, they need distraction because if they get bored, that's when they start. You know was it that saying? Idle hands is the devil's workplace.
The devil makes work for idle hands.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. So like, get him involved in doing other things. Show him like, look, there's other things you can be doing. You know.
That's the thing, though. Like, you know, like, there's no great leader in the world. There's literally none who doesn't know another great leader, kind of thing. It's like you expect. Sometimes you expect kids, like, if you're not the one that's shown them the thing. Like, let's say your kid is great, yeah, and there's the one quality he has is something that you didn't give him and you didn't show him or her, yeah. He or she had to get it from somewhere. Like, it may not have been you, it may have been someone. that great quality they got means you're lucky. It could have gone the other way, where they got a bad quality from someone else because you weren't there to give them either good or bad, either the good or bad quality. So if you want your child to be a leader, if you want your child to be a successful business person, if you want your child to be studious, you have to show them how to do it, bro. They're not going to just, do you know what I mean? And if they do work out on their own, it's going to be a game of luck. It's going to be a game of chance. Because let's say they do work out on their own, they could also work out how to be a murderer or you know what I mean, or a bad kind of person. So you have to, if you're like, I want my kid to be a millionaire, show him how, at the very least, to go learn from a millionaire, and then show him how to at least go about one aspect of it, be it discipline, do you know what I mean, or whatever you believe let's say you think that your child should do, whatever. Because I know I know there are people that do the thing where their parents are like, you should have done this, you would have been a great. I know a lot of ball players who, now that they've failed, their parents tell them, oh, you were great, you was an amazing player. So why didn't you tell him when he was a kid? Why didn't you give him the confidence at the time when he needed it? Now it's too late. He's fucked up his ACL. He's out of the game.
And I hear you, Jimmy.
Who's doing that heavy breathing? Wild one.
Yo, Schiffer, man.
Behave yourself, man. What are you doing over the other side of the phone, man?
I born rich. I'm sorry to hear about your son, man.
Man, thanks, brother. Appreciate that, Chef.
Do you think that I born rich? I've been saying this for the longest time, yeah, because I don't live in the ghetto, like that. I live in the nice area, the suburbs, and it's not even that. It's not even more expensive. And I've been saying for the longest time, don't people see this as a problem? This ghetto mentality, living in ghetto areas.
Yeah. It ain't where you live. It's the mentality.
Sometimes I think it's not just. Yeah, I think you're right there. But it's like when you're living in ghetto areas, then you got this mentality of people, like, the ones that use the N-word every minute, got guns toting in their videos. And,
James.
I don't know. Like these kind of these gangland members and all of that, like Bloods and Crips, and they talk and walk a certain way and act with a certain attitude. I believe that unfortunately it's at our detriment, especially for our young men. So, like, for instance, my own son lives in southeast London. He lives in quite a good area, to be fair, sorry. But, even of recently, we've had some racist attacks and stuff that he was involved in being attacked by racists and stuff. Like, I'm moving my son out of that area, like that. My son's moving from there. In fact, he was going to move anyway because he's going uni this year. But, long story short, like, I think that, what we do as black people a lot of the time is we all pack up in the same areas. And a lot of the time, these areas are not necessarily the best environments to raise a child in.
Yeah, but I mean, these areas are they're affordable.
So isn't there affordable areas where there's not like murders and gang violence and stuff?
Maybe.
Yeah,
so,
but Schiffer, this is what we were saying earlier, right?
So,
this is what the councils are doing. The councils are moving these people to the countryside. That's not helping the situation. That's just moving the problem somewhere else.
Why you say it's not helping the situation? I'd like to understand.
Because it isn't, is it? Because it's still you still got
the mindset.
Yeah, exactly.
You're removing you take the person out the environment, but the mindset is still the same. So you're bringing just the culture with you, right? You're not stopping the problem. You're just moving the problem along.
So are you saying that black people can't change when they move to somewhere new?
Who said anything about black people can't? Like, where are you plucking these things up? Has anybody said anything along that?
I think, like we said earlier, a lot of times.
You said they're moving people out, yeah. You said they're moving people out, yeah. Now I'm only referring to born rich and referring to black people living in particular areas. So for you to make that statement, I'm only asking, are you referring to black people? So please, can you clarify?
There's a certain mentality, yes, it is prevalent in the black community, and it's a mindset thing. So if your end game is paper chasing, living for the one day to the next, and you take that person and moving out, that they're only going to find the same hustle in a different area. The mindset still hasn't changed.
I disagree. I think for some, I think for some of them, their mindset won't change because literally that's all they know, that's all they're worth, that's all they're ever going to be. But for the vast majority, I believe that you move them out of particular areas and put them in a different environment where, you know, they're not necessarily surrounded by people doing those things. I think there's a good likelihood they stop doing those things because they realize, you know, it's highlighted to them at that point just how bad they look, in my opinion. But
Right,
obviously,
I hear you,
to their own
Shifa.
opinion.
But listen, James was on earlier, and he was saying like, if you try to get them at a young age, and like, if the money thing, say for instance, they have the money thing, see, and they like give them an avenue where they can focus on getting that money. I.e., if he gave Born a very good example, like starting up a YouTube thing, getting him motivated, where money's you make it into a thing where you're both doing something and your interests have been moved. That for me is dealing with the mindset, tackling the actual problem, but moving. That's not addressing the problem, if you see where I'm coming from.
No, you're right. No, when you say
Yeah.
that, moving isn't addressing the problem. But you see what you just said there about attacking the mindset, yeah? Like I think it's got to be done in a much more it's got to be done a much more harsh way. Yeah, in a sense of, you know, the females who are ready to date guys that go out and commit murder, that talk about murdering people, that talk about going out and doing crime as a living. The females that are ready to date guys like that, you know, we should be talking down and looking down on them also. Yeah. And you know, the guys who you see the guys who's got this mentality now, yeah, what we have to start doing is we have to start blacklisting people. Yeah. Because you see, if my son comes to me with a certain mentality, listen, I've always said I would never disown my son for nothing. I don't even care if my son turned gay, I'm not disowning him. Yeah. But let me show you something. If you're doing certain types of badness, I'm shunning you. You're kicked out of this family until you change. If you're gonna be gangster, you gangster on your own.
All right,
You're
pause.
no
Can
longer part of this
somebody let
Hold
me
on, let
ask
me
a man
D,
to help me?
let it D, please,
Yeah,
please. He went right
yeah.
there, right? Shifa is
Go
actually
on.
speaking about my experience, right? So, like I said, Shifa, the last conversation I had with my son didn't end well, Shifa, because I had that same right. You know what I'm saying? I told my son, look, I'm hearing some shit out here in these streets. I don't like it. You need to come and have a sit down, man to man, face to face discussion with me. Shifa, that man blew me off. He fucking
Yeah,
blew
of
me
course it
off.
is.
So the next time I talked to him, I said, you know what? You can't, you know what I mean? You can't be here anymore. Like, if you
That's
don't have
right.
enough respect to me, but then Shifa, how does a father feel when that's the last conversation you had with him, told him he can't be here anymore, and a week later, you get a call and say he's shot and he's in the hospital.
You should feel the same way my mum felt when I thought I was a little bad boy and decided I'm going out a road. And my mum said, listen, you want to do roadman business? My mum found a knife in my drawer. My mum said, listen, you see this knife? I'm going to hand it in to the police. So take yourself out on the road. Don't make me see you back through these doors. When you decide to change your life, then come back around here. Yeah. And you see what? Within weeks, like you said, I was in whole heap of problems. Yeah. It only took so long before, do you know what? Hold on. I always had to move out of London. I was in so much problems that, you know, I was going to go jail or something bad was going to happen. So luckily, my mum gave me a second chance. She said, you know what, I'm going to send your black's backside down to the countryside where there ain't none of your black friends. You don't even really talk to white people like that. So you're going to feel ostracized. You understand? And that's exactly what she did. And it was the best thing she ever did for me. She's absolute genius. And this is what I'm saying. Born Rich, what you're doing is right. You have to stick to your guns, bro. You can't let them win in it. We have to discipline our children and make them know we are the authority. Forget about the police, forget about the government, forget about what anyone else has got to say. We are the authority. If you don't obey your father, there will be consequences. Yeah? Done and dusted. And I'm sorry that this happened to him, but he has to understand there will be consequences if you do not obey your father. Yeah? And I'm not talking about just listening and hearing what your dad said. I mean, obey. You know, like people obey the law. You have to obey your father, you know. And if your father
All
ain't
right, so
around,
Shifa,
guess
all right,
what?
well, Shifa, you're going on
Unfortunately,
your
your mum
rants. You're
can have to
going on
play
your
part.
rants. Okay, so speak to the
No,
people,
no.
Rav. Listen, help me out. Speak to the women. Say there's women in the chat or listening on a later date. Speak to the women that have no father figures in the child's life. Speak to those women now.
All right, for those women that have no father figures in the child's life, you see, one thing that I realized, my mum was actually a genius. Because my mum never liked my dad, you know. In fact, my mum and my dad didn't like each other growing up. But you see, one thing my mum always taught me, yeah, you need to know your dad. Furthermore, I'm just dropping you right there. I'm kicking you out of the car. You need to go and talk to your dad. When I was going on with badness and going on with foolishness, that was one of the main things my mum would make me do. Go and see your dad. Every time I go and see my dad, you see what? My dad was very liberal, you know. My dad would be like, if you want to ban a zoo. You want to drink a drink. But you see the moment you start talking about murder and bad boy isms, my dad will slap that out of you faster than anything you ever slapped out of you in your life. You understand? So only due to the fact that my mum was a very, very healthy-minded woman, yeah, she didn't block that experience. Now, for the dads that don't want to be in the child's life, there's nothing you can do. You better find a uncle, yeah? Because watch this. I had to say this to my little sister, yeah? No word of a lie. I had to say these same words to my little sister. Fair enough, the youth's dad is still around or whatever, but he's not interacting in a certain way. And he's not giving you the support that's necessary to teach this child certain things. So you best make sure that if anything happens, you call my phone then, innit? You best make sure you substitute that situation, because you can't allow this child to go out into the world and be dominated by, you know, gang violence and all of these other things, because by the time he gets bullied and, you know, two things happen to him, next thing he's going to be the knife killer. And you need to be very careful that, you know, he don't go from victim to knife murderer. Yeah. So I think it's very important that the mothers understand it's imperative that this child has a male role model in his life, regardless whether it's his dad or not. And if they're not going to make the effort, if they're going to make excuses, if they're going to say, oh, well, I've got to work or whatever it is, or whatever, I don't even care what it is. I'm not interested. If your child don't come first, then it's at your detriment, not mine.
Well said, Shiffer.
Okay, so now that Jiffer said his thing, what do the women want to say in response? Like, did you hear what he said? What's your response? Oh, 9, come through, sis. Sorry.
Yeah, Grand Risings family. Yeah, born. Obviously, I've read the thing. I'm like, what? And I've listened in a bit. So, obviously, first and foremost, you know what I mean? He's good, right?
Yeah, he good.
Yeah, give thanks, man.
Leg shot, no major arteries, shattered a couple bones in his ankle. So
mad thing. And that's why we always have to say when we wake up, we have to give thanks, you get me? Because no day's promised unto us. It's not a joke thing out here, man. But yeah, man, glad to know that he's all right still. For real. Must be frightening though, hearing them kind of phone calls or that knock on the door or however it come, man. That's
yeah. I hate to say it, not frightening, yes, but expected, yes.
Oh shit!
To say, I know it is, but I know as a man who
that's the worst.
That was
expected.
As a man that was in the streets, I ain't gonna say expected, but not surprised. I'll say that. That's a better word, better phrase. I wasn't surprised, because when you start going that way, that's what happens. Now, I was as a man, I was once a young man that was out there, and you know what comes with that. Definitely thankful he's alive. Like I said, this has to be the thing that shakes his ass up. It has to.
So that's quite interesting still, right? Because I just heard Schiffer say what he said and Rare this and that. And I know that you've got a relationship with your son, though, right? It's not like you're estranged or anything, right?
No, full custody of my son since he was 9. He's 18
right.
now. Yeah.
Right. So you've actually been his primary carer. So that's even a really good example, because I just heard Schiffer. You see what I'm saying to you? And as per usual, the woman gets the blame, no problem. But now we've got a situation here where Born Rich, which was actually bought. All right, I'll come back to you in a minute. But so, all right then, Schiffer. So what do you say to this situation where Born Rich was actually the primary carer and male?
That's the one I was talking about. What I was saying is that his son needs to obey his father. Yeah.
No, I understand.
And I'm not blaming the women. I'm not blaming
one second, Shift. One second, Shift. Let's have a conversation. Yeah.
Take it down the notch and let's have a back and forth and discuss this. Yeah. Go on.
Because now it could be argued that you can have females listening. Yeah. You get me? Now, obviously, it's always spoken about in terms of a male presence, this, that, rare, that. Yeah. Born has been there. You see what I'm saying to you? So now I'm saying, what is it after that then? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because if you have a situation where the male is actually the dominant person, You know what I mean? And there's still, let's just call it whatever, problems or loose ends. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying to you, Shifa? So I'm really highlighting that just
Did
to
you
show
hear
you
what I
to a
said to
point.
Born? Did you hear what I said to Born? Did you actually?
About
I think you heard
yeah,
one
yeah,
part of it.
yeah, about the respect and he must obey, etc., etc. Absolutely.
That's not. What did I start with? Do you remember what I started with? Because I think you're making me go back to the beginning of my sentence, and that's why I'm asking. Did you not hear the first part?
We
Go on,
heard it,
man.
Shifa, but guess what? Because it was a bit long, remember I had to jump in and pause you and ask you about, so what about the women then? It's hard to go back to every
Oh,
single word you said, but we got the
all right.
sentiments and
Thank
stuff.
you.
Yeah.
So thank you, Lady D. Thank you for pointing that out. I first attacked the situation with Born Rich and his son, and then Lady D asked me to specify for the ladies them. So it wasn't that I came in and went on some tirade about women and how they should be raising their kids. It wasn't nothing like that. It was Lady D specifically asked me to give
Yeah,
the
to
women
speak
some
to the
advice.
single women that are
Thank,
maybe
thank
listening
you.
or,
That
will
wasn't
be
the point
listening
I
later
came up to
on.
make, though.
Yeah.
All
And
right,
the
cool,
reason and the
cool.
reason why I asked you that,
I'll
Shifa,
negate
because I
that
wanted
point,
to,
but my other point
yeah.
still stands regarding the fact that Board is in this situation as the main male. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So it just goes to show that sometimes, you know, it's just occupational hazards of having children sometimes, man. That's the point I'm making. But
Even worse
anyway.
still, sis, and a lot of the
Did
ones
you
that
hear
I'm
what I said
seeing
to
of
Born Rich that he
lately
needs to
are
do?
coming out of two-parent households where the male and father, the man and the woman is in the household, and yet there's still the same occurrence. So this is what I mean. It can happen in any situation. You can come from a
Indeed.
two-parent household, a
One,
single-parent
Did you hear
household
what?
with just the mother, or a single-parent household with just the father.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Maybe balanced. You know what I'm saying? Not, I mean, not even pointing the blame, but yes, maybe my son could have used a little bit more balance. Especially me, I could have been a little bit more balanced. Like, I kind of I agree with Schiffer on the tough love. I've always took the tough love approach, always, to the point where women had to tell me, Born, like, I mean, soften up a little bit. It's like, no, it's gonna be tough love for my son because I know the fucking streets. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna
So
care
do you
about my
think
son like
retrospectively you were too stern, Born Rich?
I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe so. I ain't gonna lie,
Nah,
man.
Born.
Mm.
But can I add
Nah,
this
I
into
deal
the
B.
with
mix though
myself.
quickly, just
Nah,
I
to
do.
B.
address a bit of
Hold
Schiffer's
on, real quick,
yeah.
ladies, right? But nah, yeah. Sometimes I sit with myself and say, "Damn, Born, were you too stern? Were you too stern? I don't know.
Oh, we're not stern
I don't
enough.
know. It's no manual to it. I feel like I am raising him like my father raised me, which was based
Exactly.
on a lot of tough love. I will baby you it sometimes, but for the most part, it's tough love over here, man. Don't
Ah, Born
disrespect
Rich.
me.
You just
I
But
won't
what?
identified it
Let me
now.
ask you
disrespect
one
Hold on, guys.
question
I've got
though.
one
Oh
more
shit.
question. I've just got one
Was
more
there a
question
Oh
female
quickly.
shit.
balance to that tough love, Born?
Yeah, I've had like I said, I've had two other children. So yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right. So
But
you
I
know, in
just
terms of
quickly
that kind of good.
hold on, sister. I quickly want to just Shifa thing before I lose it out of my head, yeah. So Shifa, I heard when you was going on your little thing, your
Not
monologue,
little.
yeah.
No, not a
Yeah.
little. Just having just saying stuff. When I was
All
saying
right, you don't
stuff,
need
what
to
did I
interrupt
say?
every second, Shifa. Just wait till I get it out, innit? So what I'm saying is that when you was going on it, um you mentioned about kick them out and whatever, but I can tell you and I can point to you many a testimonies of youths that said that they've been kicked out, and because they get kicked out, they have to become, you know, beasts in this concrete jungle. Like it's made it actually worse, where they've had to get it
Mm.
however they get it,
Oh.
get up, make their money however, and actually the kicking them out is not actually a good solution.
No, that's the misconception. The misconception is that you just kick them out in the same area. That's the misconception. What we have to do is these kids that are bad boys in their area or whatever, what you need to do, send your child to a different country, send them somewhere far from their situation and give them some time to reflect. Take them out
Yeah,
of
but
their
Shifa,
community
you can
and put them in.
appreciate though that your mum might have
Go
been
on,
in
you
a
go, you go, you
fortunate
go.
position to be able to do that, right?
No, she
Do you know what
weren't.
I'm
No,
saying?
she was not. No, she was not. She was not in a fortunate position to be able to do that. My mom can't afford all of that.
No, what
Did
Zoe's
you?
is
But
asking, hold on, what she's asking is like certain families might not have the same like support networks or wider family or money or financial stability in order to do that. So what happens to those particular people that can see their children are
Mm.
struggling, but they don't have the support network or the money or whatever is needed to get their children out of that predicament? That's what she's
Well, they
trying to
got two
ask.
choices. they got two choices. Either they find the money in a support network, or they just use that as an excuse and allow your child to end up wherever.
That's a little bit simplistic, with all due respect, Chipper. Like, seriously, that sounds a little bit simplistic. I'm not gonna lie.
Why you say that?
Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Why you say that?
I'm so
Why do you say
I,
that?
I appreciate that the choices are there, but you've also got to appreciate that not everyone's in that sort of situation, Chipper. You know what I mean? You got people out here in these communities, they're just one up, literally, no support.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? Especially if
How
they're
does
not
that
even
work?
from England and all of these things. You know what I'm saying to you? So, you know what I mean? I don't think we can be. Say that again, Bob.
Like, in what why is that why does that help reflect on the conversation? I don't understand how that affects the situation.
Because if the mother's not in a predicament where, say for instance, if it's a single parent mother, I'm just going to use it because that's 9 times out of 10 the case, yeah. Say if it's a single parent mother who has no support network or who has no financial stability and their child's suffering, and they can see it, they acknowledge the problem. It's not like they're doing their best, whether they're doing the grounding, the slapping or whatever, but the child's still insistent. How does she then get herself? Remember, she probably got other children as well. So it's probably more than likely not just one child, probably like 2 or 3 others. How is she then supposed to help the child that needs the help but doesn't have the financial backing or the support system to help her?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I answer now?
Yeah,
I'm
go
going to be
on.
honest. I believe if you're talking about a single mother who has no ties to anyone else in the area, she's in a better position. Because guess what? You can move yourself and your child. In fact, you never have to live in the ghetto ever, because you ain't got no family there. You ain't got no connections there. So black people, stop moving to ghettos, innit? It don't make sense. And if you move your child to a ghetto and you're a single parent, a single mother who's come from a different country to England, and you decide to go and move you and your child into the ghetto, then unfortunately you can blame yourself, in my opinion.
But you're saying just to move, and this is what I'm saying. Say if it's a woman, right?
No,
I
I'm
think you're
saying
being very.
don't move to
I
the
think I
ghetto.
agree with Nanifa. You're being a bit
That's what I'm
simplistic
saying.
with it. So let's look at it like on a real life situation. Say if it's a single mother on social housing, probably living from one benefit to the next, doesn't have probably is either got family abroad or probably doesn't even speak in levels with their family, where she doesn't have a support network. We don't know the predicament. We're just guessing. And she can't just get up and move, Shifa. She'll have to wait for the council. We know that housing shortage is already extreme. We know you can't just pick up and just move just like that and get yourself out of the ghetto. What is her options? Help me out.
What outside of London, you can just pick up and move. Literally, there's so much social housing outside of London. It's ridiculous. And secondly to that, what I want to say is this: we need to dispel this myth that single mothers, are like, why do they have to live in the ghetto? I just don't get it. It don't make no sense. I see loads of single mothers
because
around
you
here.
don't get to pick your home and where the environment or the borough you live in and on social housing. You get what you
Yes, you
give them.
Listen, if you
I'm
come
sure.
from a
Does
different
anyone hold
country,
on?
yes,
I'm not
you
going to
do.
argue with you, Shafar. Does anyone know how social housing works and if you get to
I
choose?
do. My mum used to work for the council. I used to work for the council. In fact, my mum used to be the housing officer. The housing officer. Imagine that. So the housing officer. Do you think the housing officer role is good enough for someone who actually dictates and knows the ins and outs of housing people and why they're housed and how they're taken out of their housing? How to maintain their housing. Like, not being funny, sis. You as a British citizen, if you wanted to live anywhere in this country other than London, you can, and it would be easier for you. So when I see people like, for instance, black people, you're saying that a black woman comes over to England and she decides to move into a ghetto area, like in London, South London or wherever, she didn't have to move there. She's made that decision and has made a bad one. And what we need to
Who
understand is the
decides
same
where
thing.
people are
I'll come
housed?
to it. One second.
I'm
G.
trying to
One
get there
second.
with
One
him, sis,
second.
but I'm
One
going to let
second.
him
Let me just
finish.
say one more sentence. I'm going to say one more sentence and I'll let you ask your question. What I realized is with the women is this year, I've seen this with a few women as well, where they're sending their child to school, and this isn't all women as well, but I don't take it as all women. I'm just talking about a few women that I know, not the majority, a few, They're sending their child to school in particular areas. When you say to this woman, do you know what? Don't send your child to that school. Because you see what? That's a bad boy area. Your child going to be involved in badness before you know it. These women, oh no, but it looks like a good school. And I went down there and I spoke to the teachers and I was really impressed. And it's like,
when people can't listen, like, and I'm not trying to diss women here, but sometimes it's due to not having a man around as well. Because I believe that women sometimes they need that male authority in their life, not ruling over them, but just as a backup.
All I'm going to respond to that and say is 9 times out of 10, normally the housing officer contacts the woman on social housing. They say, we have a property here for you to go and look at. She goes and looks, she's got 2 options. Either she takes it or she doesn't. There is no picking, Chifa. You don't choose. That's all I can
Oh,
say.
you really believe that? Because I can tell you this right now, Lady Divine, yeah. I know someone, yeah, who's on benefits, yeah, who signed up for a housing benefit, whatever, bam, found their own flat, found their own things, and moved in, and they're paying their rent, and didn't have to go through no social worker, no housing officer, none of the rest of that. So
That's
in
private
Britain,
Is that a
accommodation,
council
though.
all
estate?
right.
Is it a
So
council
thank you,
apartment, bruv?
So thank you, sis. In Britain, you can literally, if you can find yourself a landlord that will accept benefits, you can go private. You
Right.
don't have to rely
Now
on
you're
them.
all right. So now we're speaking. But now, okay, now. So a lot of those landlords, it could be argued, that take housing benefit. What areas are they in, Shifa?
In all areas, to be fair.
I don't think so,
I think
Shifa.
they're
I
mainly
think the
in
more
deprived areas that
prominent areas,
right.
they're telling you straight, no HB. So
It
no,
depends
we
where
are
you are. If
talking
you're in London,
because
yeah.
most
If
persons,
you're in
Shifa. So
London,
are
yeah.
you telling me? Hold on a second, Shifa. Are you telling me that you think that there's women out here or couples out here, whatever the case may be, who have the opportunity to move into more luxurious areas, but they're choosing to stay in the ends?
I would say that, yeah, I'd suggest that.
Yeah, I've thrown in the
Do you
towel at
agree
this
with that,
point.
Divine?
No, I've thrown in the towel. I
Yeah,
can't.
you've got a very, very, very
Can
bleak
I
picture of us, guys. Seriously, it's mad.
so my situation now, yeah, I've had my permanent council house, property since 2010. Back then, there was what they used to have called a bidding system. So they would put you in temporary accommodation, which could be a hostel or a flat or whatever you got given, and you'll stay there and you bid. Yeah, but you can only bid to obviously to in the area that you've applied for, which obviously at the time I was living in Hackney, so it was Hackney that that's what I was bidding in. Obviously, I think I went to see 3 different properties. The first 2 I turned down, didn't like it. The third one I accepted. I was third on the list because I think how they worked is 5 people will come see the property and they have positions. So obviously you like have first, second, third, fourth, fifth position. If the first person turns it down, it gets offered to the second person. If the second person turns it down, it gets offered to the third person, and so on. I was the third person on my flat in Stamford Hill. Luckily, the first 2 people turned around and said they didn't want it, so I accepted it. Now, I've got my flat now. Everything's cushy, been there, had it for about 5 years. Now when I need to move, because it's no longer safe for me to stay in this property because of domestic violence, do you know how long it took? Still to this day, I'm still waiting for a transfer to be moved, my tenancy to be moved out of Hackney to a different borough.
It ain't easy, right? You just can't
It's not
pick up
easy,
it.
bro.
Thank you. That's
Right.
what
So
I'm saying.
Hackney tell me now that they cannot transfer. They have no out of borough properties. They can only rehouse me within Hackney. For me to be able to move my permanent tenancy out of Hackney, I need to do what is called a reciprocal, which means I have to apply for another borough and ask that borough to speak to the council to transfer my tenancy over. Now, where I'm living right now is in Ealing. In Ealing, their policy is I have to stay here 5 years before I can even think about applying for housing.
Yeah. Now, do you know what? I'm hearing the story.
And Becca, we're
and
not even including the fact of, remember, there's a whole housing crisis going on. We've got a load of immigrants that need to be housed. We've got people in bed sits and mother units, mother and baby units, women in domestic violent units.
And
Like,
that's what I was
I
going to
don't
add
know
as
what
well,
fairyland
Divine.
he's living in here. Like, I don't understand.
And that's what I'm saying, just to add to that,
in.
yeah.
I'm gonna tell
Becca's obviously saying that she's in a DV situation. Now, times gone by, that would have given you extra points or whatever. You know what I'm saying to you? But even there, look, they're saying 5 years regardless of the situation. So yeah, I don't know what man's talking about. To be honest, man, maybe you know what I mean. When your mum was a housing officer, maybe that's the way it ran and that. But like, it's under a conservative government. Are you mad?
No, it
Maybe
runs
under
the same.
Labour, them
It runs
things
the
were
same.
going on, but not now, brother. No way, man.
I hear you.
Man, you
I hear
got
you, sis.
people
And
in a 2-bedroom flat or whatever with bare people in it, boys and girls sharing all type of shit. They don't give a fuck. What are you talking about?
I hear you, man. Maybe, do you know what it is? Yeah, I tell you why I got my opinion. It's my grandmother. My grandmother was like this. She was like, she don't understand the British system, and she thinks it's a bit retarded, and she don't understand how the white people and the black people who are living here, they think that benefits is some advantage to them, you know, and being able to sign on and all of these things, they think that's some advantage. This is what my nan said to me growing up. She said, I'd rather suffer and struggle and make sure that I got my own before I rely upon them. But when you have to rely upon them, that's when you're not going to be able to take yourself out of any situation. They've got you in it.
Yeah, but now you're going somewhere else, Shifa. You know what I'm saying? And many of the people that you're even talking about, they got jobs. It's not even like they're down. They got jobs, man.
Exactly. So why can't they move?
Oh, Shifa.
But they don't want to. Thank you.
You know what,
You lot are making
Shifa? Like
excuses.
today you're
Thank
trying
you. I'll get
us.
on mute. You go.
Do you know what? You lot have got time to argue with donuts. I can't.
Big up Ultra. I wonder why James went quiet for so damn long.
You lot have got time to be calling people names and doing this match when we're having a serious conversation. Like, we're supposed to be grown-ups. I'm entitled
Shifa,
to
where is the serious conversation? You've
the
literally
serious
asserted
conversation
that
is the
your
one where people
opinion
ain't listening,
is
having a
already
decent
the
chat.
conclusion, Shifa. That's not a conversation. That's an exercise
Bro.
in intellectual masturbation. It's ridiculous. We don't learn nothing. In fact, you have just demonstrated that you're not prepared to take in new information. You do it all the time. And I don't see the point in having conversations like that. They're not conversations.
All right, listen, when you lot are done wetting the bed, let's get back to the convo. So the convo is, you know, what I was saying. Black people,
listen,
you know,
just quickly, when you go live,
who are
Nine,
living in
just keep me
certain
posted. Born, listen, brother,
cool.
big up
Thank
yourself, big up your son.
Thank you.
Speedy recovery and rare. I'm not talking to you, bro. Speedy recovery for your son, bro. Lady D, listen, you know where to find me. Please, please. Oh,
Big up
Becca,
Ultra, always.
please.
Yeah, big
You
up
see
the
what
Ultra
the thing
House.
is, I realize, that certain people are going to wet the bed forever and never deal with their problem. When you tell them they're wetting the bed, they're going to turn around and look at you in your eye and say, no, it was the teddy bear that did it. But you see, Born Rich, she's the only one right now that actually has realized that, you know what, we can't make excuses for everything.
I'm admitting to you right now. Listen, Shifa, brother, listen. I concede. I'm wetting the bed. I hold that L. Cool. Can we move on now then?
I wasn't actually aiming at anyone specific, but I'm just saying, if someone's got a problem, if there's an issue, the way to deal with the issue, like for instance, a child's going to a school and the child's getting bullied in the school, and the child goes home and says to the mom, you know what, people are bullying me, they're trying to hurt me, what is the best solution to that problem? Let's hear you lot's answers, because you heard my answers. Let's hear you answer something now. Come on, guys. What would you, Becca? What would you do, Becca? If your child said they was being bullied at school, what would you do?
My children have been bullied at school.
And what would you say is the solution to dealing with bullying at
Well,
school?
at first, I told them to obviously make the teacher aware. But I've always taught my children, don't start nothing. But if it comes to you, do what you got to do, innit? Defend yourself. My kids already know. Like, if you got to defend yourself, like, look, my kids know I'll have their back no matter what. As long as they're in the right on the situation, I'll always have your back in it. So I've said to them straight, if anyone troubles you, do you know what I'm saying? Just do what you got to do. And if anyone's like, don't go out and find trouble. But if it comes to you, then you just do what you got to do. Do you get what I'm saying? Because no matter what, no one can trouble you in it because I'll have your back. Told them that from day dot. My eldest, who just turned 16, she went to, she lived near Blackburn and all them sort of areas up there. She went to school there. So it's predominantly white and Asian up there. I think she was like the only mixed race kid in the school. And I think one of these white girls must have called her the N-word or called her a black bitch or whatever it was. Do you think my daughter was even thinking? She smacked her up straight away. When my daughter come and told me, I went, good. She deserved it. Who does she think she is?
Can I ask the rest of the female panelists, is that a sentiment you share, or are you against that behavior? I want to know your opinions. Because when I talk, I always get 10 million opinions after what I said, but can we have some female opinions on that? Other than
Schiffer, why are you always up here shit stirring? Like, what?
I'm
What
not,
is the? Why
I'm
is it
not
got to
though.
be a
I'm
man and
not,
woman beef?
seriously.
All
You
brother,
lot have
listen,
made
hear
ad
me out.
hominems at
Hear
this.
me out. No, Schiffer, why is it always got to be with you a man and woman beef or debate?
Because
Like, why?
it's fact.
Why?
Because that's the fact of life, innit? The fact of life is there's men and there's women, and there's different points of view and different opinions, and different points of views and opinions affect the world and affect the children and affect our growth as people.
Then Schiffer, you say that, and then when we have the conversations with you, you then pay it out. So, oh, the sisters come jumping on me, they came attacking me, and then you have us out here in these streets looking like we just go around bullying up the man. Then when you blatantly dig for these kind of conversations, and then when we don't agree with you, you want to run around here playing victim when we jump up and start cuss you out.
Can I be honest with you? The only person I felt that tried to cuss me out right now was Ultra. But if you lot are gonna cuss me out, then maybe
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
saying
have
we're
that
gonna, but
conversation.
I'm saying this is what the pattern of events occurs. Like, and
But
talk
I'm
to
not
you,
calling you
talk to
stupid, am
Schiffer.
I? No, but no, hold on, Lady D. Let me respond
Yeah,
to you. I've not
yeah.
called you stupid, have I?
No,
I'm not
you
calling you
haven't.
an idiot. I'm not calling anyone names, am I? So
No,
I don't
you're
think
not.
it's necessary that anyone else is doing that type of behavior, because it just makes the conversation go somewhere else. What I'm trying to point out here is that, when I made a statement, I heard loads of different opinions on the statement I've made. I've heard Empress Becca make a statement. I'd like to know the females who's on the panel, you and Lady Divine and Nine-Neva's opinions on what Empress Becca just said. Is that a sentiment you share or not? That's what I want to know.
Becca listen, this is what I'm trying to show you. We're different in it. Becca handled her children the way she saw fit at the time, and nobody's going to know Becca's children better than Becca in it. She knows her children's dynamics. She knows the limits she can go with them, and what is good enough for them and what is bad, and that's how she saw fit. And my thing is, I've not been in that predicament, so I can't say whether it's good or not, but I'm saying that you're going to get different responses, Shafar.
And this is why we need men around, because a man is going to be able to answer that question like Shipper can. And I'm going to say to you this, Empress Becca, yeah, I don't think that there's any wrong answer or in that situation, yeah, but I think there may be a right way of dealing with the situation. And a lot of the times, I'm going to be honest, yeah, you see, the thing is, Empress Becca, yeah, I'd hope you don't take this as a diss, because what I want to say is that, honestly, you see, my mother, when I was growing up, had the same sentiment, yeah. You see, after I'd grown up and I got a little brother who's going to school, who then went through the same thing. My mum had an older son who she could talk to and say, do you know what? That didn't work. And ultimately, you need to take him out of that school. Because you see what's going to happen. I'm going to go down to that school and I end up bracking up someone's kids. I'll probably go to jail for my little brother, My mum listened. She took my little brother out of the school. He never was bullied again. He went to a different school in a different area with different people. They just found the right school for him. And I think it's imperative that, we as parents, when we're going to these schools to view these schools, we're sending our child to the school based on the right merits, not just on what education we think they're going to get there, but, the type of people that's in the school and the type of relationship that the child's going to be able to build with people within the school. If I go to a school, like, for instance, the school I went to growing up, the first secondary school I went to, the bad boys school. There's bare bad boys in that school. So if I go to a school and I see loads of bad boys and rude boys, or my little cousin says to me, you know what, I went to that school, it was a rude boy school, bad boy school. There's no way I'm sending my son there. In fact, if I find that the school's in a rude boy, bad boy area, no, my son ain't going there. Unfortunately, do you know what? My daughter's mum didn't listen. She sent my daughter to school in a bad boy, bad breed, bad gal area. And guess what? For a minute, my daughter started turning bad gal, bad breed. And then you know what happened? I had to go down to the school. I had to go down there regular. And I had to police these children myself. So I know that they're not controllable like that. If you don't physically impose yourself on them and get involved with some of these children, they're not going to listen. They're going to do the same thing every day. They're going to say, oh, yeah, we'll leave them alone. And the next thing, someone got stabbed, or next thing, it escalated again. So, I believe the onus always lies with the parents, because children are children. Children cannot raise themselves. So in that regard, whoever is parenting, whether it be mother or father, if you're single parent, don't matter if you're whichever denomination, or if you're double parenting, if you are not actively involved in that situation, then it's your fault as far as I'm concerned.
Wow. Okay, Shifa. Nine, do you want to respond to him? Nine.
Born Rich is actively involved though. Born Rich said already, like, you know what? If my son decides, this is what I said. I said, if my son decides to go on any kind of bad boy, gangland spree or start acting a certain way, son, you're not part of this family until you fix up. And no one ain't got we're not gonna forget that you exist, but we're gonna say, listen, stay the hell away from us. Don't let me see you around here till you change your life around. And furthermore, you know what? If I have if he's still young enough, I'm taking him out of the area. I don't care where I have to send him. I don't care if I have to work late shifts and do weekends for the next 3 months to send my child to Jamaica, America, Canada, wherever he has to go, where I know that he's not going to be able to have contact with any of those people again. I'm not going to let anything get in the way of that. And I think that, we as parents, that's what we have to do. We have to empower ourselves. Forget about the government. Forget about what they're going to do. Forget that you're on benefits. If I have to beg, steal, thief, borrow, rob the bank, I don't care. My child is not going to be in that situation unchecked.
You see, the thing is again, Shifa, yeah, like one size don't fit all in it. You know what I'm saying to you? So every situation's got to be dealt with individually in it. Yeah. So I asked you, I heard you talking about where you can send your child to school, etc., etc. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But I think that you need to also remember that these days, at least, you know what I mean, you also got to take into consideration the journey of that child, innit? You know what I'm saying to you? So you say that there's a better school in another area, whatever that's outside of your catchment area that you may want your child to go to, whatever. As a parent, you also got to consider the journey these days, because as we saw last year, you know what I'm saying to you, you had a young girl in that very same situation that you're describing, yeah? She was sent out of the ends to go to school. As such, she had to be up very early, you get me, to get to where she has to get to. And then she got violated. You know what I'm saying to you? So there's different permutations of this thing, man. It's not just a black and white thing, my guy. Because if a child's got to be at school for 8:45 or something, you know what I mean? And if that child's going to school out of the area, yeah, that means that child in the winter could be leaving in the darkness and all of that. These are things that need to be considered. If the parent ain't got no transportation,
that's definitely a consideration I'd be making.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Bab. So the only point I'm trying to make to you, yeah, is that one, these things can never be black and white. Two, there's always going to be different permutations to the situation. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And yeah, I just think we've got to be careful, man. You know what I mean? You can't just be out here potentially bashing parents where you don't know the individual circumstances.
All right, I know
what I'm saying, and one shoe does not always fit all, man. So I think we have to take that into consideration.
That situation. No, I agree with you, because I know a child that was in that situation. And I know the parent, a very close friend of mine. And, we've had this conversation of, that being a problem also. But if we know that sending our child somewhere far to school is problematic, we're not going to do that either. We're going to find a balance where we know it works. And I get that, some people are going to be in situations financially where, maybe the only way I can send my child to a school where they're not going to be influenced by certain things is if I send them somewhere that's super far away. Well, guess what? You can still move. And even if you're on benefits, unless you are some type of invalid, disabled, or, you got some type of mental health or something where probably you shouldn't even really have kids then around you like that, because you could be a danger to your kids. Now, I'm saying, like, outside of those situations, every able-bodied person can do something about their situation. That's all I got to say, man. And
but again, Shifa, I thought you of all people would have been a little bit more accommodating to the situation, right? Because you yourself have described just very recently how your own youth was attacked. You see what I'm saying to you? So
by racist
I know
people,
now. Yeah, so good. So people, listening, okay, cool. So listening to you, I know that you've gone through all the different precautions and this and that to make sure that your youth's all right, in it. Yeah, I know that he obeys you. I know that you're in his life and listen, but he still got stabbed, my guy.
No,
Do
he
you know what
never
I'm
got
saying
stabbed.
to you?
No,
All
he
right,
never
well, he
got
still
stabbed.
got moved. All right, my bad. Sorry, I take that back. My bad. My bad. He got moved to, yeah? And I'm not even saying that
Well,
for Finny Bobby. I'm
when
just
you say
saying to
move
make the
to, yeah,
point
when you
that,
say move to, yeah, when you say someone tried to assault him, yeah, someone did try to assault him and he
okay, and
defended
that's all
himself.
I'm saying,
But you see
Shiff,
what the
innit? With
difference
all
is,
the
though?
best
No,
will in the
Nanifa, one
world
second.
sometimes, Shiffer.
Nanifa, no, Nanifa, one
Yes.
second. Do you know what the difference is? My son is
Go
not a
on, bruv.
child. My son is not a child, so you can't use him as an example. That's the difference. When he
But
was a
doesn't that
child,
even
my
make
son
it?
was very. When he was a child, my son was very protected. Listen, I'm going to tell you something about my son's growing up. Yeah, my son's mum didn't have to work. Do you know why she didn't have to work? Because I want to make sure there's someone there for my child. Do you understand? I want to make sure, especially with my boy child, you know, because I know that boys are more likely for some reason to get involved in gangs and violence and all the rest of it. There's someone to take you to school if
But
need
Shifa,
be.
that's not the reality for most mums. Some mums like they have no choice but to work. They are the sole breadwinner for the
That's right.
family. They
And that's why the dads
so
have to do
how
better.
do that's what I
That's why
mean. We
the
have to
dads
take
have
all
to
of
do
these
better.
things into account. Yeah.
All right, and that's why the dads have to do better. So you think this is all you lot thought I was attacking mums? This ain't an attack on anyone or any side. This is
Yeah,
about
but Shiffer,
parents
we know
and a
that a
whole,
lot of things happen on the way to or from school, bruv.
which is
Do you
why
know what I'm
my
saying to
son
you?
was taken to school. Which is why my son was taken to school on a regular basis. Because guess what? My son is one of those kids who has to go from a ghetto area to, you know, to school to start off with. He don't anymore because his mum eventually moved. Yeah. Now what I'm saying to you is when he was that kid going from the ghetto area into the what they call the suburbs, then to go to a school where he's not going to be surrounded by, you know, gang environment and, you know, bad breed mentality.
I take
you know,
it you're talking
at
about
that
in
point.
Bristol, yeah?
No. In London, yeah.
Oh, in
So what I'm
London.
saying is,
Okay.
yeah, in London, in Lewisham, London, yeah, Southeast London
Right.
to be specific, yeah. So my son was chaperoned to school. You see, my little brother as well. My little brother was taken to school also, yeah. And the reason people I'll be honest, before I gave the advice to my parents, and before I took it on board for myself to make sure my son was dealt with and treated a certain way. You know, the previous generation, me, my cousins and that, we weren't given such leeway. So what would happen is we would be held directly to blame for some of the things that were happening to us when we're reacting to it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And it was never really dealt with. And I think the only way to deal with a problem is to actually get involved, muscle in, and sometimes you're going to have to hold this L because you can't go work today. Do you know how many times I've had to hold this L because I can't go work today and I'm worried about paying my bills at the end of the month? And I've had to say, do you know what? You lot, we ain't doing nothing this weekend. I'm working the weekend. And they've had to suffer and say, do you know what? Well, we're missing out on what we planned for the world. You lot should have been good then, innit? Blame your brother or blame your sister or whoever was bad and mash up your situation. And that's how I talk to my kids. That's how I deal with my situation. So I'm not saying that everyone can do it like me. I'm just saying that there are things you can do. And everyone has the ability to get involved and do something, you know? So if you've done something and that hasn't worked, where does the buck stop? For me, it doesn't stop until the problem's solved. For the people who the buck stops somewhere, that's where I have a problem. I'm assuming everyone's silent for a
Yeah, I hear
reason.
you,
So thank
Shiver, man. But personally, and I mean, because I've worked in the sector and this and that, so I've worked with young people, the parents, this, that, and the other. I just know that what you're ascribing is just not as clear cut as that. To be fair, my guy, you know what I'm saying to you. You know, yeah, man, it's just not as clear cut as that, but like seriously, because yeah, man, it's just not as clear cut as that. I hear you in that, but it's just not as clear cut as that, man. Because I've had parents in front of me whereby you would never think that their child would be in certain situations, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I'm saying to you? They've gone beyond, you know what I mean? Beyond, you know what I mean? To try to accommodate their child and make sure. And you see what you just said, you know what I mean? About the way in which you grew up, you know what I mean? Because a lot of parents try to do how they were growing up, you know, but it's not working. Yeah. And remember also that as parents now, you know what I mean, especially with our community, Shifa, you know what I mean, so the discipline thing is not as it used to be. You know what I mean? So we have to also factor these things in, because some children are not listening. Yeah. Hold on. Even last night, I was listening to a podcast. You know what I mean? And yeah, shout out to one youth called Delinquent Nation, man. Anyone that likes to hear certain stories about man them turning their thing around, Delinquent Nation, shout out to that youth there. You know what I mean? But yeah, so, and what I'm saying to you, Shiv, is that I'm hearing man give their testimony and they're telling me, say, yeah, daddy's there, this is that, everything's in whatever. But what? I wanted to touch the road.
I said that to him earlier, sis.
And remember as well,
I
Shifa,
pointed that
just to
out.
go one second, Divine, just to go again, Shifa, just to show you about how the thing, it's not always black and white and every situation is different. A couple years ago, yeah, in Wood Green, I don't know if you remember, one youth, well, there's so fucking many, I know, but one youth got thingy bob, didn't it? He got emmed in Wood Green outside the cinema, yeah. And it turned out that this youth, he used to go to a £26,000 a year private school, yeah. His parents took him off the ends and sent him way out, yeah. Private education. You understand what I'm saying to you, Shifa? What did the youth do when he come back, Shif? Back to the ends.
Street corners. There we go.
Yeah, he's going
what
back
I'm
to the
saying.
ends, and he's
I did the
leaving
same thing.
way overweight,
I
Shif,
did
because
the
this is
same thing.
important. You know what I'm saying to you?
I know, I did the
He's
same thing.
leaving way over, so yeah. Remember, mum and dad have done what you just spoke about, sacrifice, rare, took him way out to go private school. Yeah, the youths come back, gone back onto the ends, and on the same nonsense.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying to you? And ended up dead.
Yep.
So I'm just
And I
saying,
agree with you again.
you know,
I agree with you again. And this
yeah,
actually
man.
strengthens my point. Actually strengthens my point, because there's another thing I wanted to move on to, really, after I'd get you lot to deal with the first part. So now what I'm saying is, you know, I'm actively involved with my children and their friends. I'm actively involved in knowing who they're making friends with, who they know, who they go out with, who they associate with more than others, X, Y, Z. In fact, what I do is sometimes I play possum. I play wolf in sheep's clothing. I'll play like I'm their friend and make them forget that I'm my daughter's dad, or forget that I'm my son's dad. And because I got a young face, sometimes it works and they'll slip up and I'll hear them chat. And then I know who I need to deal with within the group, as well as my own child. Because some of these other children, I've had to deal with them too. And say, listen, if you can't behave a certain way, first and foremost, yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, my child, you know, I don't want them around this type of behavior, first and foremost. And secondly, I'm going to have to be making your parents know what type of mentality you got and exactly what you're dealing with, because obviously you've been able to hide it for this long.
But Shifa, this is what I was trying to show you from earlier, and this is what I mean. So you can do all, like 90%, you can do all of that stuff with all the best will in the world. But do you understand that in the real world, in my world, there's retaliations that take place every single day. Every single day.
Thank you for
You
saying
could be,
my word.
listen, hear me out. You could be an innocent person walking, minding your own business, on your way home from work, on your way home from school. Boom, you got it. What I find out is majority of these shootings that are happening, they're youths that are dying, you know. The youths that are getting it are good youths, they're educated youths, they're youths that are, they just get caught up in something that either has nothing to do with them, mistaken identity, or you just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. What do we say to that? Remember, their parents done the best in the world.
Well, obviously, you know, their parents have done the best as far as everyone else is concerned, but they just ain't shifter, and they're just not actively involved in a way where, you know, like I said, you see me, I've seen these problems about to escalate. I've seen it happening because I am actively involved. I know the friends. So if one of my kids got into our occasion, the friends are all calling me, oh, this happened to your son, or this happened to your daughter, or this person said this, or this looks like it might escalate. Because I have my little snitches in it, and my little soldiers in it that tell me things in it. Now, if most of the adults don't know the kids like that, let's be honest. Most of the adults that I know don't know the kids like that. I couldn't say most adults are interacting with the kids on the level that I am. And that's why I have a problem with it. Because it's like, if we're not interacting with them on that level, how are these kids being monitored? Yeah, do you know what? Like, I slept on this year. I went back to sleep. When I woke up this morning and I saw Born Rich's son had been shot in the leg, I had to go back to sleep for a minute and sleep on this shit and think about it before I even started speaking. So, you know, I know I sometimes I invoke people's emotions with my words. I make people not like what I'm saying or whatever. But the truth is still the truth. We should be policing our children. We should be interacting with them. We should know them.
Do you know? Hey, do you know what's? Do you know what's
like
great?
I did that. I felt like I mean, I don't know, man. I felt like
You know,
I did that, but maybe I did. You know what I'm saying? It's easy.
you know
for
what's
me
kind of crazy though, yeah? Like,
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to like fucking bring the mood down anymore, or whatever. But I literally, because I ain't been sleep, but I literally was watching like it drips and dry. I wasn't watching the whole thing, but I was literally watching bits of the draft last night as well. So it's crazy. Like I'm just seeing all these young youths. I'm thinking like, rah, like they made it. You getting fucking super happy, kissing their fucking mom and dad or whatever. It's like crazy. Like that's what I'm saying. Some people in this world are fortunate. Some people in this world worked hard for whatever. But regardless, if you're still alive, if you're still conscious of what's going on, then it ain't over yet. You know what I'm saying? You still
Facts.
It's a fact, Jimmy.
Blood Diamonds yesterday. Anybody remember Blood Diamond? Remember what that man had to do to get his son back on board? Remember his son was about to shoot him in his face. Remember that? But he didn't give up. And he would go through anything to save his child from that type of life.
Yo, don't say that shit in front of Bo. It's a Hotep Babel. That Hotep Babel.
Bro, this is a real situation. So I only came to shed some real light on it. And I'm glad, Born Rich, that you have been involved. And, you know, maybe there's something else that you've missed that you need to tackle. And I'm glad that you're of the mindset to do that, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm able to hold the mirror up to me and say, Born, what did you do? You know what I'm saying? I've been so fucking stubborn for so long, especially on this situation with my son. You know what I mean, Shiffer? I've literally told people to mind their fucking business. Me and my son, we gonna do what we do anyway. You know what I'm saying? But now maybe it's time to look in the mirror, man. We'll figure this shit out.
The thing is, though, Born, yeah, with all that we're speaking, this, that, and the other, you know what I mean? And with all the best will in the world, yeah, in 2021, where we are today, you know, like, I don't even know if we're going to keep it 100. I'm not even sure what percentage we can put on some in terms of how much we're parenting our children, you know, or looking after our children. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Like, for real. Because, like, we know the power of the media, so we're not even going to go on like there aren't other entities involved in this thing. You know what I'm saying to you? And that's why I'm sort of repeating that to Schiffer still, because maybe not everyone's in the situation that you're in to even friend up your daughter's friends. You know what I mean? There's some men that they don't even want to be trying to friend up their daughter's friends or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So again, we just got to take each situation in an individualistic kind of way, you know. But seriously, like I just know enough parents that have done their best, brother. Like their best.
When you say friend up, you're right. It's not a friend up thing. It's just a matter of infiltrating. That's what it's like. It's like being a spy. And that's what I feel like.
No, I got you,
like
I'm just simply saying that not all men are gonna do that. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all, bub.
Yeah.
But
not all
Nina,
mums are gonna do it neither, because mums can do it too. Mums do it too, trust me. I've seen many a mums do this. I learned this from a mum. I didn't learn it from a dad.
But man, sometimes I think though, like that's kind of a cop out, innit, when people say they've done their best. Like the best is relative, innit? If you weren't successful, then clearly it wasn't your best, or that person was incapable of being.
Or it weren't good enough. Or it weren't good enough. James, is the word.
What did you say, JJ?
Yeah, you can't say that, Jimmy, because the way the world is set up, everybody's not successful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
there's no knock on people. I'm not going to say everybody's not successful. But the way you saying it, Jimmy, is you're saying like everybody who's not successful is a failure. Is that
no? But I said it's relative, innit? Success is relative. So I'm saying if you're making the statement, I tried my best and my child failed, you obviously didn't try your best, or you're incapable of being a good parent, regardless. Like what you consider as good
nonsense, man. That is just absolute. How can you let something like?
Now we're dealing
did
with
you
people,
think
Jimmy.
about what you just said?
Now we're dealing with people, Jimmy. This is not a plant.
Did you actually think about what you just said?
This is a person, Jimmy.
I'm being 100%.
So hold on a minute. So that means by what you're saying, then any child that fucked up is the fault of the parent, then basically.
To a degree.
My
The
guy,
majority.
I know you.
Can I say something here? The majority of kids don't fuck up. That's why it's called a fuck up. The majority of kids aren't violent. The majority of kids aren't criminals. The majority of kids aren't these things, innit? So when you look at the small percentage, I don't think it's like a big fucking leap to say that small percent. Like I used the example earlier. I don't know if you agree with me or not, Nine. Yeah, but I'm a lot of people said I was victim blaming when I said I blame any parent whose daughter in Rotherham or any of these northern towns. If your daughter, I think they said the girl was 11 years old. That's like the youngest one. I said, if your daughter's 11 years old and she's out on the street in the middle of the night in some 40, 50-year-old man's taxi cab, you're doing something wrong. Whether it's you're a nurse and you're working all night, there's something you're doing that you could be doing better that you're clearly not. You might argue that the parent of that 11-year-old daughter did the best she could, and we're just gonna have a difference of opinion because I don't think if you brought a child into this world and at 11 years old there is no fucking responsible adult that's aware of their whereabouts or whatever, you've done something wrong. It's not.
So James, listen, that example that you gave, it could be argued that's quite an extreme example. You know what I mean? And no one's gonna hold on, and no one's gonna disagree with a woman leaving you out there at whatever time of night, this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying to you? But like I said, what I would say to yourself is, I would point you in the direction of them that are giving their testimonies. You know what I'm saying to you? And they're blatantly saying it was not the fault of my parents. Do you understand? They're blatantly saying I went against
parents, bro.
Sorry?
They're not their own parents. Like as in you may say like, oh, like my mum. Do you know, I don't want to get into anyone's personal stuff. I'm just saying like
it's not that, James. But what I'm saying, if I'm telling, so now you're saying that the you that's giving the testimony, who's acknowledging that it's got nothing to do with his parents, you're saying that he's wrong.
No, but I'm saying he don't like that's why you go to therapy, innit? Because you like sometimes something, even though it's the information you know it, you're not aware of. Like you take a second look at something, you be like, oh yeah, actually, now that you put it like that, or now that you reflect that back onto me, yeah, I didn't see it that way. One of those reasons is because there'll be seminal moments, childhood experiences where you'd be like, rare, like I didn't even realize how that made me feel. Or I didn't realize that, or even sometimes I didn't realize the struggle my parents were going through, or the struggle my mum was going through, or my dad was going through. Do you know what I mean? So it's like in those moments now, I'm not saying anyone's intentionally ruined their child's life, bro. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying if you're in a position where you're working just for instance, you're working 3 jobs and you're not in your child's life as much as you want to be, it's not the same thing as saying I did the best I could and I didn't fail the child. You could have done the best you could.
JJ, I told you, if you heard me, I said I've had all type of parents. So not just that typical single parent out there hustling wherever it is. No, two parents wherever it is. Some have had fucking au pairs and all that. Like, allow it, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes the child just gonna do fucked up shit, innit?
No, I see.
But it's true,
and it's
James,
not always the thingy of the parent.
Yeah?
You've got children out here. Yo, James, man, you just sound. Oh, go on.
Now hold on a minute. Let me give James a better.
I'll say one thing, Lady B, yeah. I remember there was a documentary, 2 documentaries. But I remember one of them was about kids committing suicide. Yeah, a long time ago. I saw it on BBC 3 back in the day, like early 2000, like 2010s and that. Yeah, and there's this youth who went to Oxford who hung himself, and there was another girl. This is another documentary. This girl that she hung herself because online bullying. This is a bit more recent, and her parents came up to her room and found her hanging in her room, and like they were distraught, obviously, when they're talking in an interview. Now, in their mind, the main thing I took away from both those things, of those cases, was both the parents saying, "I never knew there was anything wrong. I didn't even know there was anything wrong," right? And what that says to me, and I'm not blaming them, I'm not saying they're bad parents, none of that stuff. What that says to me is the fact that they were unaware would have been the problem, innit? I bet they torment themselves with this. We could have done better. We could have, like, if we had been more focused on exactly what was going on, even if it seemed like everything was okay, why didn't we take far more of an active interest in all the little things that they would? I bet you that's what they torment themselves with.
So it's not about me telling them. I bet you that's
That
what
could
they'll
be
tell.
the case. Hold on, James.
That's
James,
just
hold on. Let's
stuff.
slow down. Hold on. Let's slow down. So, James, that could be the case. That could be in certain specific cases, yeah. But let's like look at it like this. So, you know, when you're listening to these drill artists, yeah, when you're listening to drill or any of them old school drill tunes, and they're talking in their own raps, you know, in their own mics, and they're saying, "Yo, my mum did my best, rare, tear, but I'm a beast in these streets, rare. I'm gonna do what I got to do. The devil's got me doing this and all of that." When they're rapping their lifestyles, what are you hearing? Are you not hearing them telling you directly that their parents did what they had to do, but they are this is the life that they're being given. This is what they're about. This is the street life they're on. How do we
You know
then
how
still blame the parents?
you know how many abusive relationships, and I don't mean abusive as in like physical violence or even like overt emotional abuse. I just mean like, do you know how many like toxic? That's the better word. Sorry, toxic relationships people
Yeah,
are
I'm
in.
with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's like I can't really take the word of somebody who's talking about murdering people every day. I can't take, especially as well. There's a lot of like, I would never tell you the flaws of my parents, would I? Right? I wouldn't tell that. Do you know what I mean? And me and you probably speak more than these artists do to their fans. So if I would defend my family, everybody else, I'm not going to tell you the personal. I'm not going to tell you all of the crazy stuff.
But not
that's
everyone's
happened.
like you, though, James. There are people out here bearing their soul, giving their testimony, letting the world know who and what they are. You see what I'm saying to you in these YouTube streets?
Yeah.
So using you as an example at this point, respectfully, is null and void, isn't it?
Unless you're a therapist.
Because right now you're being told that people are giving their testimony, and you're like, you get me? That's a mad thing, Reggie.
What I'm saying is, I don't know why. Like, I don't know what attachment you have to your side of the argument, brother. It's as simple as that. If your child has failed,
what do you mean attachment? What are you talking about?
If your child has failed, then you have failed them, and that's what I'm saying. If you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it, innit? That's what I'm saying.
I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, James. That's quite blank.
I don't think any fucking parent's gonna agree, to be honest, James.
I think any responsible. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone.
Because, like I'm trying to say to you, sometimes, James, you have to accept that it's not always the fault of the parent. You understand? Sometimes you just have to accept that some children just set a certain way. Do you understand? That's what
no,
you
I don't understand that, brother. Like,
yeah?
while they're
it's not a debate.
Let's use this. See how you got that mentality. Hold on, sis.
No debate. Straight
1 second, sis. Hold on. So, James, see how you have that kind of approach when you see how you have that kind of approach, that sentiments, like, you know, like if you failed your children, basically it's your assessment of parenting that's basically failed the child, yeah, and the child ends up being a street. Do you hold that same sentiments, James, when it comes to like pedophiles or people that have been locked up for how many? Is it the parents' fault why they're in jail, in prison, or is it when does the actual responsibility transfer? Is what I'm asking.
Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah. I'm not touching stuff like homosexuality, paedophilia. I'm not touching that with a barge pole. That's just too techie. Like, whether it's genetic, nature versus nurture. I'm talking about when a child knows right from wrong and does wrong. Right? I'm not talking about disabilities.
So then you're proving your point, then,
genetic, I'm moving away from that.
You just proved your point. If a child knows right from wrong but still does wrong, then it's the responsibility of who?
This is what I'm saying, just to be clear, yeah? I'm saying if there's any genetic, like if there's any mental disability, I'm not blaming the parents. If there's a mental disability that your child has, or if your child has some kind of physical disability, I'm not going to blame a parent for not making a child with Down syndrome a Premier League star, bro. I'm not. What I'm saying is if you've got a healthy, able-bodied child, right? What's the word? A child that you can teach, right? While they're still a child, if they fail as far as you're concerned, you consider whatever they do a failure, be it killing someone, going to prison, whatever it is, yeah, not achieving academically, whatever you consider failure is, yeah, then I'm saying you're responsible while they're a child because you're the guardian. You're the person who's meant to be responsible for their success as well. So when they're successful,
you're just talking all theory. Everything you're saying is just theory, man. It's not even practical. It's just all theorizing because what you're talking about doesn't even make sense in the real everyday world. And you're just choosing to ignore things that are being said to you to just keep on your track. So I'm out, man. I'll leave it. That's all, man. Seriously.
Yeah, it weren't even meant to be an argument, to be fair. Just my opinion, isn't it? This is what I think.
Sorry, my net cut out. I missed all of the end part. Am I here still?
Yeah, Naima just said
Oh,
she
big
doesn't
up.
want to
Okay.
question. It's fair. But obviously I'm consistent in it. I remember you remember, Lady D, like I was going to war with all these dupes and FNATs and all these people saying I'm blaming the victims, all of this stuff. It's like, no, it's just my opinion, bro. Like if you're responsible for a child and something goes wrong, it's gone wrong on your watch. That's when it went wrong on your watch. I don't like.
But hold on a minute. But that's something different again, though. Something going wrong on your watch and you being the cause of it are two different things.
I'm saying I said you're responsible.
So let me ask you something then, James. So let me ask you something now. Let me check the settings now, yeah? So if you at some point fuck up in your life, it's your parents' fault, yeah?
No, I'm an adult, so no. At the time when I made a mistake, it's not solely their fault.
So what age? Okay, so what age are we speaking about where you're no longer in parental parenthesis of your child, according to you? Because thus far you've been saying wherever there any child that fucks up, it's your fault. So what age is the cutoff in your head?
No. So yeah, I would say that. I guess again that's kind of relative as well, isn't it? It's like when if a child's made a complete leap, like they're out of their parents' jurisdiction completely, like at an age where
when you were speaking, what sort of age leap had you had in your head?
Listen. Let's say society as well as their parents recognize it, then they're a mature adult. Like for instance, if a child runs away from home at 15, that's not the same as moving out after they've been to uni and buying their first house, right? It is different. So like it's relative, isn't it? When the parent as well as society recognize mature.
Jay, man. Just give me an age, man.
9. I'm not gonna do that. So if you said you didn't want to argue this, I don't want to argue.
You're not gonna do that. So you wanna be so thingy bobbed on how it's the parents' fault, this, that, and the other. I'm like, cool, what's the cutoff age? And now on?
Giving you a response that you don't like, so I don't get what you want to do.
I just want an age, man, an age range.
I said it's relative though, but I've said that how many times?
Everything's relative. When you were being told that, you're not having it. When I'm telling you about man's testimony, which is relative to him, you're not having it.
No, but you're getting
yourself.
Why
is it relative?
I'm saying you're getting yourself in a little dizzy here. Like you've asked me a question.
I'm not dizzy, man. I'm just like, just answer the thing if you can answer. If you're just here to like long at the thing, then let me know, innit? You know what I'm saying to you?
Bro.
You just keep dancing all over the place, man.
You weren't even speaking about this. That's what you literally said. I'm not even trying to argue with you.
Oh, fuck's sake.
It's my opinion, innit? Like, and I don't think anyone's giving me any reason to doubt my own opinion. That's just my opinion.
All right, Divine, when you can, yeah, I'll find out from him, yeah, if he fucks up in life, at what point is it not his mum and dad's fault?
Morning.
I'll find out. Morning.
Born Rich, I'm really sorry to hear this this bad news, man. So speedy recovery to your boy, and hope he gets well in that. You know what I mean, and James, I don't really think it's the right fucking time to be having these conversations, bro. Like, show some tact and like some. You get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you get what I'm saying? Maybe it's not about who's right or wrong in this conversation. Maybe hold the conversation for another time, like, you know what I mean? But yeah, Born Rich, man, I'm fucked up. I can't even believe what I'm hearing there. Is he okay? Like,
Yeah.
All right.
In the ankle, no major artery, but couple broken bones. He got to get fixed.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, it's not really important what happened and whatever. Like, let's just get him better first, and then we'll deal with what happened afterwards, innit? All right, take it easy.
I love that. That's advice.
And you know what, Divine? Yeah, even hearing what my man just said, it just highlights to me how idiotic what my man's saying. You know, I'm like thinking, well, boom. If you send your youth out there now and someone moves your youth and the most horrible thing happened, are you gonna blame that parent? Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot, man. Like, foolishness, here, talk.
Yeah,
Sorry,
man.
guys, my internet's tripping.
Why bad, man? Why bad? I don't think that's the right time, man. Anyway, I'm off later.
It's fucking foolishness just for the sake of chatting foolishness, man. Jano star.
Sorry, I missed that. What happened? My internet's tripping right now. What happened? What did I miss?
James Jones is saying anything that happens to a child and the child fucks up, it's the fault of the parent. Yeah, I'm trying to show him different vibrations as to why that's not always the case. I asked him if he fucks up, is it his parents' fault? He said no. Straight away he said no, and then went into something in it. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to find out from him at what age then does it become not the parents' responsibility?
You're saying
All right, so James, the question is, when does responsibility change hands? At what age does responsibility change from the pit? James, hear me out now. Hold on, James. Please, let me get my question out. At what age would you say, James? Listen, stop arguing with me. Just let me get my question out, please.
I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm not asking no one's question. That was just insulting me. Random said they weren't going to. I don't need to answer a question. But being stabbed or being run over by a car, what do you think the parents going to think that their child failed? Is that what they're going to say? My child failed by being attacked randomly on the street. But think about what you're saying.
Yo, can I time in?
You think about what you're saying. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because you said in all situations, if a child fucks up, it's the parent's fault. I'm telling you that's foolishness. Yeah, I'm trying to give you different. I'm telling you about man them that made their own testimony. You're telling me still it's foolishness. So I'm like, boom. If you fuck up, is it your parents' fault? Straight away, you told me no. Straight away, no hesitation. But everyone else is the parents' fault. Allow it, man.
I think you need to show some respect anyway. Big man, you want to chat to me? Show some respect.
I think the argument
That's
would be
why
that
you were
Jones
asked
is an
that
adult
what
at 19,
thingy Bobby
bro.
is the cutoff. You went on to some
Yeah,
long-winded
I
thing.
think once you become an adult, like I said, my son, once he became an adult, once you're over 18, once you're 18, that's it. You're on your own.
Listen to your brother Buddha. Show some respect, bro. Don't be debating with James Jones.
So you're saying about 18 then, Shifa, responsibility changes hands.
Yeah, responsibility changes hands at 18 because that's when you're legally able to sign a contract.
No, not really, Shifa, because at the age of 16 you can leave home and have babies. So
all right, now for those kids that leave home, 1 second, for those kids like myself that left home very young because they were bad breed or wanted to have kids or whatever the reason was, what you left home at 16 and you became an adult, for those kids it would apply. But for the ones who are still living at home, it doesn't apply. Because let me explain something to you. You see, when you're in a situation as a child, yeah, someone is responsible for you directly. So when we put that in perspective, that person then has to take responsibility. Now, it
So
does
are
take
we?
a
Hold on,
village
let's
to
just
raise
narrow
a
it down.
child.
Are we
Now,
saying,
one
Shifa, then?
second.
Hold on. Are we just narrow it down so we don't want to go these long monologues? We can all get a chance because Kushti wants to speak as well. So are we just going to narrow it down to say once the child's no longer a dependent, then? Because remember, your child is a dependent on the.
That's
Okay.
right. That's right. Now, in that respect, here, what I'd say is this: that it takes more than just parents to raise a child, and I know this fact growing up because there was times where me myself as a child, I can reflect back and say, you know what, certain things my mom wouldn't allow me to do, and my family, like if one of my older cousins or anyone saw me doing certain things, or a friend of family saw me doing certain things or acting certain ways, I know I'm gonna get pulled up. But I know certain friends' mums and certain friends and other people, they're not the same. Like them adults over there, they might let you get away with it.
Shifa, let me throw
So
a spanner
what I'm
in the
trying to
works now. Shifa, hold on. Let me throw a spanner. Guys, let me throw a
I
spanner in
didn't
the
even
works.
finish, but
Yeah, but I just want to throw because I don't want to go on these long monologues when we can all got questions.
Far away, man.
All right, listen. So I'm going to throw a spanner in the works. I'm going to throw a scenario in where you've got 22, 23, 26-year-olds still living at home. Not because they want to, but because social housing, they can't get housing, they can't get on the list. So people in these times and societies are forced to live at home longer. Are they still the parents' responsibility? Because simple for the fact that they live at home.
No. Only if you're under 18. Does that answer the question? So can I go back to what I was saying now? So like I was saying, it takes a village to raise a child, yeah. So the parents, like myself, I can't just be actively involved with the kids and know the kids. I have to know the adults too, and I have to know that if anyone, family or friend, sees any of my kith and kin, any of my children, relatives, any of the youngsters that are under 18 behaving or acting in certain ways, they're going to be pulled up on it, or someone's at least going to let me know so I can pull them up on it. You know, same way when I was growing up, I'm going to be honest, when I was growing up, yeah, I wasn't allowed to listen to hip hop music. Yeah. It's only when I got to a certain age, I was allowed to listen to rap music. That's probably why I wanted to rap, because I wasn't allowed. Do you understand? I was banned. And then when I got to a certain age, like you said, Nanny, when you get to about 15, 16, I think it's 15, they say you're allowed to, you can hear swear words in movies and certain things you're allowed to do now. So it was like almost a false commodity now. My mom couldn't stop me no more, because you know what? You're allowed to see these type of things in film anyway. You're going to hear it anyway. There's no way of me stopping you now. Yeah, because legally you can do that. All right, cool. Just like when you become 16, you're legally able to smoke now. No one can't stop me now, innit? Now, outside of that, they can stop me, you know. And what my mom said to me when I was growing up, and what I was told by my family members, is this, you know, and friends of family alike, you know, if you're gonna rap and you want to be a rapper, rap about something sensible. Because if we hear you out here talking some gangland stuff and talking some bad boy stuff, first and foremost, you don't come from that, so we gotta embarrass your club. Second and foremost, yeah, what we're gonna do is no one is accepting you as that type of person. Yeah, we got. So if my older cousin had to beat it out of me, my older cousin will beat it out of me. Do you know, like that? So I just was not allowed to have and maintain a certain type of mentality. Now, how many parents allow their kids to do the drill music, allow their kids to go out with their friends and don't know where they're going or what they're doing? Do you know, like that? And when we put that in perspective, it's like I wasn't allowed to just go here, there, and everywhere. Certain friends' houses I weren't allowed to go to. I would lie. I'd say I'm going to this friend's house so I can go to the other bad one's house where they're not going to tell on me. Do you understand? And then I would end up getting caught. And once I get caught,
do you know in this time that we're living in now, if you shout at your children, it's classed as emotional abuse. If you put your hands on your children, it's classed as physical abuse. If you even kick your children out of the house, you know, back in the day you could use punishment, like if you're gonna behave yourself, make your culture, you can't even do that now. That's abuse. So how do you then implement that strict kind of upbringing of children in the society that told you can't discipline your children?
we have to be subject to the rest of our family and people being involved. And a lot of people nowadays like to be very singular. They like to keep to themselves. They like to make their own decisions. They don't want to be part of the village anymore. And I think until we get back that village mentality, we're going to continue to see gang mentality. Yeah, because these kids.
So let me ask you a question, Shifa. How what's the word? Let's take a young, like a boy on the roads or however you want to call it. Like, how influential do you think the outside home is?
I think the outside home is. I think is probably the most influential which is why I'm saying that the parents and all the parents, not just the parent of that child in particular, but all the parents need to be more actively involved in the outside of the house and the community and these kids and the relationships they're building and how they're associating with each other. And for instance, you know, I believe, in my personal opinion, yeah, like my kids, yeah, like at times they would have a go at me and say, you know what, you're too strict. Because even their mums at times would say the same thing. Sorry, they say you're too strict because you have to give them a bit of freedom. You have to let them do their thing. None. I'm like, no. Wherever you're going, someone's going to be there. If there's no adults there, you're not going, innit? Like, what are you talking about? I'll start talking to the other parents. They'll be like, hold on 1 second. One time I got in a big argument with my daughter's mum, yeah, because she's saying you can't be so strict. You have to let her go out. You have to leave her to do her thing sometimes and put a bit of trust in her. I said, okay, cool. But I tell you what. That's you. That's your opinion. You do that. I'm going, innit? So whether they like it or not, you're going to see my black face there. When I spoke to the other kids' parents who she was going with, guess what? Every last one of them was singing my praises. They was like, thank you. We're so glad that you went. We're so glad that you're going. We're so glad that you're so involved. And guess what? The same night that my daughter's mum was saying, let her go to this little kids party, whatever it is, junior jam, whatever you want to call it, yeah, this event. I've gone down there. Listen, it's beer madness. I'm seeing kids with all sorts of weapons and foolishness. Listen, I had to get out of my car with my cousin. I had to get out of my car to say to these little kids, I'd say, listen, put that down. You give me that. I had to put things in the back of my car, then drive down the road and dispose of them. Because I'm not driving around with them things in my car for me to get arrested. You understand? But saying
I hear what you're saying. And again, big up yourself for that. Yeah, get me. And I'm sure there's other people that would do the same thing, if you know what I mean, in your situation. But again, that's you know what I mean, like
that's why we need a village now.
You know what you are.
It's not just the parent.
No, but Shifa, I'm trying to. Do you know a youth called Stammer from? I think it's from.
Of course, I know
from?
Stammer.
Lewis. All right, then good. Yeah.
Of course, I know
So
Stammer.
he's all right then, good. Yeah. So you know what he done, this, that, and the other. Yeah. Okay. So
No,
he's
I don't know him like that. Not like that, but I know who he is.
Oh well, nah, because it was in the news anyway. You know, so he fired shot off the pole, wherever this, wherever that. Yeah, done some bird, whatever. The point being is that when you listen to his podcast, yeah, and again, he's admitting and acknowledging that no one could accommodate him. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So even
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in it. So, and again, when you talk about the village and whatever, you know what I mean? Because he was sent to different aunties, uncles, wherever this, wherever that, you know what I mean? But he just wasn't having it. These are his words.
We're kind of similar as well, because I was kind of similar as well, where like I was uncontrollable in it. I had to find control mechanism. Nah, I'm saying, but nines. Listen to what I'm gonna say though. Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Yeah, like out on the road, it's only, I'd say there's a small percentage of these so-called bad boys that are uncontrollable like that. And I've seen it with my own two eyes that some of my own friends that I grew up with, it wasn't that they was uncontrollable, it was literally they just had too much freedom.
Yeah, I hear that. But I mean, again, too much freedom, it could be argued, because if you know that you're not supposed to do something and then you go and do it, then that's you're breaking the contract, innit? So sometimes it's not that you're giving too much freedom, it's just that you're not staying within the parameters. That's why enough youths, and that's what, and this is what I'm saying, Shifa, man, about how things have changed. You know what I mean? All right, then, boom. I know, I used to, in my past job or whatever, there's a set of twins, Shifa, yeah? Somalian twins, okay? And their parents were growing them up in the very traditional Somalian way, you want to call it, yeah? Discipline, you know what I mean? Prayers, whatever, boom, boom, whatever, yeah? They didn't like that way of life, Shifa. You understand what I'm saying to you? They wanted to be doing what everyone else is doing. They wanted to hit the road, this, that, and the other. And the point that I'm making, yeah, is that they did everything in their power to get themselves taken out of their family home, yeah, and put into foster care. You understand what I'm saying to you? And go through like that. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm just saying, again, there's different permutations to this thing. Some youths do not want to be ruled.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing though? Yeah. Can I say one thing though? I hear everything you're saying, but can you not see it from another perspective of no one's saying that everyone's got to get everything right in this world, isn't it? Like you can make a mistake as a parent and be an adult and say, oh, you know what? I made a mistake there. Oh, okay. Like, you know, like Schiffer's missus was talking about the freedom and his ex-missus, and then he was saying, no, I'm going to do it like this. And one of them could be right. One of them could be wrong. A combination of both of them could be right and wrong. All I'm saying is when a child is in your, like, when you have a charge, you are responsible for the outcome, innit? The ultimate outcome, because you have the most influence, or you should have the most influence. And I'm just saying that you don't need to blame yourself, you know, every single, you know, there's no one else to blame. It's obviously it can be contributing factors. But if your child has failed at something, keyword fail, not struck by lightning when he was leaving his house. If he's failed at something, as in you believe they could have done better, they should have done better in some kind of circumstance, then while they're still a child, while you consider them a child, then you are at least somewhat partly to blame. You should feel like that. I feel like that is the best way for a parent to feel. The parent should feel like, I could have changed that. I should have changed that. I will change that if I can change that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
You're just talking from theory, man. This is all theoretical. Like I said, in real everyday life, it don't go like that, man. You know what I mean? It just doesn't go like that. So I don't know what you're talking about. Seriously.
I kind of agree with James in a sense, because I did say, like, maybe this is a time for me to put the mirror up to myself and say, okay, boy. And you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, I'm a stubborn ass man. So I'm not going to sit here for 2 or 3 days and just pout and be down on myself. But maybe I do need to take, you know, maybe 24 hours and hold the mirror up to myself and say, okay, boy, where did you go wrong? Because I ain't gonna lie, man, I am kind of feeling like a failure at the moment. In a sense, you know what I'm saying? Like, I felt like as a father, I should have protected him from this. So I
beg you. How do you blame yourself? Like, was you on the streets with him? Like, would you? What point do you? Don't get me wrong, you know. I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to think like, what responsibility? If you're looking at it now, what responsibility do you think you could? What difference do you think you could have done that last night to make any impact on the change of events?
Probably nothing I could have done
There
last
we
night.
go.
I think it, yeah, of course, yeah. I think it was before last night. You know what I'm
Born,
saying?
Bro,
isn't this you on his
Really
way? Born, hold on a minute. Born,
Good,
ain't
good
this
now.
you on his way to union?
Yes, he is. Next
So what I'm
month.
saying, so this is what I'm saying. Like, just stop it, Born. Please, I
Mm.
don't, because you're gonna piss me off if you talk
No, I
like
don't
that.
want to push you off now, but I mean, but these
Yeah,
are
well,
just natural.
don't,
I got you now, but these are just natural human emotions that I'm feeling right now, though. So it's just like, yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
I get you, but
My
we're
dad
telling you
called me.
straight, parent to parent, we're telling you, you don't need to feel like that, innit? Like
Yeah,
straight.
Born.
And
Born.
maybe,
You get
and
me?
maybe.
Yeah,
Hold on, real
it's
quick,
just
Jimmy. Hold on, Jimmy, real quick. I got you. You come right after me. You go next. But probably you're right now. But that's why I said I have a thing where I'm pretty good at giving myself 24 hours to really sit down with myself. And maybe after them 24 hours, 9, I may come out of it and say, okay, Born, you did do what you could, the best you could. But I am gonna reflect with myself by myself for 24 hours and say, okay, what the fuck? You know what I mean? What the fuck is going on?
At the end of the day, Born, I heard you say, yeah, that you heard some things in the streets. Yeah, you phoned the boy. You said we need to have a chat, big man thing, right? That's what you said, right?
Yep, no, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah. So as a parent, that's what any parent's gonna do, innit? You're gonna try to reel him in. Yeah. Did he reel himself in, Born?
Hell no, he pretty much said fuck off without
All right,
saying fuck off.
so the only thing that you could have done is drove to wherever he may have been and try and kind of drag him in the car and wherever this, wherever that. And we know that the man's 18, right?
Yeah. He's 18.
You know what I'm saying to you? So, nah, man.
yeah.
Nah, man. Allow it.
Meanwhile, you got Adele Curry, you got a fucking what's Serena and Venus's father. Like, it's just, bro, it's just the standard you hold yourself to in life, innit? There's no need to get upset about it. Like, if you hold yourself to a standard where you can comfortably sit there and say, you know what, that's my child's mistake, even if they're still a child, it's their fault, it's not my fault, or whoever else's fault. Fair play, bro. That's just your perspective on the world, isn't it? I feel like, and it's just consistent, innit? It's just how I think about most things. I feel like ultimately, if this was my responsibility from when they were born till a specific time that I judge, if that threshold ain't been met and the child does something I consider a failure, I'm fucking 100% responsible for that. That's my child.
You're gonna be having many a day when you think you're a failure, my guy. You get me?
I know.
That's how you think. You're gonna have days upon days upon days when you're gonna feel like a failure.
And that's something that 3 parents, Jimmy, you know what I'm saying? It's something that 3 parents on the panel is telling you. Yeah.
I agree, but can I say one other thing? One other thing. And you know what? A trick I'm gonna like. This is a little hack, a life hack. I'm gonna make sure my child feels like I'm not responsible for anything they do. That they're the ones who are responsible, while I know that I am 100% responsible, right?
Yeah,
so
that's me, Jimmy. That's me, Jimmy. Yeah, I tell my son, you know what I'm saying? I've told my son, like, yeah, shit, I finished school. And now it's up to you to finish school. I tell my son that, but you're right, Jimmy. When I sit alone and I look in the mirror and I say, damn, your son is doing this, this, and this. What the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? It's just a moment I do, but I do that naturally, even with myself. It's just a reflection time. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to beat myself up.
You know what that's called? In one word. You know what that's called in one word?
What's that?
It's called maturity, bro. Like, shirking responsibility in anything is just, in my opinion, it's a sign of like an example of immaturity. Like, if you can't stop and look at something and say, do you know what? I was supposed to have an impact here. I didn't have an impact. My lack of impact is almost the problem. The fact I couldn't do enough to change this course of events is a problem in itself. It's not just about, if you say, oh, my child was influenced by this other source, then you're responsible because Venus and Serena Williams' dad is not accepting some random dickhead taking him off the trajectory.
No, I agree. Because I didn't move, right? So I ain't even gonna lie, even in that, right? Even I know, okay, Born, you're not gonna move out the fucking hood. So now you're gonna have to really cultivate this home environment and let him know that this is what a love is. And that's another thing I'm gonna do when he comes home from the hospital. It's like, look, bro, every time some shit happens, you come right back here where the love is. That shit outside, that's not it, because we don't do that in this house. So if you going outside doing that outside, that's not you. It's not conducive to this household that we've cultivated. You know what I mean?
In another
Condolences, Vaughn.
yeah.
Condolences.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I appreciate that, IC3. Appreciate that,
Now,
Well,
can I say this? Go on, James.
No, go on, Bob. Sorry.
Right, a number of things. I've been listening to this conversation, so it's a crazy man speaking. I don't know if I got the words to put it together.
man.
Right. Now, this word responsibility.
Okay.
And blame and guilt. You have to put the responsibility on the source. Now, I understand that we can do what we can as parents, as children, or whatever, but the responsibility and blame, those two words are a kind of poison. When something bad happens, see, this system of white supremacy, a lot of us don't actually grasp the magnitude of what we're dealing with. This has been going for so long. It's so sophisticated. It's so refined. And this kind of some trauma, something bad happens, and then these kind of conversations always come round. And then it always comes back on us. They put the blame on us, and the blame itself is a poison when you are not directly responsible for it, because you've got to admit, because it's pride, you see, you've got to admit that you're in a system. And then by accepting that you're in a system and not blaming each other or blaming yourself, it allows you to shift the poison and the blame to the source, which frees the mind and the body to be able to organize, to do something to counter the situation that you are in. Now, now it's going to go through the crazy talk. As in sports, yeah, when teams are playing, they have markers. Yeah, so they say, look, okay, the team manager will say, look, we're going to win this game. I want you to mark this one. Mark. He said that word, mark. I want you to mark this one and mark this one. Yeah, and so that if they do this, you can counter them. It's called the marking in sports. Now, there's marking in social engineering, in management. So a lot of people, they think that their relationship is just you and your partner. But you don't realize your relationship between you and your partner, you think it's just you two, just the two of us. They have community markers. There's a marker, social marker in every road, place you're in. There'll always be a friend to come round, a so-called person who plays the friend to come round, to get into your house, to get into your business, to get into your family. They are markers. That's how each area is managed. It's tight, unbelievably tight. Unbelievably. You wouldn't believe the level of management. And you're going to say it's conspiracy theory, but it's okay, I'm the madman. But that's what they do.
Hey,
they mark the children. And listen, they mark the children as well in the schools.
Agreed. They label them as problem children, or agreed. I understand that point.
But I mean, if you listen to what Naive was saying, she's saying that's right, that some of them are problem children. But anyway, I agree. Did you make the
Hold
laminate?
it
Yeah,
there.
but
Hold
I
it
missed
there.
that bit. So
Let's go slow.
sorry, James. I
Problem
missed that bit
children.
because I missed that bit. Sorry, because I went to run over to Veli's and let Okingo know that he's cussing up my name over there and Anifas, but I'll get him later. Yeah, but so I missed the point. But I would agree with the fact that there is problem children. But remember, this only titled problem children because they cannot identify the issue. I.e., I think I
Right.
brought it up the other day when children have short attention spans, they can't focus on something for too long. They don't say that it's a short attention span. They will say it's a problem child.
You mean attention deficit disorder?
Yeah.
Is
And
there
that's
ADHD?
conditioning. Yeah, they're conditioned. It's conditioning of the parents and the children.
So hold on.
It's
At that
part.
point, if a child has ADHD or any other sort of disorder that can lead to behavioural difficulties, is that the fault of the parent, James?
I mean, depends. Like, depends what the outcome is, though, isn't it? How can you, like, if your child is diagnosed with something like that, attention deficit disorder, but then goes on to be, because there's very successful people that are dyslexic, very successful people that have ADHD. So if your child goes on to fail, then yeah, innit? Like, like I said, it's up to you how you view the world.
Hold on. So let me get this right. So your child has ADHD, which is nothing to do with yourself as a parent. And if that child still goes on to fail, even if it's a failure via his ADHD, you're still saying that it's the fault of the parent, James. Yeah.
It may or may not be the parent's fault that he has ADHD. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I don't know.
No, it can never be the James. ADHD does not come via parenting. Okay.
Okay, I don't know.
So you can go and look
I'm
that up. You can go and look that up. So cool. You have a child with ADHD. And because of that ADHD, he gets himself into difficulties. He might even get kicked out of school, goes to the poo, and we know how that road goes. Is it the fault of the parent?
But you're making it super complicated. If the parent,
I'm making it super simple. I'm saying you've got a youth who's got ADHD, and because of that, is
just wait for it. Yeah. If the parent views their child as a failure, while the child is still a child, then I'm saying the parents themselves have failed. That's my view.
James, can I talk to you as a parent?
Cool,
hold on,
fine.
sis. Let me
just
hold on, James as a parent. Hold
James
on.
is saying
Wait,
that
sis.
hold on, Divine, please. Let me just finish. So James is saying that if your child has ADHD, which is an inherent condition, something you're born with, and that child later then goes on to fail, you as the parent are still the failure. All right, cool. Go to Divine. Sorry.
Right.
Hold
on. Can I get a word in, or is this a problem for me to get a word in here? Like, what one?
Sorry, sis.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, James, I'm a parent, innit? I'm telling you, I believe my daughter has got ADHD. If you ever know the fight you have to go through to even get to the point where you can get a child even assessed is a joke. You've got to tick all these boxes. You've got to go through all these local, depending on your borough, the waiting list, then they add in the fact of the COVID and all of that. And just to even get that. So even if you believe your child, hold on. Why do you not do this? Why can't you not let somebody complete something before you have to respond? Like, wagwan. But it's not easy to say to just blanket a child. Now, all I am not ADHD. May not, but I suspect.
Your mic's cutting out for me. Sorry, I don't know. Your mic's cutting out. I don't know.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is, because I suspect it, as a parent with a brain cell, you all the means you can to get the child assessed, right? So if I didn't go out my
your mic's cutting out every time you start speaking at length, lady. Is it just me? Because I can't hear you. Can everyone else hear Lady D? I don't know. Is it me?
Yeah, it's cutting out for me as well, to be honest, a bit.
Yeah, it was my internet. Sorry, guys. I had to switch over to mobile.
That's probably why I didn't hear you before.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. It's my internet's messing around. They're upgrading to 5G and they're fucking around my internet. But anyway, what I'm saying, James, is if I didn't go out my way to go and get my child assessed or see if there's any underlying issues, I will accept the fact that, okay, then it's my responsibility. I've failed as a parent. I didn't even try to seek a problem or solution. But if the child has been diagnosed and is still giving problems in school and is a problem child, you can't hold that parent as responsible. It's a diagnosed and it's something within that child, right?
Of course you can. Well, you're going to fucking put it down, yeah? I'm gonna take it to the back of the fucking barn like Old Yeller or something. What do you mean? Like, what, is that a fucking?
What's
Is
the
that an
aggression? Hold on. Number one, what's all the aggression for? I'm talking to you normally,
No, I'm
so
just
I don't
saying it.
understand.
Like, wait, listen. I've got my opinion. Yeah, you guys don't have. No one's made a credible, bro. Like, if you're poor, yeah, and because of your financial restrictions, you can't give your child the best life. That's your fault too, right? Like, if you're saying my child could have been successful, they are not successful, they failed. You should be responsible while they're still a child, because that's your job. That's your part of the bargain. If for any reason that they don't fulfill their potential, that's your fault. If you don't feel like that, you lady, 90, fair play. That's your opinion. I'm not going to criticize your parenting, how you treat your children. I'm not going to make it personal. I just gave you my opinion. It's really the argument's been coming, has been coming against what I said, and I don't think anyone's made any Born. You got Born here right now, telling you before you even came on. Before me and Born had a little back and forth about him starting another YouTube channel, all that, and the general acceptance between me and him is that, you know what, man need to do something to make sure this doesn't happen again. And that doesn't mean to say that, you know, his son's a failure. It just means that I'm not going to allow him to fail. That's not even an option. Like, that's the kind of thinking that I feel like parents should have. If you don't have that, fair play, bro. That's like, maybe your style's better than mine's going to be. I don't know.
How could Born, all right, then, let me ask you something. Put yourself in Born Richie's position, yeah? How could he have avoided what happened to his son today?
I don't know what's going on in their lives. I don't know. I'm not going to speak on it personally. I don't do what you do. You lot love chat. I don't speak about this.
All right. Let's be more generic then. Let's be more generic. Yeah. You've had a child. Yeah. You've parented him in the way that you saw fit. You know what I mean? You're responsible for him. You're taking all the responsibility. Cool. He's 16 and a half, 17. Yeah. He's on the road. Something happens. He gets into a Mazda, whatever. Whose fault is it?
But if it's a random act where I've done everything, like if my child leaves the house and gets struck by, it's not my fault.
No. Please use the example that I used. Yeah, he gets into a Mazda. Yeah, the outcomes of that could be whatever. I just want to know at that point, whose fault is it in your mind, as the parent?
I'm gonna maybe this is difficult for you to grasp. If I think my child's failed, it's my fault. How many more times do you want me to say that?
So in that situation, it's your fault, yeah? As his parent.
If I feel like when I hear what my child's part in the role was, if I feel like I failed, they failed. Like, let's say my child tried to stab someone and got stabbed. I failed my child. For him to think it was
good. That's
tried to kill somebody, good. I failed, didn't it? If my son is in a gang fight and he gets murdered, I failed my child, innit? I failed my child. For him to think that was acceptable, like the majority of youths, yeah, don't let the media gas you. The majority of black youths in this country are not violent children, are not gang members, are not ensnared by the roads. They may think, they might listen to drill and think this and this and this is cool, but when it gets fucking dark and they see all them boys around the corner, they're bouncing, they're going home. That's the majority of youths. What we see is what is represented to us as it's the majority, is a fringe, is a minority, brother. It's not the majority of black kids out there.
That's not the point.
Yes, so I reckon a lot.
Let this conversation go with him in particular, because I can hear the aggression, and I don't know what happened to my man today, but it's just not going nowhere. Talk to IC3, innit? IC3 wants to say something.
Forget it then. All right, fair play. Apologies if you feel like I was being aggressive towards you. To be honest, Nine even did call me a dickhead and all something. You didn't say nothing there, but I hear you. It's me that's being aggressive. You're right.
Right. So James, you mentioned quite interesting.
Because my parents didn't bring me up right, so you gotta blame them.
Yeah.
You can't blame me, James.
Hold on, 93's coming through. I just told you, sis, allow it, innit? It's not going nowhere.
Did you think I didn't? Did you think I didn't? Would you? Anyway, I'm out, man.
Yeah, James, you mentioned a good point. You mentioned the word feel. If you feel like it's your responsibility, he said, then you are to blame. So this word feel and feelings and its relationship to responsibility. So feeling responsible does not necessarily mean that you are responsible.
Fact.
So there's a lot of feelings floating around, and the feelings sometimes blind people to what the situation is in reality.
Your IC3, does that work in the opposite direction also? So if you feel like you in the opposite way, what did you say again? Say what you said again.
Yeah, this is bouncing off what James is saying. He says that if you feel responsible, then you are. That's what he was saying.
And if you feel like you're not responsible, is it possible that you could be responsible? What do you reckon?
That could be true, but that depends on your circumstances. No, hold it. So if you are in a prison, yes, and people are starving over in B wing, right? You might feel responsible in that maybe you could have brought some food from the canteen and passed it through the bars into B wing to help stop those prisoners over there from starving. So you could feel responsible, and you could feel that there's something you could have done to stop those prisoners over there in B wing from starving.
Can I pause you there,
Perhaps
please?
Perhaps you could have shoved some food through the bars.
Can I stop you 1 second, IC3?
Hold it, just let me finish the point. But the prison management is responsible.
Yeah. I was gonna say to you, is it not down to who the onus lies with? So, you know, whoever is in control of the situation is directly responsible.
Correct.
So when we get into it like that, if someone has failed to take control to some regard of the situation, are they responsible?
If someone has failed to take control of the situation, they are responsible, yes. So if there's knife crimes and shooting going on, yes, the state has failed to take control of the situation and stop the shooting. Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
So what happens, IC3, when you have a community, i.e., let's just use gang, because everyone knows when I say gang, for instance. So Safe Gang was active today, yeah? And the community came together and kind of did a kind of gang thing and took responsibility, but the government still hasn't. Are we still going to say it's the parents' fault?
He said it's the government's fault.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Point.
The argument before was always the parents' fault.
That. Very good point.
Thank you.
Right,
go on,
that's
IC3,
right.
sorry.
So you raise a good point. Now, in the situation where a lot of black people are suffering and they've had enough and they've lost confidence in the management and the governance of their community, the state governance, they usually take it upon themselves. It's traditional pattern. They take it upon themselves to start managing themselves, just as how the Black Panther formed, so on, so on. There's loads and loads of situations where black people say, look, that's enough. Okay, we're going to take responsibility now, and we're going to start doing that. Now, that sounds like a good thing, but if you look through history, the system of white supremacy cannot allow that to happen, because what will happen is that once the black people start taking responsibility, they'll take it further and further and further until they end up like Black Wall Street. And then the white supremacists, in order to take back control, will have to start dropping bombs and shooting people. So that is why they like you to keep blaming yourselves. Oh, it's our fault. We should have taken responsibility. But as soon as you start saying,
you know, IC3, big up on that. I'm glad you cleared that up as another man, because so far we've heard today all the men putting the onus on, apart from Born Rich Brewer, he kind of did blame himself, but most of the men putting the blame solely down to just single-handedly parenting, blanketing the whole situation. And I mentioned earlier, and I'm glad he's here. Yeah, I mentioned earlier. Shiv, you got a bad echo, bro. Can you mute for a sec?
Yo, peace,
Yeah, hold on.
family. Big up
So I was
yourself,
gonna
bro.
say, yeah,
Yeah.
big up, bless up, sis, bless up. But I was gonna say, like earlier on, I mentioned when we first started the show, like I have to big up the brothers like Terry and brother Richie and their Manhood Academy and them, because what I'm saying that if we as parents are taking up responsibility and the black men are seeing that it's a problem in our streets and they're taking up responsibility, how are we still then blaming parents? And then you've got parents that are taking up responsibility, willingly handing over their children to men like brothers like Terry and that got Manhood Academy. Why is it still parents' responsibility when they're doing everything that in their power to steer their way from this
Because
kind of
parents are
avenue?
responsible for their children. Sis, parents are responsible for their children. Full stop. Yeah. And like I was trying to say before, I
No,
got
they're
cut
not.
off because I was driving. Well, technically they are according to the law. But like I was trying to say when I was driving and I got cut off. Yeah. At the end of the day, it takes more than just the parents to raise the child. And my whole issue with some parenting that I've seen in my lifetime is that I don't believe those parents are actively involved enough. And I'm not talking about the female or the male or the single parent I'm talking about all parents as a whole, you know. And I think that the parents, when I see parents getting actively involved in the raising of their kids and who they're associating with, they know all of the friends, they know where they're going. They're not allowed to go places where the parents don't know, etc. I just think it's a lot more inducive to that child, you know, coming out a certain way, even if they can be a little bit influenceable.
I hear the point. No, Shifa, I'm not even arguing any of the points you're making, and I'm just trying to, go on. Sorry, IC3, go on.
Yeah. So Shifa brought up a good point. He says, you were saying it's quite a famous saying, it takes a community or village to raise a child. Yeah?
Yeah.
You kind of
and a lot of
that.
people don't want to do that anymore.
So it's not just
a lot
the
of
parents,
people have kind of come away from it.
But it's okay, hold that. Very, very serious point you've raised there. Right. So we've moved on to a higher level now. We've moved from it not just being the parents, yes, but the community, all right, to raise a child. That means the parents can't raise the children to fit into society by themselves. Society has to be involved with the parents. So it's not just the parents, it's the community, it's the society.
Yeah, to some extent.
Oh, right. So we're going to explore
not enough people.
Extent to some extent.
The thing is, the reason I said that,
watch this. Hold it. Just a bit. Hold 1 second. So I'm going to say, yes, you are correct. It takes a village to raise a child, but if the village is a white supremacist, racist village, and those parents are doing their best within that village, it's the same as being in a prison.
I hear you, and do you know what? I'm not going to argue against that. I'm just going to say that regardless of whether there's white supremacy out there or what's going on outdoors, we as different separate communities, then, for instance, the West Indian community, we can literally guard ourselves in our own community, in our own families. You know, we can raise our kids to make sure that everyone knows everyone, all family members know each other. We can do that. We can raise our kids to say, well, do you know what? You don't just have to listen to me, you know. If this person or, you know, certain friends or family see you out the road, or your family members see you doing certain things, you have to listen if this person tells you X, Y, Z. But I don't think there's enough emphasis on these things anymore. There was when I was growing up. When I was growing up here, I was told, for instance, if one of my friends' mums was to see me out on road, or my friend's dad saw me out on road doing something and they pulled me up, I couldn't run my mouth and say nothing to them. I'd have to listen. They'd probably take me straight back home to my mom. And if I tried to fight, run my mouth, anything, don't get me wrong, I was big for my age. Some of them parents, they couldn't physically restrain me, innit? But I understood they might not be able to physically restrain me, but God forbid that I don't listen. And then my uncle has to come and restrain me, who can physically restrain me. You know, like that. He's a boxer. If he punches you, you're not gonna like it. If he slaps you, you're gonna feel that. It's gonna be serious enough. So, you know, I think that certain measures definitely need to be put back in place in the community. And, you know, people are ostracizing themselves too much. You know, a lot of people are, you know, stuck in their own minds, in their own opinions, and, you know, they just want to raise their kids the way they want to raise them. They don't want other people's opinions anymore. We're scared of other people's opinions. We're scared of coming together and sharing ideas and saying, all right, you know, I have to listen to someone else other than myself. And I think that that's the real issue that we're having as a community, which is, you know, hindering us raising our children, because then our children are the same way. They come out unruly. They don't want to be part of no village. They just want to be part of their little gang, you know, the echo chamber that they're in, you know. And, you know, as far as they're concerned, what they're doing is good for them. It's right for them. Leave them alone. But how can I blame these kids when the adults, most of them have the same mentality?
Right, you have this violent mentality, and you see violence and restraint and boxing as part and parcel of good parenting and the management of children. Well, with that, the police do it. Hold it. The police do it even better. They have truncheons and handcuffs. So the boxing, the boxing you're talking about, this physical violence in the management of children. If you're in that mindset, then the system has it, and that comes straight from the plantation with the whip and so on. So Neely Fuller says you have to talk. You have to talk to the children, which is a good.
Brother Terry, come through and bring me some sanity, please, God.
I think it comes from the Bible.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think I'm losing my mind here.
Can I just say, regardless of the law, I feel no way to put my hands on any child that I feel is going too far. I feel no way. I'll box down the pitney. I'll box them down.
And be ready for social services to turn up at your door and cart your pitney off and put them with a white family, God knows where on the other side of England. That's all I can say to that, brother. I wish you all the best.
Don't get caught, is what I say. Don't get caught, is what I say. When you do crime, don't get caught.
Let's let Terry come through, man. What up, Terry?
I've been listening for a bit. And I think we've taken that community sense out of things because it's got so far at this precise moment. It's not the community raising the child anymore. It's the globe teaching the child. And the reason why I say that is because of social media. Every child today is glued to their phone. This is where they're galvanizing their information. Now, in forms of the old way, is removing the child from certain societies and putting them into things that are applicated that you want your child to do, or to create some form of activity so that the child has an outdoor life experience. What these children are missing is life skills. They're so fixated into the digital world. That's where their access is. So regardless of what you've got to say or how you're going to do something, they've already got their own personal narrative.
Amen.
So why were they getting in? Why was kids getting in gangs before the digital world evolved into this social media epidemic that we're talking about? Why were they still getting in gangs before that? Explain.
The gangs started from families. And if you remember back in the days, it was always families against families. The gang culture and all that stuff was all there.
Thank you, sir.
But it still comes from a form of what we say, a community, because you knew you didn't step your territory because of respect. So knew, okay, that family's over there. I'm not gonna go there unless I'm doing some form of business or I have some form of relation or something for me to able to go over there. But the social media has created a massive platform in the fact that I don't give a shit now where your side is. I don't care if you've got 20 brothers. I'm gonna do mine, and it's becoming the individuality of being your own gang.
I hear you, but you see, the thing is now, my brother, this is why I realized certain lessons I was taught when I was growing up. Like, I lived with my grandparents for a long period of time because I was too much for my mum to handle and not have someone there 24 hours a day ready to monitor what I'm doing and ready to be available on call if I decide I'm going to disappear and I'm going to just go and do whatever I want to do. Yeah. So what I realized is I went to Canada once with my nan. We went on holiday to Canada. And I got bare family in Canada, innit? So I've been introduced to bare cousins and rare tear. So now I'm with one of my older cousins now, and like most of them are church people and stuff, innit? So they're not into badness and stuff, innit? But there are some cousins who are bad breed, innit? Bottom line, yeah. So we're out shopping, and some big massive guys come over, started talking to my cousin. Like, who's that? He's like, this is your cousin. Rare tear. Go and stand over there. No, why? He's like, go and stand over there. Yeah. Then after the guys left, he's like, that's your cousin, but you're not ready to be talking to man like that, because you're not to involve yourself with people that do certain things, because their things will start following you. People will associate you to them, innit? So as far as anyone knows, that's not your cousin, innit? If anyone asks you, you don't know that dude. Yeah. Now, I realized from there that there was definitely a mentality that, just because someone's family doesn't mean that we have to associate with them. If they're not doing certain things and acting and living in a certain particular way, we have to stay away from them. Do you know, like that? And then that showed me from young that, yeah, it is a village raised in me. It's not just my mum, because she's not the only one that has to protect me. We all have to protect each other, man. If I see my friend's kid, yeah, with someone who I know to be some type of drug dealer or on some type of badness, yeah. Like, imagine, I got a goddaughter, yeah. She's got a brother. I'm not know nothing to her brother. I'm not related to him. I'm not a godfather, nothing, yeah. But I just heard her brother was associating with certain people that I don't like the sound of, and I don't like the sound of the things they're doing. So the first thing I've done, I just made sure that all of these people that he's associating himself around, listen, if I hear this, you got in any trouble whatsoever, first and foremost, I'm coming for all of you. Yeah. Second and foremost, if anything happens to this guy physically, yeah, your lives are all in danger, because I warned you, he's not like you, innit? Keep him out of whatever you're doing, innit? This one's going to get education. He's going to be a lawyer. He's going to be something sensible. He's got a good mind. So don't make me hear that you lot involved him in your foolishness. And I tell you what, he didn't like me at first, because all of them kids shunned him. None of them didn't want him around them no more. They wouldn't talk to him no more. It's like he thought he didn't have friends. But eventually, he started making other friends and more focusing on school and doing the right thing. And it's like, if I didn't have that interaction with the kids, them, the same way you're saying, brother, yeah, you're saying like giving them something to do. I've got another friend who does that. He does football coaching, and he goes around to all the schools. He particularly tries to get the worst kids. Yeah, he particularly goes for the kids that think they're little gangsters or whatever, especially if they can play a little bit of football. And he gives them a lot of attention. He'll pick them up and take them to football and do all sorts of things with them, to try and take them away from that element and show them there's other things you can be around. You don't need to be around people like that when there's people like this in the world. And I think that's a beautiful thing, what you're doing. And, we can only do more to eliminate the problem. Do you know what I'm trying to say? We can't sit back and just say, well, the problem's not going to go away, because any excuse.
Shiva, like, let me give you an example. The one thing is the what we would call the generational education. It's never going to happen overnight. It takes a whole long term of education before it can even have a form of change. But I was going to ask you this: when you went to Canada and you experienced what was in Canada, did it expand your mind that you went from one place to another?
100%. I'll be totally honest here. You see, going to Canada, yeah, like, I thought Canada was like some prim and proper country. I didn't think I'd see no bad breeds out there or see no type of badness. But I'll be honest, Canada made me worse. Before I went to Canada, yeah, like, I was one of them kids, yeah, like, I was mischievous. So my brother might have smoked a weed and said, here, I have a puff, like that. But you see, after I went to Canada and I was around there were so many Jamaicans and West Indian, everyone was smoking. Kids younger than me were smoking. Before you know it, someone passed me a blunt. I was a smoker. I was listening to DMX. Because remember, like I said earlier on the panel, my mum didn't really let me listen to hip hop music. So I didn't know all the hip hop music. The only hip hop I knew was like, I don't know, Hip Hop Parade. I knew Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg, like that. But I didn't really know who the artists were even to know about the hip hop. So when I got to Canada, they're showing me their things. And I'm like, okay, like, like that. And it got me into some of it still.
But it created choices.
Yeah, 100%.
So then when we look at the children today, if we are able to give them a foundation of principles, then once they're exposed to the choices, the possibility that if they are looking for progress, they're going to choose the right choice. But when you keep a child in one place and keep them in a box, they don't really have no choices than to do what they know or what they see.
Yeah, and I think that's why my mum with my kids and with her grandkids and with my younger brother, she was a lot different. You know, she didn't want to work. She wants to be there to go to the football game. She wants to go to your little plays. She wants to be there to big you up and make you feel like you got a whole support network. There's people rooting for you out here. You don't need to be bad because you're so good at being good. Do you understand? And I think that, you know, although when I was growing up, my mum didn't really have time like that. I can't blame her for that. Partially, I'd say I blame my dad. And I've had this conversation with my dad. Even for certain behavioral patterns that I got, I blame my dad because I say, Dad, hold on. If you was around here, you see my mum, even though I don't have to put my hands on my kids, innit? Yeah. And I don't necessarily agree with putting your hands on children, yeah. But I think that sometimes mums ain't got a choice because dad's not around to really insert that authority and instill that, not necessarily fear, but just, you know, the authority that you know you're not going to get away. Do you understand? Like sometimes I could feel like I could walk past my mum. You can't even, I'll jump out the window. What are you going to do? I'm not going to push you because you're my mum, innit? But I'll just run. You can't catch me. Do you know, like that? My dad would have caught me. It would have been a different ball game. And I think like, this is why I say really, like, I don't like, me personally, I think the dad's definitely got to do better. I think where the dads aren't allowed to be involved.
Hold on, Shifa. Let me come in because this is what I was trying to show you from the very beginning of the conversation. Now you're coming around to what we was exactly were saying. You can be the best parent in the world. You can instill all the stuff you want in the world. If that child decides it's going to go out there and do whatever it's going to do, that you can't blame the parents for that. At some point in time, the child's got a brain. Like some children understand, they're very intelligent. They know that that's not the life they want to be in, innit? They don't want to be a part of the street, like they don't want to be a part of gangs, and they're very intelligent and they don't get involved in none of that. But there's other children that do slip through the nets, and there's other parents that don't have accessibility to wide social networks, and I think you don't take in the fact that this is a prominent fixture where some people don't have the money or the finances to just hop up and move just so like it's so easy, or go to the council and get a yard and move.
That's why I blame my dad, because you see my mum wasn't in the position to do none of those things. Yeah, so it was only because I had a really good relationship with my grandparents. Yeah, like when I was really young, I would have ended up living on my own or in social care or something because I was so bad, you know, like that. But my nan said, you know what? Send him. My mum didn't have that choice. She couldn't just say, oh, my nan upset. My nan just said, send him, because in fact, I'm the only grandkid that got that treatment. There was other grandkids that were just as bad, maybe even in worse situations. But me and my nan have always had a very, very strong relationship. Do you understand? So,
and that's
why
the
only thing that saved me.
But that's why we need institutions to able to support. If the two families, man and woman, they're not sufficient, they get support. If a woman has her children and she needs support, or a man doesn't have a woman and needs support, this is where the institution itself is applied to that. That the institution is that village, because of the amount of how big things are today. We can't just have one little community, but an institution.
Well, the institution now is the government, and the government just take the kids away.
We're not talking about the government institution. We're talking about
we need our own. We need to be educating our own, right?
We do.
That the institution can engage with the government, but the institution works for itself, which is its own community, so that it reaches out to as many as possible. And not at the end of the day, we can't save all, but we can save as much as we can. And at least we can educate 20 children out of 100. That 20 children that are working as a collective can over influence the 80 children that have no clue.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely, man. But at the end of the day, without a community ethic and without a group effort and without us getting together as some type of community, you know, we're singular cells doing this, and as singular cells, we're nowhere near as powerful. So, that's where I was going over there.
Yeah, that's where the divide and conquer comes in, because they want you to not talk to your neighbor. They don't want you to talk to your cousin or your brother. They want you to be your own person. And this is what they use with the black community. They use money to doing that. Oh, you can make it big, be individual. How many music artists actually bring in a whole league of their community? It's very rare. Most music artists, they go solo at the end of it. And
yeah, they make it and they're out. They bounce.
And that's where the problem is. It's too much of this individuality.
It's true. It's very true, because looking at some of the most influential artists, even like in, say, for instance, hip hop in the last 20 years, only certain ones have really looked into the next generation, and that's a very few. There's very few that have actually gone on and said, "All right, you know what? Let me bring in some of the next generation and give some of my community a rise." They usually just stick with the label after they're signed, innit? Like, you're right. I'm not gonna lie. It's truth. Just like the basketballers, footballers, the rest of it. Let's think of that. I got a cousin who plays football, and don't get me wrong, when he got his paycheck, certain family members, friends or whatever might have got taken out for dinner, or might even have got a little check or something, like that. But outside of that, that's as far as their community extends. And I think that, that's a definite issue, for the parenting of our kids, because our kids need to see solidarity. They need to know that there is no bastion of safety for them to do badness. Do you understand? And if you're going anywhere to do badness, like if I'm there, Shiffer's onto them. I'm not allowing it. I'm taking things away. I don't care if they want to fight me, they're going to have a fight on their hands. It's going to be a problem for these kids when I'm around and they want to do badness. You understand? And I get that, Sister Lady Divine said, you'll have social services, you'll have police, and all of these people come down on you. But I'll be honest, every single time I've been in this situation, I've not had anything other than people singing my praises. It's like I'm saying things they want to say. I'm doing things that they wanted to do. They've not been able to do it. Now, ultimately, what ends up happening is no charges ain't getting pressed. Like that. The parents are just like, yeah, you lot are going to learn today. You thought you was going to get away. You thought because I couldn't manage you, because I'm 5 foot and you're 6 foot. You thought I couldn't manage you. Watch, someone came along. Now, when I told you a bigger bully would come along, I told you. I've heard that so many times, and it's like, the only reason I have this mentality is because I know it worked for me. I know I was the type of child who, to an extent, I didn't have a dad around. I felt like no one could stop me. You couldn't control me to that extent. So I needed someone to come in with that type of authority and show me that, you know what, you get yourself hurt out here if you go in and you're doing the wrong thing, or if you're mixing up and associating with the wrong people, the wrong crowds, and getting involved in the wrong situations. That taught me a lot. And without that, I don't think I would have changed. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think there's just not a one blanket answer. It's many different pockets we have to address, and then once we've addressed all of them, we put them together and then come up with a solution. But just come with a blanket solution is not going to be,
I think that's a blanket solution for children who are just out of control. When you're talking about other kids who may be living in certain areas and they're not even the one committing the crime, but they're getting bullied or whatever else, you've got kids like, I know a kid recently who took a knife to school because they felt threatened by the other kids, ended up getting arrested. Now they've got criminal record. Now that could send their life down a certain path, X, Y, Z. So I think you're right there in saying it's not one shoe fits all. But I think we have to look at each situation individually and be smart enough to say, okay, do you know what? If there's kids like this, if there's kids that are like the mentality that I used to have, where I don't feel like no one can stop me. You can't control me, doesn't it? If there's kids like that, then we definitely need something in place for those ones in particular. And then we need to think about what the other kids like and put something in place for those ones in particular. And then nobody's left out. Do you know where I'm coming from? But if we're not going to actually identify the problems and put things in place that can deal with the problem, then unfortunately, we're just going to be having this conversation time and time again.
Terry, 1 second there, Shafal. Terry, let me holler at you for a minute, yeah? What would you say to people that say, like, the reason why our youth are in the condition they are today is that they're going through an identity crisis? Like, like they don't know where they're fitting in, like, now in society, especially here in the UK. especially in the UK.
In the UK, you know, it's the ones, and this is why I was talking to. I said to Schiffer, how did he feel? Did he feel that there was an impact of change? Majority of people that don't really can't find they have a very big issue is because they don't travel. They become so English that they only know that parameter. But then when things come at them, they say, for instance, they get put out of society where they can't identify within the society they're in. It becomes really difficult. But the problem is once you start to travel, you start to find some form of identity. So, like, if you go to Jamaica, or you go to St. Lucia, you go to Africa, or you go to America, you start to see more people, and then you start to engage more. You see things much more different that you're not even focused on your identity. But people are so focused on identity because they're stuck in one position, and that
and trapped in their postcode as well.
Identity. Huh?
Bingo.
And
That's what I was
trapped in their
getting
postcode
to.
as well, in the sense of, you know, they only know outside their front door up into a certain postcode, and they don't know the world other than that. They don't go outside of that region. So as far as they're concerned, that is the world. Everything works like this.
Better than that, what I was trying to get to, Terry, is when the identity becomes the postcode. You rep your postcode, you beef man for your postcode, you take bodies for postcode. Do you understand? That's what I mean by identity. Yeah.
Because I'll give you an example. Most people are fighting and beefing other people's fights.
Facts.
So when the old school brer was fighting someone, let's say, remember the back in the days when Stonebridge was first fighting Church Road, that might have started from a man cheating on a next man's girl, and then it escalates from there. Then it becomes this area code, and then it goes through generations where the youth now doesn't realize where this actual beef has come from, and now uses that postcode as its identity.
I'm saying there's so many factors in this. We can't just narrow it down to one. This is what I was trying to show Schiffer from earlier, like, and I'm glad he's seen like where I'm trying to go with it now. Like, there's so much we've got to deal with, you know. It's just not easy. It's not as easy as we're sitting on the panel talking about it. You get me?
Yeah, that's why I said you can't save all. It's got to that stage where
we don't have to say all. We don't. This is the thing. I think the problem that we have sometimes is that we don't have to say all, but we have to start somewhere, innit?
Yeah, but that's why I said is that we take action. Even if we could have 20 children, we can educate and give them the right path. Once people see that, then the majority of people are followers. And if they see that these youth are doing so well and excelling, then other children will look at that and say, you know what, I want to inspire to that. Because majority of the children that come out of the ghetto and that have made it, where are they? In the entertainment business. And that's just one avenue.
Yeah, that's actually deep in that right now, man. Oh shit.
Oh, I got a sidebar. Garfield's coming on Saturday.
You're lying. Is it true that Sonnet is coming too?
He changed his mind.
Oh, okay.
But I was trying to persuade him, but Garfield, I got to pick up Garfield from the airport.
Yeah, man. Bring the whole tech babblers, man. We're welcoming them with open arms. Bring on the whole tech babblers.
You lot, 1 second, yeah. You see what we're talking about, yeah. I remember one time, yeah, because I know you do a project with the kids as well, Terry, yeah. Like I said, one of my friends does one, yeah. And I remember one time we was having a similar conversation with the kids, yeah, and I was there talking to them as well. And what one of the kids said to me is this, yeah. Like, we had like the bad breed kids and the kids that weren't getting involved in the badness at this point as well. So we got all different dynamics of kids. Some of them are, you know, never been in trouble. Some of them are in trouble all the time. Yeah. Now, one of the kids that's never been in trouble said this. He said that he feels like because these kids who are going on bad, when they're going on with badness, someone will step in and say, well, you know what, we're going to take you football. We're going to do all of these extras for you. You know, it makes some of the good kids think, well, they're going to be bad too, because maybe they don't have someone to take them. Maybe they don't have someone to look out for them and say, I'm going to pick you up for football. I'm going to make sure you're staying out of trouble. And maybe they're not the one causing the trouble, but maybe they're getting bullied. And they say, hold on, that guy's the flipping bully. And he gets all this extra treatment and extra help. Now, in a way, I kind of see both sides of the argument in the sense that if this guy who's the bully is being monitored, then he's not out bullying people. But then the moment then when people ain't around and, you know, he's not at football and he's back in school or back in whatever environment, you know, he may go right back to the bullying. And then the other kids may think, well, do you know what? I'm going to follow him then, because, you know, if I start bullying people and going on with badness, someone going to pick me up. They're going to take me football. They're going to do all these extra little activities with me. So what would you say to that? Because I thought that was interesting when that child said that.
We have a mantra, right? And this one of the mantras is that you're only as weak as the weakest link of the chain. That they all work together. If one is weak, they're all weak. If one is strong, they're all strong. So in everything that they do, they must support one another, regardless of who's better than who. So what we do is majority everything that we do is in that form of teamwork, because as I said, the mantra, one of the mantras that we have is I am my sister's protector. How are you as a group are going to protect your sister?
When you say mantras, it makes me think of Buddhism. I'm not gonna lie, but I know what you mean.
Or how do in forms of we're our community provider. How are you going to react to being a community provider? Do you see what I'm saying? So the more they get to familiarize, they realize that they've got a family here. So then they support, because we've had bad children that have come in and they will say, nah, I'm not doing this stuff and not doing that stuff. You tell the parent, leave the child, and we'll put the child in the corner. And when all these children are having all they're having their fun and doing all their work, this child is looking and he gets pulled in because he wants to get involved because of the activities. And as soon as he gets involved, he's already connecting. And when they're talking and they're reasoning and they're doing their things together, they start to build that bond. That's how they did it. The first 50 kids we did in Birmingham, they bonded so quick. They support one another. Even up to today, they call each other.
All right. So therefore, the reason I got onto you like that as well is because I wanted to highlight the fact that what you're doing is you're infiltrating. I'm infiltrating in a different way to you, but you're still using the same spy mechanism where, you know, we've drawn you out. We've given you something that you're going to want to do. And even if you act like you don't want to do it at first, by the time you start doing the thing that you want to do, you're going to enjoy it and you're going to feel part of something. And now you're not going to want to disrespect that. You're not going to lose it.
Yeah, because for instance, we made a whole heap of t-shirts and we went to Portobello Road and we made them engage with all the people that had stalls and shops. And they went to quite a few other stalls and they engaged, and then we gave them stalls in the market to engage with people and work together to sell in the t-shirts. You see, when they start to support one another, that is where it grows. And as I said, the bigger it gets, the more expansion. And this is part of the reason why, as I was speaking earlier, is that I'm making an institution of an exchange program in forms of children exchanging with other children across the globe. The more we get our children to do that, and the more we get our children to communicate across the globe, so the children in Jamaica, the children in America, the children in St. Lucia, Barbados, Africa, the more they start to engage, the more they will see that this world is much more bigger. And the more that they know that, okay, I've got a brother, I can go to Jamaica anytime. I've got a few brothers in Jamaica, I can go and check them out.
Yeah. That's true.
Exposing them to more than what they're already receiving. We're too boxing, and we're allowing our children to get caught in that mobile phone thing, because you see them 11-year-olds, them 10-year-olds, they're glued to that phone.
The phone is a blessing and a curse at the same time. It's a blessing and a curse.
But then
definitely,
if you and this is why I said when you're putting the principles in these children's mind, then they get to use the phone properly, not for just being a zombie. You know, and as I said, we can only do our best, but we need to come as a collective as much as possible.
100%.
Facts.
100%. Do you know what, brother? I'll be honest here. You see the way I am with my kids, yeah? Like, for instance, you see my daughter. Like, the way my daughter is with me, I don't know most dads that's got it like that with their daughter. My daughter would tell me everything. She would tell me about every boyfriend, every situation, every argument. She tells me more than she tells her mom. It gets on her mom's nerves. You know, like that. But facts, she does. But the reason my daughter will talk to me like that is because she's never felt judged. She's always felt like part of the collective, like you said. And you know, if when it comes to the weekend, 9 times out of 10, you see my son, he's a bit different because he's a bit of a loner. He likes his computer games. He likes to stay in the house. He's a bit boring, isn't it? But we do so much stuff, so much activities. Now my daughter's at an age where she can do her own thing. Guess who she hollers at when she wants to do stuff? In fact, we got a group chat, between me, my daughter, my sister, my sons, and you know, there's even an event this weekend in Kidbrook. If anyone wants to go down there, comedy event. They got White Yardie down there and a couple of men them, and you know, they're doing comedy roast. I think it's night Africa versus the West Indies or something like that. Comedy roast. So if anyone ain't heard about it, now you have. But you know, that's an event that my sister's got a brother who, you know, is hosting that event basically. So you know, it's posted in the family group. Everyone wants to go in it. You know, we all want to go together, but right now everyone's working this weekend. So you know what? We're not going to go to that. But next weekend there'll be something for us to do. And we do things as a family, even as adults. And I think like when I was growing up, the reason I'm like that is because that's how my mum was. The first time I ever went raving, my mum took me out, said, yeah, we're going out. I was like, where we going? Ended up in some rave. I was only 17. You know, I wasn't even 17, I lied. I was about 16.
Yeah, because we got on Friday, we got a pop-up network where music artists, authors, people in business coming to network at the event, and not just to be too serious, but to have fun at the same time, to able to connect in that way. So we've got like games and having fun. We've got people that are going to come on the mic, spit their poetry and music. And we've got DJs playing them, you know, doing their thing. So, you know, that's endorsed on Friday. So, as I said, it's just keeping activities as much as possible and able to take in our children with us or bringing them places. You know what I mean? Even if it's
you know what I like about what you're doing though, bro? It's like you've not forgotten your inner child. So everything you're doing is interacting with them on their level. And I think it's very important that if we want to get people on board with something, we have to learn to interact with them on their level. So like, for instance, I'm not really that guy. Like, back in the day when they used to have People's Day and all of these things, I didn't want to go. All carnival, I didn't want to go. Like, you lot go, leave me alone. I'm staying at home. I was one of those kind of kids.
Yeah.
But with my kids, I'm different. If they want to go, we go in. What do you not want to do? You're not interested in carnival. In fact, you know what? We're going to go once anyway. Everyone's going to go at least once and see if you enjoy it. And we're going to go together. Yeah. Because and then if you don't like it, they go next time.
But that's what we do in part of the academy. And that's the question I always ask is how to work with the children in the fact that it's what does the child enjoy doing? What does the child want to do? Even though they change they flip and flop all the time, but it's following and understanding the child of what do they like doing. Because sometimes what we do is the old school way where we want our child to be a doctor. We want our child to be
you're going to do that. Yeah, you're going to be this and you're going to be that. And you're going to do this.
My perspective onto the child. And the child might not be ready for that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the kind of things that we try to apply. So I sit down with the child and we use what we have the 4 elements, which is earth, wind, water, and fire. And then we might talk about anger. And then I might go into like the Marvel comics and talk about Hulk, why Hulk gets angry and blah, 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 blah. And they start to relate to it because they They like to watch them cartoons. They like to engage with that. So then when I'm explaining them in the film that, yeah, you know, when look at when that guy slapped up Hulk and Hulk, would you like to be like that? Do you get me? And they'll get it straight away.
Yeah. And this is why, do you know what? I have to be honest here. This is why I say, like, in honesty, I think it's down to the fathers, you know, to have those interactions with their children, and, you know, the community to be grown as well, so that they can have them outside of the family experience as well. Because not that mums don't get involved like that or can't get involved like that. It's just that I believe mum's got another role to play already. You know, she got to cook, she got to clean, she got so many different things, and many orifices of life to fill already. You know, it's imperative. Like, don't get me wrong here. Like, I don't blame my dad for my bad behavior and for certain decisions I've made in my life. But we've had a conversation where I said, Dad, like, directly, you know, you should have been more actively involved. If you was taking me places, Dad, then maybe I wouldn't have gone to some of these other places. Do you know what I'm trying to say? If you had said, I'm gonna get you involved in a team, or I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna support you in something, maybe I'd have a reason to, because I look at certain other friends that their dads were like that and they've never had those kind of problems.
Yeah, and that's why I always advocate for friendship, regardless of your relationship. Some relationships they may not last. They might in certain situations, but I always keep that friendship relationship with the mother of your child or the father of your child. Keep that friendship, because once you keep that friendship going, the child understands, okay, mom and dad are not together, but they get on. So so both parents can able to engage. What we do so many times is create enemies with the mother of our child, or the woman with the father of their child, and that enemy it gets infected. It infects the child, because all you're doing is go to the house and you're arguing. It's long.
You see what you're saying, yeah? I remember with my son's mom, we'd had a bad relationship over a certain period of time, and we was both sat down with my mom, and my mom said to both of us that regardless, of whatever our issue is with each other, no child does not bring itself into the world. So we have a duty to each other as far as that child is concerned, regardless. So we have to find some common ground, and we have to understand that we have to listen to each other to some extent and hear, or at least hear what the other side is saying. And I wasn't of that opinion at the time, so I was a bit ignorant to it. My mom was like, well, okay, we'll get out of my house then. I'll talk to the person who's listening. Do you understand? And eventually I came around, and now I see how that has benefited my relationship with my children so much.
Let's hope Smell come through.
Yeah,
without that relationship with my
come through if
my
you can,
child's
Sis
mother.
Mel. Sorry to cut you guys. Come through if you can, Sis Mel. But yeah, I'm sorry, quickly before you go back to your convo, are you going to be able to do you know about the 31st tomorrow, the unity thing in Bridge?
No.
Yeah, I'll send it to WhatsApp. You'll see it. Like, they've got a unity thing going on tomorrow.
As I said, like,
you ain't got me on WhatsApp.
I'm at Sister Ivy's next week Saturday in High Street, Willesden. So I'll be with Garfield down there. But are you gonna be at the march on Sunday, Lady Divine?
Yeah, sorry, I was just sending you the WhatsApp in it. But yeah, of course, me nine's course, we're gonna be there. How you mean?
It's a good day, but even though we don't care about Parliament anyway, but this is where
and that should be there as well. The whole of us should be there.
It should be an opportunity for all us black people to be there on a Sunday, and just for the march, you know what I mean? Because I'm going to be documenting it anyway. So, and as I said, I'll be with Garfield and Brother Minister and a couple others.
I told the Pitney them to get themselves ready. I'll get your people, all them friends me are carrying me. I make sure all of the Pitney them's out there, So I'll bring a couple of their friends along. You get me as well. So yeah, man, they better get their walking shoes on.
Yeah, but throughout that whole week, I'll be doing a lot of history stuff. As I said, going to the museums. As I said, we've got an event on. We've got one book signing in Mitcham on Thursday, Friday. We're in Dawston. Saturday, we're in Willesden. Sunday, we're at the book thing in Birmingham. So we're going Birmingham on the 8th of August.
Big up on that. And this is what I mean. For some of us, like, we do real things out here. So it's not just a bag of chattings on the net, in it. Like, real things are taking place in real time. And like I said, it just depends on what area you're from and what's going on in your areas. May you choose to be invested or have a theoretical approach to every conversation. Like, it's just mad sometimes.
Yeah, as I said, sometimes we just got to do what we've got to do. And that's why I don't have no emotional attachment to people that just scream and holler out online, because at the end of the day, it's not stopping me from doing my work. I'll bang on that beast and I'll continue banging on that beast regardless.
Hey, ADD, can I just say, yeah, I think you see what it is, yeah? You see some people, like, for instance, James Jones, then, what he tries to do.
You know it was him I was chatting. You know it was him I was chatting.
No. He tries to use a logical explanation with every argument. But obviously, we as human beings understand that we're not robots. If we just only apply logic to every situation, that's what we become. And unfortunately, it would be to our detriment, because sometimes you need feeling. We need to be able to feel to understand what a person's going through, to be able to deal with that situation. You know where I'm coming from? So
I think that's all I'm just saying. I'm saying the same thing you're saying at this point. I'm saying the exact same thing.
That's why I never see mistakes as anything bad. I look at mistakes as learning. So if I'm wrong, okay, I've made a mistake.
Exactly.
Let me correct it. You know, it's always a lesson for you, and that's how we keep on learning and keep on moving and pushing the bar. I don't care what anyone has got to say. If I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it. If I'm doing it, I'm doing it. But I'm gonna cross that bridge regardless. No one's stopping me from crossing that bridge. I'm just gonna do what I gotta do.
Yeah, man. Respect to you guys and the conversation. Big up, Born Rich, man. And I think
big up. This is a good convo,
I must say,
man.
bro,
Big up.
the way you handled the whole situation, from what I've heard, and the way you've handled this conversation, bro, I've got maximum respect for you, man. Just keep doing what you're doing. You'll come good.
Man, appreciate it, Sheffield. Appreciate it, man. I'm just sitting here.
Just don't beat yourself up, Born. Don't beat yourself up, man. Because trust me, many of us have gone through it, and some of us even worse. So what I'm saying to you, like, you can't be listening to a lot of people on the internet, you know, because they will make you go mad. They will mad you for real.
Yeah, no, I know how to take it in. You know what I mean? I know how to, you know what I mean? Take it in, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, it's what's gonna happen moving forward. What am I gonna do? I appreciate all of the advice, man. The advice was dope. I'm about to actually go back up there to the hospital in about an hour or so. So
at the end of the day, it's you that's gonna pay for your electricity bill. Nobody else.
Yeah, that's a fact. But I do like the people that, you know what I mean? I like the people that talk, speak, and give their input, because, you know, this shit is, you know, it's shit that's happening all over the world.
Mind me asking, who's in hospital?
Say it again?
Mind me asking, who's in hospital?
Who's in the hospital?
Yeah, you said you got to go to the hospital.
Oh, yeah, my son.
Oh.
Yeah, my son got, you know, he got shot. He got shot tonight.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, man.
And then you got pussiers like Insensitive Jones coming up here saying, well, if your child failed, it's your bad parenting. Like, fuck out of here, man. Like,
oh, is that where it's come from?
But yeah, you know, everybody has and you know what I mean, a talking point and agenda. You know, it's that's gender.
You know what it is? Always remember, people try to catch you when you're weak. But you know what the problem is? As I said, it's you that pays for your own electricity. So you know what you've done, and you know how you've helped your son or done with things with your son. So no one can change or tell you you're wrong or right. You do what you do is what's best for you at the end of the day. So regardless of what the people say, people are always going to be negative, or they're going to try and catch you where you're feeling down. But you know what? For people to go down that route, you're really up, because you're on their mindset.
Sorry to cut you, brothers. Link for Brother Motion. Link for Brother Motion.
Yeah, I just dropped it. I just dropped it later.
Yeah, you know, it's just it's funny because you know how people are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
But Terry,
internet.
this is what
It's
I'm
the
trying to
internet. I ain't
say.
gonna
Yeah,
lie.
you're
I ain't gonna
talking
lie.
to
But listen, Lady
somebody.
D. I know, but hold on, Lady D.
Yeah.
Please let me say this because Terry, I knew it, right? I go through StreamYard, right? So y'all know I had to set this up, type in the title, have what I wanted to get off my chest. I already had to have this shit on deck, and I knew that I was going to open the panel. And I was gonna hear some shit I wanted to hear, some shit I didn't want to hear. It could go left and turn into a debate. It's just I know, like they say, man. I want to come in and get the message that I feel like that I can benefit from.
yeah.
But
Like
this
I
is
said,
my argument. My only argument was this, Terry. Yeah. You're on a panel. You're talking to people that have either experienced it, been through it, or know it secondhand at least. Born Rich's son is obviously going through something right now. I've blatantly been all the way through it, hell and back. But you're gonna sit up here and tell me, logical thing, and
I think you cut out, Lady D.
Yo, peace, brother. Peace,
people.
What up,
Wait,
Mo?
Motion, man. Is that
Big
me?
up, Motion and Melanated.
Sorry,
Big
my
up
internet's going again.
Big up yourself, Lady D, melanated.
Big up.
All your muscles there, mate.
Hey, sorry,
Is
brother.
that all your muscles?
Some of them, you got me. Yo, G.
Bristol's giving you some good food then.
Come on, bro. Come on. That's kind of a little old school one still, but we still there. You get me? Still got their lumps and bumps. You get me? But yeah, Born, brother.
What up,
Listen,
Mo?
I hope your little man's okay. First and foremost, any fucking thing other than that is negative. That's in my opinion.
Thanks,
So
bro.
first and foremost,
Thanks,
I hope your son's okay. I don't care about the fucking details. You get me? Use a man I respect, and it's your son. So I'm sure you get me that the respect is there. I don't need to know the ins and outs. I hope your son's okay and he recovers and he doesn't have no life changing injuries and them thing there, bro. That's all I can say, bro. And man will make prayers for you, brother. That's it. You get me?
No, I appreciate
Pick
it,
up
man.
on
I
that
appreciate
motion.
it.
Big
I
up.
appreciate it because before I even went live, you know what I'm saying? I sit with my son at the hospital until the people were just like, yeah, we're gonna take him, to intensive care, and you just go get some rest and come back in the morning. And I'm telling the nurse, like, I'm not about to go to sleep, but I get you. I'll go home and come back once they had him stable. So I told him I would fucking come back. I was like, you know what? Let me crank up a live. But before I did that, I called, all the family and friends that I needed to talk to, got their advice, listened to them, and I was like, you know what? Let me see what the people on the internet are talking. I want to, what other parents around the world are talking about. What's
Bro, the worst thing is, my son, my oldest boy, he grows up in a shit part of town, innit? And it's been a fear of mine, not because of his behavior, because I know my children. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And I know what work I've done to steer them from my path. Yeah. But at the same time, you can't account for everybody on the world or everybody in a certain area. So that's always been my fear of mine, brother. So, like, being a man that I respect, like I said, bro, it feels like it's close to home because you're a man I talk to more than I talk to certain my brethren. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
So it feel kind of, even though it's across the pond, bro, it feel kind of close to home because you're a man I respect and chat to regular. You get me? So it's mad.
Yeah, man. It's crazy, man.
I said earlier,
Like I
motion,
said,
it can be any one of us. It's already been me. It can be any, no matter how good your parenting is, you can believe you've implemented everything possible for your child. Once that child goes through the door, society's now the facing your child, it can be anybody. It's like anyone, literally. You can be an innocent person just walking by and get caught up in the crossfire. Like, it's not so
Lady T,
simple.
my son, where was it? 2015 and 14, twice. One time going to football, another time meeting his girl just in the wrong area. And man try to set about him, you get what I'm saying? And he's like his dad, so he's gonna fight, you get me? But then he's also like his dad where he's aware. So he sees something shining and knows what it is, you get me, and decides, you know what? I got legs and I'm fast. and I'm not standing up here to fight and get stabbed. So you got away, you get me? But that's an eye opener because he's on his way to football.
But bro, this is literally what happened the other day. Who remembers the story the other day with Willesden Green? The youths were coming home from football practice, minding their own business. A mental health guy, or whatever the hell he was on the bus, getting aggravated. The bus ain't moving. The youths did the right thing, called the father. The father came to, to them to get off the bus and confront the guy and say, like, why are you threatening the youths? Now the father's gone. It's that simple. You can't simplify things by, oh, good parenting. And that's what's frustrating me in that, because there's so many different scenarios I can point out that parenting's got nothing to do with anything.
Yeah,
that's like when we had
Can I say something?
Really
quick?
Yeah, what up, Mel?
I was like trying to get in there with good Grand Rising.
Grand Rising says sorry.
Listen, boy, I really didn't even believe my eyes when I saw the title. You know, my heart definitely goes out to you. I definitely feel like what Motion just said, like it really does feel close to home. You know, I my son is a young man himself, and my stomach I can't even imagine. Yeah, like if you need anything in the Cash App, we the family came through for the when you had the hurricane, and just say less if anything is needed, any kind of medical equipment, whatever. Like, don't feel no type of way, letting us know. Just keep your head up, and I pray for him to have speedy recovery. And I know it's easy to say, like, don't blame yourself, but that's what parents do. But there's gonna be growth. Like, your relationship will grow. Like, it's a lot gonna come out of this, because hindsight is always 2020. So you will have that clarity. You will have that understanding that you need to go forward as a father.
Nah, I appreciate it, sis. Appreciate
No problem.
that. I'll let you know, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just want to get, everybody's advice, suggestions and all of that good shit, man. That's
well,
really
I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're a brave man. You know why I say you're a brave man? Because I got something going on that I found out Monday with a family member, and I've been reluctant. You get me? To even, you know what I'm saying? I'm one of them people. I'm a private person. I don't chat my business. I don't. You know what I'm saying? So I say it's a brave thing, bro. It's a mad brave thing to even be on something like that with the type of characters that you see in and around here. To even come out and say that as well. You get what I'm saying to you, bro? But
yeah, I already know, man. I tried to build Motion out here I tried to build my platform on transparency. You know what I mean? And like I said, man, it's gonna be, to me, eventually, even whenever I stop doing this, right? I want to look back on this and it'll be like a little mini diary.
Yeah,
it'll be like a journal when I look back on these live streams. You know what I'm saying? I remember Mosh. You know what I'm saying? And I remember Lady D and all the people. You know what I mean? It'd be a beautiful thing, because I started this show on Facebook. So I want even the YouTube to have the same vibe. But yeah, man, I want to be transparent. Plus, like I said, I want to hear about like they say, man, it's no manual to this shit. So I want to hear
not. We're literally learning as we go along. Literally.
Yeah. This is my firstborn. You know what I mean? This is my firstborn child. And the first man I had to raise from a child to manhood. And I'm realizing, damn, boy, you still not done. America tells you at 18, you're done. And he even thought that. I even think my son was like, okay, America tells me when I'm 18, I can get the fuck away from him. And I think in a sense, he wanted to do that. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they said life is just strictly a lesson. We have to keep on learning.
That's it, bro.
Facts.
The next move is I'm gonna get him home, love on him, but still talk to him man to man. Like, all right, what you know what I'm saying? Like, what you gonna do now? What you gonna do now? You got university next month, or you got the streets that keeps calling. What you gonna do? You see what happened in the streets. They fucking shoot you and leave you and leave you. You know what I mean? Just you see what's happening in the streets. So
Come on, man.
I don't know, bro.
There's no love in these streets, man. The streets ain't loyal.
It ain't, man. The love is here inside this door. When you walk in this door, this is where the love is.
Come on, man. Come on. That's and you know the worst thing is, again, there's so much geared towards these young kids to not even believe or want the love. You feel what I'm saying? Like so much that like
the love ain't flashy. It ain't flashy, Mosh.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
Once you start hitting 17, 18, your mind, your brain isn't developed all the way. So you start looking at the flashy shit when you're 2 and 3 years old. But when you're 18, you're still looking at the flashy shit. And Pops with his fucking chicken restaurant isn't flashy.
But this is what I mean by the influence of, I think Terry was pointing out earlier about the internet and the influence of media. And, you know, these kids are so caught up that they don't put down their phones. And if you look at the images that are constantly being pushed to them, designer, lean, hip hop, rap, dancehall, bash, whatever it may be, whatever, you know, that's what's pushed to them. Instagram models, dissing man online and sending for man online. And it's just like, how do you protect your child from that when you can't avoid it? It's in every way, shape, or form.
The problem is, it's not about protection. It's about education. So for me, for example, and don't get me wrong, like there was a point with my son where I had to literally tell him, son, look me in my face. And when he looked me in my eyes, I told him, I will send my ass to jail and bust your behind before you go to jail. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? And at that very moment, him and I had that understanding that my dad would sacrifice himself and his freedom to make sure I stay free and have the opportunities. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? And that it's difficult. It's difficult because you don't know when you need to make have that conversation. We don't know it. Sometimes I was fortunate enough to have a clear line to be able to know. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? But not everybody has that. Not everybody has
but
that.
this is what I said, nobody, and that's what I was trying to point to the brothers earlier, Moj. Because if you even use somebody big, like famous, like let's go to America's side of the waters. The other day we lost one of the best rappers going, like DMX, yeah. And when I heard like his breakdown about he was 14 and a big man gave him, do you see what I'm saying? Like how do we blame a parent for that when another adult, a responsible adult from his account of the story anyway, push this on to him? Like, is the child responsible? Is the parent? Who's responsible in that scenario? Like, there's so many different scenarios where our kids can easily fall through a trap. But yeah, look at him though. He successfully made it with his addiction or not, got as far as he did, but then fell, you know, victim to his addiction because it was kind of paid from a very early age that he was influenced by somebody older. He never had a guidance or somebody to know that he had someone that abused his trust.
Yeah, but he was also you have to understand, he was also influenced by those that built him up as well.
True. Yeah, the Rough Riders and all of that. Yet even all of those backing him. Yeah.
He tells you that he had not even talking about the Rough Riders and that. I'm talking about the industry itself. The industry itself that kept on allowing him to drum those pains into him and not allowing him to recover from the pain. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? Like, do you not think he's going to industry parties and the same drugs he's fighting to not take are there?
They're in his face constantly
from the same people that's supposed to be looking after him and helping him make money and better himself. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? That's the devil in the detail. These are the things that we're not seeing. So when we look at these people and we're holding them to account for their stories or whatever they're putting out to our youth, in some aspects, we can't always blame them because a lot of them are just young men trying to make something. And music, it sells you that. It sells especially in America. That's what they call it, living the American dream. Do you feel what I'm saying? Like, they sell them that, but they don't show them the hard work that goes in or the sacrifices.
Wow.
But I feel that's when he marks his cards, though. Do you remember when he done that thing called The Industry? Do you remember that?
Who?
I
Cartel,
don't
did you
think
say?
Huh? No,
Did you say Cartel?
DMX.
Oh, okay, yeah,
DMX.
go on. Mm.
Yeah, he done like not a tune. It was more spoken word probably, but it was called
Mm.
The Industry. I don't know if you.
Mm. I haven't seen it. No.
Yeah, yeah. This was after he had done his little stint in jail and whatever, and he come out and he started exposing the thing in it. So yeah, but again, rest in peace, DMX still. But yeah, I just think sometimes when some of them man they talk certain things, they're marking their cards, man. Journo stuff.
Yeah, thingy from Mob
They're
Deep.
speaking into the atmosphere, and yeah,
Prodigy from Mob Deep said thing. What did he say? From early out, he said, "Listen, I had to drop a gem once in a while in a track before we come out with Hegelian dialect and them thing there." Do you get what I'm saying? Because when he was dropping them little gems in the track, yeah, it was allowing him to stay under the radar with what he knows and his knowledge. Do you get me?
Right.
Jump out there with the thing. Like, you know who exposed the thing the other day as well, sis? Chipmunk. You know, see what he did? The thing he put on Insta with the about the industry that brought him up.
I did. Yeah, I did actually. I mean, yeah, I did actually. To be fair, via someone like another blogger, but I did. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah. And now he's now the same person that brought him up and built him, or not built him, but utilized his talent and his abilities to make money, is now jumping onto Stormzy to go and kill him.
Yep.
Or if try to kill him, Stormzy can't kill him. Trust me, Chip's got this thing on lock. Yeah, but the man can't remember the West Indian words. We got a different style with it. Anyway, fucking hell. It's mad the way that it works out. They just fucking, as parents.
But just again, man, because this blaming parents thing, like, I really ain't having it, man. Because in the real world, you can't do that. Because the thing is, yeah, and I think even right now, it's important for myself. Because right now, my boy's he's going in like I said on my little show, whatever, he transition, going secondary school, whatever. You see what I'm saying? Now, I know that my youths are good youth. You see what I'm saying to you? He's got all the right foundations, this, that, and the other, that. But I also know that I'm sending him out there amongst some blood cleat junker.
Trust me.
You see what I'm saying to you?
Trust
out
me.
and out junker. You see what I'm saying to you? Where they ain't got no love in their house. I'm not even calling it a home. I'm being very particular. They ain't got no love in their house.
In their yard. It's not even a house, it's a yard.
Exactly. Yeah. And importantly, it's not a home.
You
know what I'm saying to you? Because, and going back, because I hear this one parent, but there's many children coming up in 2-parent houses. I.e. the 2 parents are in there, there's no love, nothing, no go on, there's no communication, there's no it's just a shell.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. This is what I said, like, as much as, do you know what, I can't blame the parents, but again, we can categorically see with our own eyes which parents deserve blame. Do you feel what I'm saying?
Thank you, Motion. Come on now.
I'm sitting there and I'm watching, like, for example, when I go and watch my son's football or something, and I see a young man that's down on himself because he gets told no. I know he's not getting told no because his mum don't love him and she don't show him love. He gets told no because mum can't afford it, or she's tired, she's busting her gut. So that youth needs me or another male influence to tell him, yes, you can, right? Whether it be in football or whatever sports he likes. So that's where it becomes incumbent on me now as the adult to say, you know, I recognize that in this youth, man. Let me build him up. Let me tell him how awesome he is. Let me tell him he's the best player upon the pitch. Let me tell him for God get it and don't wait for it. You get what I'm saying to you? And you see the reaction to them just once. Like, Nines, I train a youth, I trained him this morning. He's 16 years old. Yeah? He's got mental health issues, yeah? He's down on himself. He used to self-harm. You know, for the last 8 months, I've been training this youth. And he's a mad intelligent youth, you know. Little English kid, mad intelligent youth, studying politics and them thing at 16, yeah? But he's down. And just the little time I spend with him teaching boxing and certain thing like that, you see the difference. And I'm saying, us as grown men, we have to start impart that back in a Fiwe community. We have to start the youth them and say, yo, what I do out here? Come, let me go boxing club, let me go teaching or something.
Right.
Yeah, because when I was youth, man, I had my uncles taking me football. I had my next uncle taking me sound. Yeah? Seen? I had all of that. I had my next uncle teaching me kickboxing. Yeah. Then my
I
mother said,
mean,
yo,
now more than ever,
come on,
I would suggest it takes a village to raise the child. You know what
come
I'm saying
on.
to you? Because I'm saying to how there's so many other external influences out there now. Even children with their father still needs that whole community vibration.
Yeah,
You
but
know
the
what I
village
mean?
not a
Because
lot
some
more though.
children are looking at their father right now, and to how the father's moving, they're not even rating the father. Mind you, the father's doing the exact thing a father's supposed to do. You
Yeah.
get me? But
But
in this society, they're making certain parenting skills not look sexy or exciting.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying to
And
It's
you?
not
yeah,
shiny. It's not shiny now.
It's
not
not
shining.
They
exactly, Paul.
going
This is what
and
I'm saying.
fucking scrubbing the floors of the restaurant.
Yeah,
It's not shiny. You know
it's
what I'm
not shining.
saying?
And
It's
that's the
not
sad
shiny.
thing, you know. That's the sad thing,
I know, right? And that's
You
what
know,
I'm
my
trying to
son.
tell them. The shiny shit is on the phone and on your television. And I'm
Mhm.
like, no, this is the more beneficial shit. Like, this is yours. You don't even treat this restaurant like it's going to be yours one day.
And you know the thing is, this is why I feel like, even though I've gone through incarceration, yeah, I feel like it put me in a better position because at the end of the day, I have experience of what I'm trying to steer my child from. Number one, but number two, I know my child, and if he's got the same temperament of his father. So if I was anything other than who I was, he would not respect. If I was one of them good man there, like, he would not respect him. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? Yeah, with that temperament there. So when I'm able to pull him up, it's not because I'm there and I'm badding him up. It's because other people, as he's growing up, say, "Boy, you know what? Back in the day, you know your dad, you know, and no, I'm not gonna come around there and fuck with man around here, you know, cause your dad would go." You understand me? So now he's looking right. My dad was serious, isn't it? So now when I talk to you serious, you understand, right? My dad's serious, you know. You talking to me serious, okay? You feel what I'm saying to you? So I have to take the negative and turn it into a positive. There's no easy way and there's no fucking right way, bro. You get me? Like, we have to adapt. We have to. You get what I'm saying?
And I think there's an element of luck as well these days. I'm not gonna lie. I think there's an element of luck, man. Star.
Trust me, it's luck. It's luck. It's luck. Late nines. I'll tell you why I know this. Because you see, when I was going around doing DJ workshops and PT workshops for the youth them around the country to show them how to get into self-employment and them things so they don't go into crime and that. You know what I'm doing? That I'm seeing youths. They're turning up just out of bed. Sometime they weren't even coming. Yeah, if somebody get them up and run them and say, "Yo, your fucking your gyro's gonna get sanctioned." You get me? So you better get up and come. And you see they come and they're not into it for the first 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and I start. You get me? And I beat two tune now on the decks and I show them two mix and they start nod their head. I say, "Come, have a go. It's easy. Let me show you how to do this." And they do it. And I told them, "Is this something you think you could do? This is how much you can earn. Christmas time, you can earn 2-3 grand a night. You can go to 3 different places and earn 2-3 grand if you're a big DJ. You get me? That's the things that they want to hear, innit? The possibilities, 2-3 grand, and you can double that up and triple that up to do something you love." So for me, I've been able to take the bling bling and show them this is what you can do. You can make that bling bling. You can be a PT and earn £50 an hour and stand up and encourage people and count to fucking 8 or 10 or 12. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's dope.
Man, it's what we got to do, man. Like, more people need to do it. More men as well. More men.
That's dope, man. What's up, brother Eric?
Big up, Eric, man.
Hey, peace and respect to the panel. Yeah, I'm good, man. Hey, listen, man. I purposely came in late because I wanted to hear the discussion, man. And hey, man, Godspeed to you, to your son, man. You hear me?
Thanks, brother.
Listen, man. In comparison to a lot of people stateside in the UK, over here in Finland, I've had it easy from what I'm hearing, because my son, yeah, sometimes I had to take hold of him, especially when he got older. You know, when he get to the youth age, to the teenage years, you know, he's getting bigger and stronger. He's working out in the gym and whatnot, and he sees what's going on around him. And, you know, these white boys get in his face because this country is 90% white over here. Okay. And I know a couple of times where the counselors from the youth from the direct say, hey, Eric, Mr. Ingram, I need you to come down here and talk to your son, man, because he's about to beat somebody down. We can't have this. Right?
Is it
Yo,
me
Eric,
or is he
Eric,
chopping out?
Eric, Eric,
No, I
Eric,
think
your
it's Eric.
mic,
I think it was
your
us.
mic,
Eric, you're
brother.
chopping up, brother. You might have to jump out and jump back in, G.
All right.
Oh yeah, no, we can hear you now. Go ahead, bro. We can hear you now. Go
You
ahead.
can hear me
Yeah,
now?
we missed a
Yeah, we
lot.
can
We
hear you.
missed a lot of that. A lot of what you said, though, Eric.
Okay. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you said your son, is 90% white, and then your son, something. Okay.
No, I said the country that I live in is 90% white.
Yeah.
And and sometimes my son was dealing with these boys, especially like I said in his teenage years when he was going to the youth center and whatnot. I have counselors come, and I've actually worked there, and they call me direct and say, "Hey, Mr. Ingram, we need you to come and talk with your son because he's about to beat somebody down, and we can't have that. Because we're responsible." And I've had to go down. Is that type of person is that if especially dealing with boys, if they're testing them, he said, "Yeah, well, bring it, because I'll beat your ass down." And sometimes, man, I got to go in there. I got to talk with him. I got to grab him by the shoulders and sit him down and say, "Son, no, you can't do that. I could understand you defending yourself, but
Yeah,
there's
man,
certain
you're on that.
situations where you can't handle that." Okay,
Yeah, you gone out again. You gone out again, brother Eric.
Am I dropping out again?
Yeah, bro.
It's always so bad.
It's that reflection of the ice.
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change rooms and then I'll second.
Okay. All right, do that. Do that, man. Do that. Yeah, man. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Salute to this. This is, I mean, if we can find the silver lining in it, man, we'll say, it's parents around the world. I guess, like I said, man, it's no manual to this shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, beautiful parental stories and suggestions from different parents around the world, and it's a beautiful thing, man. It is. It's a beautiful thing, man. As far as me, like I said, man, the first goal is to get my son back home and love on him and have some great, great conversations. I love what Terry said it and somebody else said it, man. Travel. Yeah, it's probably time in the next couple months to, get out of here for a minute with my little man. Yeah. That's the goal, man. Again, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Got to keep them away from the streets though, because I know, like the next man know, what's gonna come from the streets. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you got shot, you didn't die. What lesson did you learn? You want to go back to the streets, get shot again? That's there. Or do you want to do something different and live? You know what I mean? I think every man at a certain age, you have to choose life. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak for every man, but I know most of the guys that I grew up with at a certain point, you got to choose life, man. It's either life culture or death culture. That's it.
That's it, bro. There's no other choice.
Okay, that's it, man. What you want to do, man? It's simple. You want to live or you want to die. So we'll figure it out, man. Well, yeah, man. What we got? 6:30. Yeah, fam. I'm gonna shut it down, man. I know the other places is open, man. Y'all go support G Block. I don't know if True Illuminati Live is open, but y'all go support them brothers. I may pull up or I may take a little power nap, but I'm gonna shut this one down, fam. I appreciate y'all though, man. I came here, like I said, man. I came here for
Yeah, go on
the.
to sleep, man. Go
Yeah,
on to
man, get some
sleep.
sleep, brother, man.
Get me.
Get some
You
sleep,
need
man.
a
It's
clear
hard
head
though,
and that.
man. I know, man. I
Hmm?
know I need to, but I know I'm just gonna just toss and turn.
Well, at least try and let the body unwind because you still got a few days ahead that are still going to be quite taxing in it. So you still need some energy, my guy. So try in it.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean? Just
agree, man.
try in it.
I was gonna say the exact same thing, man. Just try and get some sleep, brother, man. Even if it's an hour, a nap, get as much as you can, bro. Get me. Light up a big doobie, drink a chamomile tea.
Put on a gummy stream that will bore you to
You know
sleep.
what I mean? You know what I mean? Or just get some Duke Ellington on, some saxophone, something soft. You get me in the background. Trust me, you'll doze off, man. You'll doze off. Trust
And I
me.
like ultras, and like Ultra said, man, I'm gonna take my guys a big breakfast, man. You know what I mean? We know the hospital food ain't shit, so wake up in the morning, take my man a big breakfast, and we'll have us a big breakfast at the hospital tomorrow.
But just before you go, Born, you see that last thing that you said about traveling with your boy? I think that you should bang that out 100%. 100. It's important for them to see other things, man. You know what I'm saying? Other environments, this, that. Even if it's for him to understand how good he's got it. You know what I'm saying to you? Where you don't even need to be, going and doing them thing there, man. But yeah, man, travel's important. I do believe that.
No, I appreciate
So
that,
big up
man.
family anyway. So yeah, man, one love. Don't know. I'm out, man.
And if you come in UK, bro, we got spare room here, B. Always, bro. Come on, man. You get me?
Appreciate it.
Come
I
on,
no
man.
offense to the UK. My son a fucking runner. He'll really run away if I tell him I'm taking his ass to the UK. He gonna go right back to the fucking trap house, Mosh. If I tell him that.
You tell him we got trap houses here, man. Shit.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that.
Exactly.
Nah, I'm just bullshit. Shout out to the UK. I fuck with the UK family.
Yeah, man. And bro, if you can't sleep, go back and because I'm gonna go and do it now. Go back and listen to last night's karaoke and get yourself a smile, bro. At least, man.
Oh, y'all had karaoke last night again?
Yeah. If you can't, no, not last night. You know the one that was yesterday, last night.
Yeah. Good shit, because I did upload it.
Yeah, man. If not, go back and listen to that, man, and just have a laugh.
I uploaded good shit, Mosh. I like to leave with a video, so I may do that. I may live. So I said, put up Jada. Fuck you, Gertie. Fuck you, Gertie. Put up some Jada Francis and fall asleep. Fuck you, Gertie, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I play a little clip from karaoke. Yeah, man. Like, as a matter of fact, let me drop that link, man, so I make it easy for y'all. Yeah, man. If y'all want to hear karaoke night, because they blocked it, so I had to edit it and re-upload it. Y'all, please go support that. I know it's long. You can fast forward through, but it's a classic karaoke show. I dropped the link in the chat, man. Y'all support that, like that video. That's the vibes. We'll be back to them vibes, Got to get my son taken care of. But of course, karaoke is next week if surgery and everything goes as expected. Of course, we're going to do a karaoke next week. So thank y'all for the support, man. I appreciate it. Brother Eric, Mosh, Melanated Goddess, Brother Terry, shit, Nine Ether, even Jimmy came through, Lady Divine, Schiffer. Oh, fuck, I hope I ain't forgetting nobody. I hope I ain't forgetting nobody.
Bro, they will understand, man. They will understand, bro.
Yeah, Kushti. I know Kushti came through, didn't say much. Everybody in the chat, thank y'all. Miss Amelia, Gertie, God of Jacob. Thank y'all, man. I just wanted to come chop it up with grown people and parents. You know what I'm saying? And this was a dope show, you know what I mean? It ain't even about politics or none of that type of shit. This is real life, man.
Yeah.
I know I make jokes and say some of y'all people in the chat are cartoon characters. But, you know, it's real people out here, man. Some
But
of
you
these
know what?
people are real people. You know what I'm saying? Some of
Yeah.
these people that come on these panels, that's why I really respect the people that come on the panels and really fuck with the people who show their face. Because it's like, okay, that's a real person. And we all go through shit. You know what I'm saying? People who come on these panels and fuck with these YouTube streets, like we call them, or as my daughter would call y'all, the computer people. The computer people are real people. So yeah, man.
But you know what, man? In the end, man, listen, man. Parenting is not a political act, man. It ain't got a damn thing to do with politics, man.
Yes.
It's love, protection, respect, and loyalty, man. That's what it's about, man. And that's between people. It ain't got a damn thing to do with a political party or nothing like that, man. The law you make in your house is the law that you live by. You hear me?
No, I love it. I hear you. I hear you, Uncle. Hear you, E. I do, man. I hear you on that, bro. So yeah, y'all keep, like I said, man, y'all keep my son in your prayers.
I'll do that.
We're gonna get him back home. We're gonna get him ready for university next month. And you know, we're gonna do the damn thing. So I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the company. I appreciate the ears, man. When I want to speak and vent, I appreciate y'all for at least taking the time to listen, man. Thank y'all for real, for real. I think I'm gonna end it with see if I can find a good one from karaoke last night.
Play a Chevelle, man. Play a Chevelle or a Mosh.
We had a long fucking. I didn't know we had the conversation was that long. We had a long conversation in the middle of it. Let's see. We got Moshe. I know Moshe will be at the end.
Oh yeah, Mills was talking some crud about coming for crowns and all that.
Listen,
Who was?
Mills.
I let y'all get y'all little practice because I wasn't on that show, but we all know that I am the best karaoke singer. Okay?
I've never heard you, to be fair, sister. So, you know.
Oh, this is not the full show.
The next karaoke show is what you got, MG.
Oh, this is not the full show, guys.
Well, it's not the full show. Didn't you edit it?
I thought I did. Yeah, I edited it, but I cut some of the show off in the editing process.
I think you should put some Prelude because we all need to laugh right now. Put some Prelude on. Woo!
Oh, that's crazy. Moshe, I don't have the end of the show on here.
Damn.
Because Perry's still on here. Perry wasn't on there when you and Shifra came on there.
Perry sang.
Oh, fuck. I gotta go. I'm okay. That's cool, man. I got some days off from work, man. So maybe I'll get a little time. See what's up with Sun. If I get some extra time, I'm gonna have to go back and fix it. I'll just have to probably drop another one tomorrow if possible. I just have to do it. What's this? Karaoke and Conversation episode 3. I may have to do a fucking 3.5.
Have you got the full link there? Put the full link in the back chat because I can watch it privately, innit?
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I can download it and watch
why
it.
Why is it not? That's Prelude. Because Prelude wasn't even on when you was on, was Emotion?
I just came on. I think I came on just as Paley was coming off.
Yeah, I gotta see what the fuck going on with that. The last scene on this video is me, Prelude, and Jen. 3 hours.
Peace, everybody.
Okay, Mel. All right, Mel.
Peace, Mel.
Yeah, peace to y'all.
Peace, Mel. You got us.
I guess I'll play Cotton Socks, but yeah, let me drop this in the chat, man. Yeah, this is the karaoke video. Now I'm happy. I'm happy I just looked at that because I just would have left it up. All right, cool. So yeah, I gotta go I'm gonna go on my laptop and find the rest of that fucking video. I had to clip it in the editing process when I was trying to edit the copyrighted part out. Well, yeah, man, I'll play this. I had some good. I had a good one with cotton socks. Yeah. We'll play this one. This is the one Cotton Socks thinks she did good. So, all right, fam. All right, Eric. All right, Mosh. All right, Terry, man.
Yes.
Peace, y'all. I
Peace,
catch y'all on the other side, man. Peace.
Peace. Salute.
Peace. And for everybody else, man, listen, man. Grab them babies. Grab them babies and hold them tight, man. I'm telling y'all. Grab them babies, hold them tight. And listen, if nobody told you today that they love you, let me be the first one to tell you I love you. I love you. I love you. Peace, fam.
Peace.
Love it, babe, love it, babe. 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 Baby, you don't know what you do to me. Between me and you, I feel our chemistry. I won't let no one come and take your place. 'Cause the love you give, it can't be replaced. See, no one else can. I love with you, wanna please you in any way I can. Wanna share my world, don't you understand? Your love is a one in a million. It goes on and on and on. You give me a really good feeling all day long. Your love is a one in a million. It goes on and on and on. You give me a really good feeling all day long. Turn me inside out. You make my heart speak. I don't need no one else. You're all I need. Personality and everything you do makes me to love everything about you. Your smile, your style is so fly. I can't deny. I got a crush on you, and that's true indeed. And I'm thinking you're making me believe. Your love is a one in a million. It goes on and on and on. You give me a really good feeling all day long. Your love is a one in a million. It goes on and on and on. You give me a really good feeling all day long. I'll give you anything you want from me, anything you want, anything you need, anything your soul desires. I'll give you anything you want from me, anything you want, anything you need, anything your soul desires. Your love is a one in a million. It goes on and on and on. You give me a really good feeling all day long. Your love is a one in a million. It goes on and on and on. You give me a really good feeling all day long. Your love is a one in a million. It goes on.